Hey yo, what's up everybody, it's me, Don Weeb here, back with a brand new What If video, and today we'll be covering what if Naruto had anti-chakra. Now if you guys don't know what this is, I actually made a series a long time ago, many months ago, that I only got 3 or 4 parts into, but a lot of people really liked, that was called What If Naruto Was Like Asta, which basically was me taking Asta's whole character and implanting it into Naruto, which when I look back on was not really that good of an idea. And so the one thing from that series that I really took away that I liked actually was the idea of an anti-chakra, a chakra ability or release jutsu that could nullify chakra. And so I think that to this what if, this whole video will be me covering part 1 for that. So a few things I'm going to cover this time that'll be different from that series, and why I'm actually making a brand new whole series for it instead of continuing that one is because a few things. One, it's been so long, and second, what I did in that series I don't really like as much as I had originally liked it, and there's a few things I want to change, so it wouldn't make sense just to retcon it, and I'd rather just create a new series for it and start from scratch, from the beginning, to give you guys the full consistency of a story rather than just take over an older one. But anyway, that's enough of me talking. Let's get into the actual prologue, the beginning for this part 1 of What If Naruto Had Anti-Chakra. Let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing you guys might be wondering is, what is anti-chakra? And it's basically very similar in properties to the same way that anti-magic functions from Black Clover. However, we're going to be applying it to chakra. So in this scenario, you guys already know the basics about chakra, and if you haven't, make sure to go watch my video where I analyze and explain chakra, as well as its uses, functionalities, and other natures and things like that. Anyhow, basically, anti-chakra is similar in properties to the yin and yang release, which, if you guys don't know, I covered that in my video as well, are 2 chakra natures that actually are outside of the regular natures of chakra that people were able to use when they're born. Yin and yang release is something that Sasuke and Naruto would acquire towards the end of the series of the actual official Naruto Shippuden, but I'll be adding a 3rd outside of the nature energies chakra nature. And that chakra nature will be incredibly rare, being called negative energy, or anti-chakra, which is what we'll be calling it. This energy will be the opposite energy of what chakra is. It's whenever chakra is created, you guys already know about the chakra fruits and everything that the Otsutsuki have, correct? This is a fan created by me, an energy that is caused from when the planets that are drained by the chakra fruits are left to die. That energy, that negative energy left behind from the chakra being taken, the life energy, this deathly energy would be what created anti-chakra, which is the energy that Naruto would be born with a very unique ability to use. I'll be explaining how he has access to it and stuff further down the line as well, because it doesn't really make too much sense on his own, unless I have to import as a Kikei or something, which would then make it not as rare. But anyway, getting back to the actual what if itself, anti-chakra has very unique properties, like I said, similar to how anti-magic is from Black Clover. If the user of an anti-chakra ability is to even touch someone who's using chakra, they can siphon or even negate their chakra, causing them to pass out. And if any jutsus are thrown at them or in contact with them, they can use their own reverse anti-versions of jutsu. So for example, Naruto, in this case, could use an anti-chakra version of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, because it's anti-chakra instead of chakra, Naruto, when he uses this technique, as soon as the ability pops, it would have a wave burst of anti-chakra around it that would take the chakra from whoever defeated the clone. So basically, anti-chakra can manipulate itself to copy the way that chakra is used, similar to mimicry. And I'll get more into that in the future, but let's just get into the actual story itself and what happens. Naruto would be born from Kushina and Minato, his parents. As soon as he is born, however, Obito, who we would think of as Mamoru Uchiha at the time, would kidnap baby Naruto. However, something very interesting would happen the moment he touches him. Obito's Sharingan, which had been filled with chakra before this, as he'd been prepared to fight Minato himself, would suddenly begin to drain. What's going on, he'd be thinking, as Naruto would be touching him as he's laughing. Obito could feel his stamina and power draining as baby Naruto is unconsciously absorbing his power. This is A, because Naruto can't control his anti-chakra at this point running through his body, and other things would change. The moment that Naruto was born, Kushina would have lost a lot of her chakra, as in a lot. So that means when she would be able to actually escape from Minato's assistance, she'd be a bit weaker than she was in the original timeline when they fight Kurama. A second thing is that when immediately as Naruto's born, Obito is already drained of energy and is probably going to be unable to actually steal the Nine Tails, which is something rather interesting because as soon as he picked up baby Naruto and was holding him for that long, he didn't realize his chakra pool was getting so dangerously low, and this child is absorbing it. Minato, on the other hand, has pretty much no idea what's going on, as he just sees his son being completely manhandled by Madara Uchiha, and he's not having it. He uses his flying Raijin and would grab at Naruto and Kushina and get out of there. He would save Naruto first, and then teleport back to their house to drop him on the bed. As Minato teleports back, Obito, using the most of his chakra that he has left, finally is able to use Kamui with him and Kushina and teleport away from there, as he already has everything set up ready to release the Nine Tails. As he finishes pulling out the Nine Tails, Kushina would be on the brink of death, but due to her Uzumaki genes, she would survive. Barely. As Kurama begins rampaging the village, Minato would finally find them, as Obito is hobbling away, having used all of his chakra just using that Kamui. That kid, what did he do? He would think, as he felt a suctioning on his energy. Something dark had been taking it from him. He'd have no idea what happened as he tries to get away. As Kurama is now rampaging across the village, not underneath Obito's control, Minato would find him as he asks him what's happened and why the Nine Tails is released. Similarly, Madara, who's actually Obito, would begin talking to Minato Namikaze, complimenting him on his attack against him, saying there's nothing that he can do now and the Nine Tails will destroy the leaf. Minato would say not if he can help it, as he's about to fight Obito. Obito already knows that he has no chance at this point, since most of his chakra is gone, and that means that he will save Minato time and chakra. So, Obito would pretty much dip immediately, as he uses Kamui and gets out of there before Minato can use any attacks. Minato would rush over to Kushina and save her, bringing her back to Naruto, where the two are sitting there. Kushina would be laying next to Naruto when she realizes something. Her son is able to absorb her chakra, as she then would move slightly away from him. Naruto would go back to sleep as he was woken up immediately as soon as chakra had grown near to him, with Naruto as a baby not having any control over this ability, obviously. Minato pulls his white cloak over himself as he then runs off, as he runs towards the Kyuubi, the Nine Tails. Nine Tails! Minato would teleport next to the third Hokage using his flying Raijin, as Kurama is about to blast the village using a Bijou Bomb. The Nine Tails ready to attack. Suddenly, the Bijou Bomb would get teleported away from Minato as he uses his flying Raijin to protect the village. All the villagers cheer for the fourth Hokage's bravery as Kurama prepares to fight Minato. Minato, using flying Raijin, is hitting Rasengan all over Kurama, as Kurama is actually getting pushed back a bit by Minato and his speed. Kurama wouldn't be taking any of this though, as he prepares another Bijou Bomb lowered to the ground, ready to attack the village. Minato would again use flying Raijin as he continues pushing against the Kyuubi. This time, Minato actually having a bit of an upper hand, since Minato didn't use any attacks or any chakra at all fighting against Obito, since Obito didn't even bother fighting since he knew he couldn't win. With Minato and now Kushina hobbling towards the actual Kyuubi itself, Kushina would be holding Naruto in a blanket, making sure that he isn't able to touch her. Since at this point, Naruto having any physical contact with a person is able to drain their chakra, and not any other physical way. So if she holds him like this, she can still keep her chakra. As she takes her son with her as she hobbles towards where the Nine Tails is, she would tell Minato her plan as Minato sees them. What? Minato would say. Here, you check then, Kushina would say, as if though he didn't believe her. Kurama would be fighting against the rest of the villagers, as Jonin and Chunin and the third Hokage are holding it off while they prepare. As Minato touches Naruto's hand, suddenly Minato would be shocked as his eyes open widely, as he feels his chakra being pulled out of him. What the hell? Minato would be pleasantly surprised and shocked at this latent ability that he apparently has, as he sees Naruto, his son, having this unique ability. I don't think that, even if he can drain this much chakra that fast, I still doubt that he'd be able to take down the Nine Tails, Minato would say, as we now hear Kushina's plan. The Ninetales is a chakra beast. The Ninetales spirit is. If Naruto could touch the Ninetales for a long enough period, she's certain that they could completely drain the Ninetales of its chakra and then reseal it back into Kushina. Minato would be doubtful of this plan, but he would decide to go with it, as he tells the villagers what they're going to do. Yes, if you guys can't tell already, Naruto having this unique ability to drain chakra is already going to be incredibly useful, as they're going to be able to weaken the Ninetales without having to fight it and risk people's lives. Kushina would summon her chakra chains as she already begins wrapping and holding down the Ninetales. Minato using the Flying Raiju would teleport in some medical ninja who would now take care of Kushina and help restore her chakra that Naruto had taken. With Kushina now healing and actually having more chakra given to her by the medical ninja, she's reviving at a quick rate, as her chains are getting stronger than they were in the original timeline, where they didn't have time to make this decision because Obito and Minato were fighting for so long. With Minato now actually able to have a plan, holding the Ninetales down with Kushina's chakra chains, and the rest of the villagers supplying chakra to Kushina, as well as those who could use sealing jutsu to hold it down. Kurama would have no idea what's going on, as he can't move, he can't see. All of the shinobi using sealing jutsus that are available are holding him at a solid standpoint. Minato on the other hand would have one of the most difficult jobs, as he holds Naruto with a blanket and then would place Naruto's hands on the Ninetales. The Ninetales can't feel it at this point as he's completely lost most of his sensory ability, however he notices his chakra draining at a pretty fast rate. What? He'd be thinking? What are they doing, he'd be thinking, as he'd never seen any techniques before his entire life, even when he was sealed about people able to steal chakra at this rate. Of course, it's been done before with siphoning and other ideas like that, but so fast, it's like it's being erased. Kurama tries and struggle, but he loses his strength faster and faster, as he's down to around 47% of his chakra in only 30 minutes. Naruto will be laughing and giggling, as his own energy is going up from doing this. By taking out chakra, he feels his stamina going up, and Naruto as a baby wouldn't be crying at this point. Kushina and Minato are watching in awe, as Kurama is actually sinking and becoming skin and bones. Is it time? Minato would be thinking. Everyone would nod, as even the third Hokage is impressed with this feat. The villagers, having seen Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son, actually take down the Ninetales, even if it required everyone's help to do so, it was hilarious. Just imagine this baby touching a big fox while Minato holds it there. That's pretty much what happened. And so, Minato had put Naruto down by Kushina, with Naruto pretty much falling asleep after that meal, of quotations, as Minato and everyone else get ready for resealing the Ninetales into Kushina. Around the 25-minute mark, where Naruto had drained most of his chakra, Kurama would begin to resist at full power as he creates a Bijuu bomb from his mouth, and would try and send it towards the villagers. This would be when the villagers flee, running it and getting away from the Ninetales, as Minato is forced to use this jutsu. He would look back to Kushina as the Ninetales was ripping out of her chakra chains. Even with her chakra being this strong, the Ninetales being able to recover so fast and being so powerful. There's no way they could continue the plan of Naruto now, as he doesn't want to risk his son's life either. Minato would turn around to tell Kushina that he's sorry, but immediately as he does so, the Ninetales' claw would begin to strike, as Kushina watches in horror. Baby Naruto is being held by one of the medical ninja as they try and grab Kushina to pull her back. Unfortunately, to these medical ninjas' horror, they would watch as Kushina jumps in front of the way, behind Minato as she pushes him out of the way. "Kushina," he would say, as he turns around. Suddenly, the claw would rip into Kushina, as she holds it just barely in front, using all of her strength to protect the claw from stabbing Naruto. Kurama figured it out.
That kid, his ability, he has some sort of power that allows him to take my chakra.
He'd be thinking, as Kurama roars in pain as he feels Kushina's strength against his hand. Kushina's putting all of her willpower into this as she looks back, her eyes locking with Minato, as she's gritting her teeth telling him to do it now. As Minato decides that this is the time, Minato would then use the Reaper Death Seal, saying that this is a hard choice he has to make, but if he's going to protect his son and everyone in the village, then he has to do it. Minato would use the Reaper Death Seal, and this time he would put 100% of Kurama into Naruto, already knowing that he would be a capable shinobi just from what happened tonight. "Naruto, I'll be inputting some of my chakra as well as your mother's inside the seal. I hope that it'll last," he would say, as Minato would create a seal on Naruto. As the seal is about to be placed on Naruto, something incredibly interesting would happen. Naruto's body would begin to reject the chakra, as Minato would be shocked. "Damn, I have to incorporate some..." Minato would tell one of the medical ninjas to hurry, as he can't hold the Nine Tails for much longer, and bring Naruto to him. They would do so as they bring Naruto to his father. Naruto would be sleeping, and Minato would pull out one of his kunai, saying he's rather sorry. He's really sorry, Naruto. He poked Naruto's hand as the baby would begin to cry, feeling the pain. The blood now seeping from its finger. Minato quickly put his kunai away as he grabs Naruto's hand, even feeling his chakra draining as he winces, as he puts the blood over the seal. By infusing your own blood into the seal, your body won't reject the Nine Tails, and it'll become like an extension of you, he would say. I hope this will work, he would think. As Minato, who's an intellectual genius on battle, this would be his last resort, his only cause. He hopes this works. Minato would tell Naruto and praise that it works. And Minato, luckily enough, wouldn't even know about Naruto's ability that he learned in the future, about being able to synthesize jutsu with anti-chakra, but it works, as the seal will then become part by turning itself instead of a chakra seal into an anti-chakra seal, the anti-chakra Reaper Death Seal. As Minato would then use Kurama and take his chakra, all of it, using the Reaper Death Seal, Kushina and Minato's chakra be imported as well, as they slam it into the seal itself, Minato taking in the Nine Tails and putting it inside of Naruto, 100% of it. Kurama would disappear as Minato and Kushina are about to die. Kushina and Minato would whisper to their son, telling him that he's going to become a great shinobi in the future, and that one day he'll become the Hokage of the village, just like his dad, if that's what he wants. Kushina would give Naruto some advice as her dying breaths, telling him to eat right and make sure to not stay up too late, and don't get depressed if things aren't going your way. As Kushina and Minato are crying, Minato would laugh, saying that if his mom didn't talk so much, then his father could have talked to him a bit more. Minato would smile as Kushina tells him that that's mean, as the two would then fade off, with both Kushina and Minato dying. Naruto would be orphaned just like he would have in the original, with that glamour of hope from before having been ripped away by the Nine Tails and Obito Uchiha. Almost as if though fate was laughing at Naruto, saying in itself that even if you have power, there's nothing you can do to protect those around you. Naruto, being a baby, would have no idea what happened, and he wouldn't for many, many years. Several years would have gone by as we see Naruto running away from the academy, with people throwing things at him and calling him a freak. The villagers this time would be rather divided on this topic, as half of the villagers would love Naruto and treat him like their own son. And you guys might be wondering why, and that is because, again, a lot of the villagers, mostly the shinobi, know that Naruto is the one who helped save the village from the Nine Tails, having watched Minato use his son himself and his ability to save them from its strength. And they had saw as Minato himself had sacrificed for Naruto to die. And that half of the village would be the ones telling him to treat Naruto like a hero. So there's almost like two camps in the village, similar to like politics, where half of the village hates Naruto's guts for being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the other half hate the other side that won't accept what happened really that day. Naruto would get bullied a lot though at school, since most of the half that actually didn't like him were people who were in the academy, with Shikamaru, Nara, and Choji's families being the exception. The Uchiha in this case would still have the massacre occur, as Minato would have died having to use the Reaper Death Seal, since Kurama pushed out and actually ripped through. The only reason that Kushina's chains actually didn't work as well this time is, like I said, anti-chakra is much different than just siphoning chakra like what the Rinnegan can do. It actually erases chakra. So the difference between erasure and siphoning is that when Naruto erases someone's chakra, it's as if though it never existed, by negating its energy and deleting it, returning it back to nature energy. So Kushina lost a good majority of her chakra, and by healing her, all she could get was up to the full strength from before she was injured from Obito. She could never regain that chakra back, at least in that day, so quickly after it had been erased. Anyhow, Kushina and Minato are now long dead at this point, as we see Naruto sitting on that swing. Many of the kids in the academy are especially afraid of Naruto, as Naruto by this point has still little mastery over his ability. Hiruzen would have seen Minato before he died, and would have then taken the promise from him about having his son treated like a hero. And this time, most of the village would have actually agreed with him, and the third Hokage wouldn't have to do anything, just like he did in the original. As Naruto was walking back home, we would see some of the villagers waving to Naruto and asking if he had a good day at school today, with Naruto weakly smiling and saying he did. Naruto in this version is a bit different than he was in the original, with this version of Naruto not being completely hated by everyone for seemingly no reason. So Naruto didn't really have any malice towards the villagers, and didn't pull as many pranks as he did. He still did pull pranks from time to time and draw on the Hokage's faces since he was bored, and also because he was treated like scum from a lot of people too. But Naruto knew what love was. People would have brought gifts to Naruto as he was a child and had thanked them for saving their lives and their families. Naruto would have no idea what this is about since they couldn't reveal the Nine Tails to him, but he would take the food anyway as he thanks them very much. And many people would visit Naruto to check on him, as in thanks to the Lord Fourth Hokage who had saved them. Which, in this version, I think is a lot more realistic of what should have happened, since so many villagers knew that Naruto was his son anyway, and had been forced to be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki since there was no other option. A certain medical ninja would have especially been kind to Naruto, and would come to visit him every week to make sure that he was eating right, as well as that his life was good. He would always come in to help clean Naruto's house and make sure everything was tidy, which Naruto still didn't understand why. As you can probably guess, this medical ninja was the one who had helped Kushina and had helped carry Minato's son to him at the very last moments before their deaths. So he felt a strong connection between him and Naruto, and he didn't want to let Lord Force's death go in vain. So he would help Naruto with advice and also help him with homework if he needed any help with anything. But Naruto himself had still many struggles. Naruto in the academy would be bullied, even by his teachers, as he could not even do the simplest of jutsu. You know how in the original he could actually make a clone at least, even if it was a bit haphazard? Well, in this version, Naruto can't use any jutsu. No matter how hard he tries, he puts his all into using these hand seals. He just fails every time, and sometimes a puff of a blast will come out when he uses the hand seals, and then people will get mad at him for some reason. Naruto has no idea what's going on, and he can never seem to progress as he failed the graduation exam 2 times already, and he really wants to pass. Naruto would have been putting everything into this, but there was some block, some way, that he had no idea why he couldn't do it. Naruto at this point still would have no idea about his anti-chakra, his ability unique to him, and that's why he can't actually use chakra jutsu. And so, Naruto would go on failing for multiple times, as some of the villagers would be watching in pain, and others would be laughing as they knew he'd be a failure. Naruto would cry as he runs off away from the village, as he goes into the forest and lives by himself for a little bit. For around a day or two, he'd say that he's not going back to the village, and this would be when an old man would come walking around, this being the third Hokage Hiruzen, who would come to Naruto as he sees him cooking some fish and ask him what's going on, with Naruto asking if he wants a fish. Hiruzen would smile as he greatly accepts, with Naruto remembering this old man from when he was much younger. So, Naruto, who wouldn't recognize the third Hokage at this point, because the third Hokage would be in disguise so that Naruto didn't recognize him, would be talking with Naruto like he was a good old friend. Naruto would tell the third Hokage about all of his problems, about why he can't do any jutsu and he doesn't understand. He just wants to pass so he can be a shinobi. That's what he wants to be, so he can become the Hokage. The third Hokage would give Naruto a piece of advice, as he actually knows that Naruto has the ability to drain chakra. However, he wouldn't go out and just say it. Maybe you should focus on what you can do, Naruto. But how do you know my name? Naruto would be thinking. Hiruzen would laugh as he stands up and walks away, with Naruto a bit confused. The next day, Naruto would come back to class as Iruka would be pissed off at him, with the other students laughing, Sasuke just giving him a cold glance. We see a slight flashback as we see Naruto a few years ago fighting against Sasuke in the ring, as Iruka would tell them ready, set, go. Naruto and Sasuke would each step back from each other as Naruto's feeling around his enemy. Sasuke would be watching carefully as Naruto was looking him down. Naruto would watch Sasuke's movements as suddenly Sasuke would burst forward with a burst of speed, pushing chakra into his feet and moving forward. As he's about to punch Naruto with a chakra-infused punch, suddenly Naruto's instincts would activate, as Naruto simply takes the attack. As he stands there with Sasuke punching him over and over again, Sasuke would be the one who's losing. Naruto looked up smiling as he looks at Sasuke, saying he's not going to beat him, as Naruto would then charge chakra into his fist like he'd been instructed to in the fight. But this wasn't chakra, this would be anti-chakra. A black energy would begin to fill into Naruto's hand, as he then says, "Take this!" He would throw one punch at Sasuke's chest, when suddenly a burst would explode from where he hit Sasuke. Sasuke would gag as he feels all of his chakra in that area get pushed into the rest of his body, almost fleeing from it, as Sasuke would get pushed out of the ring from pure power. As Sasuke gets thrown out of the ring with one shot, Sasuke would be scared, and also have no idea what just happened. Naruto would be even more shocked as he had no idea what happened either, as Sasuke's punches were doing pretty much nothing to him, other than some physical damage. Naruto looked down as everyone else is looking around him, with Naruto expecting cheers, but most of the girls running away and then going to check on Sasuke. Naruto wouldn't understand. Why? I beat him. I'm better than him, Naruto would think, as he watches as everyone's looking at Naruto like he's some sort of freak. Naruto would run off as he goes back home, with now us getting back to the present, as Naruto's walking into the room to fulfill the final graduation exam, as he pushes his hands together into the jutsu and tries, puts everything into it. Clone jutsu! Nothing. Naruto would fall to the ground gasping for air, as he can't do anything as he punches into the ground, causing the wood to shatter. Damn it! Naruto would be thinking as he looks up to Iruka, with tears in his eyes, Iruka's face looking all wavy. Iruka would look down at Naruto and sigh, saying he failed, with Naruto getting up and running out of the room, Sasuke smirking as he sees Naruto leaving. Naruto would run off to the woods he goes and practice his training, punching the trees as hard as he can, working on his physical strength, like he had for years. With Naruto having not been able to use chakra, Naruto would have focused more on working out his body to become stronger, and thus Naruto already would be pretty strong physically. This would be when Mizuki would come out and find Naruto, with Naruto's shirt off as he continues working on doing push-ups and sit-ups. As Naruto feels tears streaming down his face, this is the only thing he can do to cope with it. As Naruto would then see Mizuki, Mizuki would walk over as he asks what's up. Mizuki would then sit next to Naruto as Naruto would then tell Mizuki that he failed the exam and ask if he's out there to punish him. Mizuki would laugh, saying he actually was about to tell Naruto about the second test he could take, and that if Naruto wanted to, he could go and do it right now. Naruto would look up and as he asked, "Really?" with Mizuki nodding, telling him to steal this very important scroll, it's called the Scroll of Sealing, from the Third Hokage's office. If you can do that, then that'll prove that you're already a decent shinobi. But why didn't Iruka-sensei tell me about that, Naruto would think. Well, we all know that Iruka hates you, right, Naruto? Mizuki would say. Naruto's eyes would darken as he looks down, thinking about all the villagers that hate his guts and want to see him die. Yeah, you're right, he would say as he curls his legs towards himself. Well, what do I have to do? Mizuki would explain it again as he then tells Naruto to just bring the scroll to him, and he'll pass him and give him his headband. Really? You do that for a loser like me? Naruto would say, as he looks up, his eyes now filled with tears. Well, yeah. Naruto would then smile as he jumps up saying, "All right," with him then telling Mizuki-sensei that he'll be right back as he goes to go steal the scroll. Naruto would pull his jumpsuit over, and he then takes his goggles, pulling them over his face, as he runs off towards the Third Hokage's office. We see Mizuki smile an evil grin as Naruto runs off to steal the Scroll of Sealing. You can see Naruto creeping along the shadows, as he's pretty much unsensible by most ninjas since his chakra pathways don't have chakra inside of them. This meaning that any sensory ninja that would even be near the Third Hokage would not be able to even track Naruto. And this Naruto with anti-chakra is pretty much the same as the Naruto that we have from the original timeline, who still managed to steal the Scroll of Sealing pretty much unnoticed. And this version of Naruto is even stronger since he's been doing physical training for a long time now. Anyhow, Naruto climbs up into the Third Hokage's office and would see the scroll that Mizuki-sensei had told him about. Naruto would grab the scroll and dip out the window as he jumps before anyone can notice him. Naruto lands on his feet with a cushion of rock and dirt, with a bit of dust coming off from the bottom of his shoes as he lands. Naruto would check behind him to make sure no one was there, and conveniently enough, there was no one. As Naruto has the scroll on his back, he would then head out to the woods where he said he'd meet with Mizuki. As he looks down at the scroll, he would then find some very interesting information. As Naruto looks through the scroll, he would eventually come across something called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Since he had some time before Mizuki would come and find him in the scroll so he could finally get his headband and become a graduate from the academy, Naruto would decide what's the harm in looking through the scroll a little bit, as he looks through several other jutsus before he decides that the Shadow Clone Jutsu was the best one for him. And he decided that it looked pretty interesting. Naruto began practicing as he focuses 100% on trying to master these hand seals and also just learn about this jutsu in general. As Naruto works on mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he would attempt the hand seals over and over again, but he wouldn't be able to do it. Just like he was unable to do the Clone Jutsu or any other jutsu before, he would fail again, causing Naruto to get frustrated as he kicks the scroll. The scroll would unwrap a bit further, where we would then see something quickly scribbled inside the very bottom of the scroll. So old, in fact, that it's almost like the parchment itself has withered away from the scroll. Naruto would barely be able to make out one thing though, and that would be called inverse hand seals. Naruto would think about what the word inverse means before he decides that he'll try whatever that could be. As we see Naruto working around with his hands just before figuring something out, as we see him punch his hand into his fist with a smile on his face. This will be when Mizuki-sensei arrives as he laughs, throwing a shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto's fine-tuned senses would easily pick this up as he opens his hand and grabs the shuriken out of midair before throwing it at the tree. "What's that all about?" Naruto would say, as he looks up to see Mizuki-sensei standing there. "What's that all about, nine-tailed brat?" Mizuki would say, as he would look down at Naruto with a conceived look on his face, smiling and laughing. "Give me the scroll, or die," Mizuki would say. Naruto would stand up as he tells him why, asks him why he wants to kill him. Naruto would look him right in the eyes as Mizuki would look down at him, with Mizuki laughing and explaining to Naruto that he in fact is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and that the Nine-Tails monster that everyone talks about that had destroyed the village so many years ago was sealed inside of him. Naruto would be shocked as he had no idea, and looks down at himself, realizing that there had to have been a reason why all the villagers hated him, and this was it. This would be around the time when Iruka would be coming around to try and save Naruto. As a giant shuriken would come flying towards Naruto, Iruka would jump in the way and take the blow. Damn it, Naruto would think, not having thought that Iruka was going to take the blow for him. Why? Iruka-sensei, why would you do that? Naruto would ask as Iruka says that Naruto is one of his precious students. Naruto would say he's lying. You're lying! Naruto would repeat this again as he tells Iruka that he hates him. Iruka, you hate me, don't you? You look at me with anger and despair every time you look at my face, Naruto would say, with rage now peeking into his eyes. Iruka would laugh as he then says that he had for a long time. But by looking at it from another angle, he can see that Naruto was suffering too, just like he did. What are you talking about? Naruto would say, as Iruka would explain how the Nine-Tails had killed his parents before his very eyes. And he knew that it wasn't Naruto's fault. Naruto, you're not a demon. You're not that fox. You didn't kill my parents. You didn't kill anyone. Naruto's whole body would shake and quiver, as Naruto's pupils would then become sharper and straighten, as he realizes that he's watching as Iruka is going to get hurt because of him, sacrificing himself because of Mizuki wants the scroll. If you want to really have the scroll, you can take it, Naruto would say. As Naruto would pick up the scroll, Naruto would then kick it away, as Mizuki would try and jump for it. Not on my watch. Naruto would begin to use hand seals, but they're not the ones that we're used to. In fact, it's the opposite. Naruto took all the hand seals from the Shadow Clone Jutsu and inversed them, by taking the positioning as well as each hand and flipping which direction they'd be in. So since the Shadow Clone Jutsu has the left hand with two fingers pointing up and the right hand facing to the left, then in this version, it'd be the opposite. As Naruto flips the hand seals, Mizuki would laugh, saying that that's not how you do that jutsu, before suddenly he'd be shocked. A puff of black energy would appear, as a dark and red energy would erupt from Naruto. I did it, Naruto would say, as we see this clone run towards Mizuki and then attack him. What the? Suddenly Mizuki would get punched as hard as the clone can, causing Mizuki's chakra pathways to get completely hit out of whack, as Mizuki can't feel his chakra. This kid, was that the gentle fist? No, there's no way. Naruto isn't a Hyuga, he shouldn't be able to use that technique. Mizuki was one of the villagers who hadn't been able to watch Naruto draining the Nine-Tails when he was a baby, so he wouldn't know that Naruto has the ability of anti-chakra. As Naruto's clone would have already pummeled Mizuki in almost one hit, but that wasn't enough for Naruto. Let's do it more, Naruto would say, as he focuses his anti-chakra into his hands and makes the seal again, this time making 100 anti-chakra shadow clones. These clones would all jump on Mizuki and beat him, as every blow takes more and more of Mizuki's chakra away. Unlike when Naruto was a baby and was unconsciously using his anti-chakra, now Naruto's body is much bigger, and so his chakra vessels, or what would be chakra vessels that hold his anti-chakra, are much more honed from all of his training. So Naruto isn't erasing Mizuki's chakra, he's just taking and draining it. So he's basically siphoning his chakra away. As Mizuki feels his energy draining away, Mizuki would be now passed out from his chakra usage, or lack of usage you could say, as Mizuki passes out on the ground. Iruka-sensei, are you okay? Iruka would look up to Naruto, as he said that he knew he could do it, as he saw all of those shadow clones that Naruto made. Iruka would take off his headband as he gives it to Naruto, saying he passes, with Naruto feeling a joy inside him he hadn't felt for what would seem to be ages. Naruto would laugh and smile as he thanks Iruka and says that he's got to get him out of there, as Naruto would pick up Iruka-sensei and take him to the hospital, as well as would have one of his clones grab the scroll. Just before Naruto is taking the scroll away, we would see the faintest illumination of a yellow eye with black skin surrounding it, as we see Black Zetsu laugh as he takes away the piece of paper he had added to the scroll just before Naruto had looked at it. This paper having written on it inverse hand seals, as Black Zetsu would then rip up the paper as he teleports away. Naruto would be looking down at the scroll to see where he had read that beforehand, but it was gone, and Naruto would have no idea what happened. But I just saw it. Naruto wouldn't shake it off as he runs off, with Black Zetsu now disappearing into the darkness, with no idea on how his plan was going to go, and how Naruto would fit into that. Naruto, as well as Iruka, would then make it to the hospital as Iruka would be treated for his injuries, with him being healed up. Naruto would then go home after giving back the scroll to the third Hokage, with the third Hokage laughing as he had watched the fight, thinking that was rather interesting. Naruto would wake up pretty early the next morning as he runs off to the academy, barging through the doors. Everyone's shocked seeing Naruto, as Naruto promptly walks up the stairs and takes his normal seat. Everyone would be shocked seeing the headband Naruto's wearing, thinking that Naruto somehow passed. They've never seen Naruto do a jutsu ever before. How did he pass? Even Shikamaru would be a bit shocked, as he had no idea how Naruto would even have managed to do that, having never been successful in doing a jutsu before, and just assuming that he was unable to. Naruto would laugh as he would now wait for his sensei to arrive so that he could show everyone that he was going to become the Hokage someday. These minutes that they were taking before the senseis arrived would soon become to feel like hours, as almost every other team that had been announced besides Naruto's would have already had their sensei come pick them up. When Naruto had heard the news about him and Sasuke and Sakura being on the same team, Naruto would be pretty excited, but in this version, Naruto isn't exactly simping for Sakura like he did in the original, because like I said before, half of the village approximately, actually did like Naruto, and were trying to support him, so Naruto wasn't really as desperate for acceptance like he was in the original, and Naruto had already beaten Sasuke in a fight before, with pretty much one hit. Sasuke himself was wary of Naruto and his strange abilities, having already realized that Naruto was a bit different from everyone else, and he knew that he would be trouble for him later on. Anyhow, finally, after minutes turned to hours had finally passed, Kakashi would walk into the room as we see the white-haired shinobi, the Jonin himself, walk in, as he would then put up a hand and wave to his future team, saying that if they're going to be working together, they need to get a few things sorted out first, and to come to the roof. So Kakashi would take all of future Team 7 to the rooftop, where he would then ask them about their dreams, hopes, aspirations, and goals for the future. As he would then ask, with Sasuke starting off first, Sasuke would say that he doesn't have a dream. He has an aspiration that will become truth, reality. He's going to kill a certain someone. As Sasuke looks forward, seemingly staring into a void of an abyss that he can never return from. Sakura would just be staring at Sasuke, pretty much x-raying him, as Kakashi would ask her what her dreams were, with him already pretty much knowing. Sakura would just creepily whisper, "Sasuke," several times over and over again, while Sasuke is still staring into that abyss. Naruto would sigh as he has two weirdos on his team, as he would then ask Kakashi if it's his turn yet. Kakashi would turn over and see Naruto, as he would then tell Naruto and ask him what his goals were. Naruto would stand up proclaiming that he's going to become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. That's his dream. Also, he likes ramen a lot. Kakashi would laugh as Naruto would then put his hand down, pointing at Kakashi, saying that it's not funny to laugh at people's dreams, with Kakashi saying it's fine. It's just that all three of you are such weirdos, Kakashi would say as he's laughing, with Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto all looking up, all being upset that they're being compared to each other. Kakashi would say that's enough as he then claps his hands together, saying that tomorrow they'll be meeting at the training grounds at dawn, and that to not eat any breakfast or dinner tonight. He would say this and tell all of them to come prepared and make sure they're ready for a fight. As Sasuke and Sakura would clear out, Naruto would also walk off as Kakashi would take one last glimpse at him. That boy is Sensei's son, he would think, as he remembers the day when he had saw Minato, Kushina, and Naruto against the Nine Tails. Kakashi would go home as he thinks about those events and thinks that it's going to be exciting to see what he can do tomorrow. Naruto at this point would be practicing his reverse hand seals on his Shadow Clone Jutsu, so that he can try and actually make Jutsu tomorrow against Kakashi, or what he thinks might be against Kakashi. If I could master my chakra, Naruto would think, then there's no way I can get beat with this Jutsu. Naruto, who doesn't actually know he has anti-chakra, is still in the mindset that he needs to learn Jutsu like every other shinobi, when in fact his body already is a weapon against shinobi. Naruto himself would continue focusing on this training until the night would pass and Naruto would oversleep as he runs off to the training grounds and being the last one there. Actually, second to last, as Kakashi would still have been lost on the path of life, he would say. Sasuke would sigh as Naruto arrives as the last one there out of the three of them, saying that their sensei still hasn't gotten there yet, with Sasuke now sitting on the log impatiently. Naruto would brush the back of his head as he looks up, wondering what's taking them so long, as Kakashi would finally arrive, saying that he's sorry he's late. But now that he's here, it's time to get started. Kakashi would close his book that he was reading, as he would then tell the three of them to get up. The three of them would be trying to take these two bells from him, he would say, as he holds up two silver bells in his hand. The two that can take it will pass, and the one that fails will go back to the academy and have to keep working so they can become a genin. Naruto would harden his glare as he tells Kakashi-sensei that he's not going to fail. Kakashi would say that now that they understand the rules, then I guess it's time we get started. Oh, but before that, Kakashi would say, before we get started, I just need to tell you that you can use any weapon that you can against me. Don't feel the need to hold back, alright? As Kakashi would say, Sasuke and Naruto would both become more serious, as Kakashi tells them that they're going to try and kill him for these bells. Kakashi then begin the countdown. 3, 2... Naruto would jump forward before the countdown just like he did in the original, with Kakashi teleporting pretty much directly behind him, or seemingly teleporting. Immediately as Kakashi turned around, Naruto would have noticed, as his eyes actually caught Kakashi's, with Kakashi shocked that Naruto could track him at that speed. Naruto would say he's got him as he turns around, grasping for the air where Kakashi's hand was with the bell. Kakashi would easily move out of the way using a substitution jutsu, saying he hadn't expected that, but get back to the starting line. Once I say 1, you can come after me, he would say. 3. Damn, this kid might be a problem. 2. 1. Immediately, Naruto would burst forward as the other two dive into the forest bushes, trying to get out of sight of their enemy. As Naruto runs towards Kakashi, his superhuman speed would freak Kakashi out as he jumps up into a tree to evade the attack, using his chakra and clinging to the tree itself. Don't think you can run from me, he would tell Kakashi, thinking that he's definitely gonna get one of those bells. Kakashi would jump out of the way just in time as Naruto would throw a punch, punching the tree and actually splintering the trunk as the tree would begin to fall. This kid has got some serious firepower, Kakashi would say, as Naruto's already chasing after Kakashi. Luckily, I'm still faster than him, but if it really came down to a 1v1 brawl, and neither of us could use chakra, then Kakashi would be watching Naruto, as Naruto's relying purely on physical strength. That's how I'll beat him, Kakashi would think. As Kakashi would turn around, and as Naruto jumps towards him, he would use another substitution jutsu. With Naruto completely losing sight of his enemy, Kakashi would decide to take out the other two first. This would eventually prove to be a wise decision, as Kakashi would leap into the forest, as Naruto would begin rampaging around. Damn it, where is he? Naruto would be jumping now as he climbs up a tree using his pure strength, jumping and leaping to the air, as he catches himself on a branch. He would then run across the treetops as he's looking for Kakashi, hunting him down. Kakashi would laugh as he hasn't had a chase like this in a long time. This would be when he first sights Sakura, taking her out with a genjutsu easily, of Sasuke being in danger, causing Sakura to be out of the battle. Next, he would think, as we see Sasuke now preparing for the attack before he sees Kakashi coming at him. Fire style! Fireball jutsu! Sasuke would make the hanses for the fireball jutsu, as he would then blast this wave of heat towards Kakashi. This would also serve as an attack, but unironically would serve as a direction for Naruto to head to, as Naruto sees the burst of flame over the treetops. That's where he is, he would think, as he jumps towards the flames where he had seen that attack come from. Kakashi would already knock out Sasuke and put him in ropes, as Naruto suddenly comes from behind swinging. Kakashi would turn around pulling out a kunai to block, as Naruto has his own kunai he already pulled out as well, as he slashes at Kakashi. Kakashi would barely get cut from the edge of the kunai as he feels Naruto's pure strength push past him and almost break his wrist. Damn, this kid is... Suddenly Naruto would appear from behind Kakashi. He says, "Nighty night!" His clone would then, the shadow clone that Naruto made, would punch Kakashi as hard as he can in the head. Kakashi would have not been expecting this. This kid can use the shadow clone jutsu? That's a pretty advanced jutsu for someone at his age. Kakashi would pretty much be unable to dodge this, as Naruto had used this attack as a sneak attack. However, just as he's about to get punched, we see Naruto in shock, as Kakashi pulls up his headband, having been forced to reveal his Sharingan. As Kakashi reveals his Sharingan, he would say that Naruto wins the fight, saying no one has ever pushed him this far as a genin. Kakashi easily moves out of the way as his perception of time is slowed down, with the Sharingan giving him much more precise movement speed. Naruto would have no idea what just happened as he sees the flash of red before him. As Kakashi dodges out of the way, Naruto would land on the branch, running into himself as his clone poofs, causing a wave of anti-chakra to surge out. Wait, what? Kakashi would say, as suddenly this burst of cloud that usually comes from shadow clones would be a dark black as it touches Kakashi. Kakashi would immediately cover back his Sharingan to not utilize too much chakra as he pushes himself back, feeling his entire left hand almost go numb. Damn, he would say. What is that? Is that the thing that Naruto used against the Nine Tails, Kakashi would be thinking. Kakashi's chakra would quickly flow back into his hand as this itchy sensation would flow away. Damn, he would say. Naruto hadn't erased Kakashi's chakra, he had simply negated it with that puff of smoke. However, that distraction was just enough that Naruto needed, as Naruto using his superhuman speed would jump off the branch, using it like a springboard as he rushes forward and grabs the bell out of Kakashi's hand. Damn, Kakashi would say, as Naruto successfully captured one of the bells. Naruto would hold it up smiling, as Kakashi would be impressed with him. Kakashi would say that's enough for now and that they should go get Sakura and Sasuke, and they'll try again in an hour. Naruto would say that Kakashi's really strong, and Kakashi would agree, complimenting Naruto on his skill as well. Naruto would blush and rub his hand behind his head as he says, "Really?" as Kakashi would sigh, saying, "Let's go get the other two." Sakura and Sasuke would eventually wake up from the genjutsu and just normal attacks that they had taken, with Kakashi and Naruto sitting there enjoying their lunch. Kakashi would watch as Sakura and Sasuke are both tied up and unable to eat, as Naruto would thank Kakashi for the meal. Kakashi would then walk away, telling Naruto not to feed either of the two, as Kakashi walks off into the woods, watching carefully. Sasuke and Sakura would be sitting there as their stomachs would growl, with Sasuke looking away. Naruto would stand up as he picks up one of the other bento boxes, and would begin feeding Sasuke his food, with Sakura looking in absolute rage that Naruto is feeding Sasuke instead of her. With Naruto then doing the same with the other bento box for Sakura. The two would ask why Naruto is disobeying Kakashi, with Naruto saying that it's after all that fighting, it's pretty rude not to let them eat, and Kakashi can fight him again if he really wants to argue about it. Naruto would say confidently as he smiles. The two of them would be shocked that Naruto's so confident in his own skills, with Naruto turning around as he then walks away, saying that you're supposed to help your friends. Naruto would say this, but the two of them would catch it, as Naruto goes back to sit down and finish his own meal. Kakashi would suddenly come running out of the woods. He asks if Naruto fed them, with Naruto looking up and smiling, saying yeah. Kakashi would then slap Naruto on the head, saying he broke the rules, with Naruto saying ow. Kakashi would then say that those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Team 7 would all pass, with Naruto having shown this display of teamwork, and Kakashi would tell the other two that they need to pick up the slack, since Naruto won't always be there to stand up for them. Sasuke would take this to heart, as he feels himself feel a bit annoyed actually from this comment, telling him he won't even need to rely on Naruto. Naruto would turn around saying that he can rely on him as much as he wants Sasuke, with Naruto smirking. Sasuke and Sakura would be let out of the ropes as they would then eat their lunches, and Kakashi would send them on their way, saying that they'll begin missions starting the next week, with all of Team 7 pretty excited. That is, until their first mission would come in. Now, about a week later, we see Naruto running through the forest, as he sees a small furry creature running away from him. We see Naruto say, "Get back here, kitty," as he would then jump and leap, grabbing the black cat from the ground. It would meow as it looks up at Naruto, as Naruto laughs as he uses the radio saying he's acquired the target. Naruto would head back, where he, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with Kakashi, would then report to the third Hokage. Naruto would then, after they'd submitted their mission, as the third Hokage is about to pull out another D-rank mission, would then politely ask the third Hokage, as he then says, "I don't mean to be rude, but could we have a bit of a harder mission? I feel like this isn't exactly what shinobi are supposed to do, you know?" Naruto would say, as the third Hokage would think about it for a second, and then decide, debating that it could be interesting to see how Naruto could do in the field. He would tell Kakashi that they'll be taking on a C-rank mission, and asking if this is alright, with him then bringing Tazuna into the room. Tazuna would immediately bring with him the smell of booze, as he's pretty much falling all over himself, asking if these kids are really going to defend him. Naruto would smile, saying, "Yep, they sure are," as he would then tell the third Hokage and ask what's actually going on. The third Hokage would then tell the trio that they'll be defending this bridge builder to take him back to the Land of Waves, as he's an engineer that's working on designing a bridge that can take the Land of Waves to the mainland. Naruto would say that that sounds like an interesting mission, with Kakashi nodding and Sasuke agreeing too. The third Hokage would accept this, as the trio of Team 7 along with Kakashi would take Tazuna as they begin heading out of the gates. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna exit the gates of Konoha, with the quartet now beginning to walk towards the Land of Waves at a steady pace. And for the first couple of miles, pretty much nothing eventful would happen. That is until suddenly Kakashi would notice something on the ground, that being a puddle of water. Naruto, on the other hand, in this version, would actually begin to smell something. He would smell sweat. A very faint trace of it though, but still enough to put him on edge, as he would then look over to Kakashi, who would have also noticed something. Sasuke would also begin to pick up on it after Kakashi and Naruto, whose senses are much more highly trained, as Naruto would then notice behind the tree that someone must be watching there, with Kakashi having noticed the same thing. Seemingly instantaneously, the two demon twin Chunin brothers would jump from each side of the tree across from each side of the road as they jump, one towards Kakashi and one towards Tazuna, to take them out. With Kakashi seemingly getting stabbed and then teleporting away using the wood block replacement substitution jutsu, Naruto on the other hand would defend Tazuna immediately, flipping into action with Sasuke barely having the second later after Naruto did. Naruto would pull out a kunai and block the attack, as he then takes a palm strike right into the enemy's chest, directing some of his chakra, or anti-chakra, into it. The enemy would gasp for air as they can feel their lungs collapsing from the strength of the blow, as he begins to get sent flying back while Naruto's still holding his hand. His actual right arm that he's using for the stabbing position, that's being blocked by Naruto right now, is then being ripped almost off of his body from the force of the punch. Naruto would let go of his hand as he falls to the ground, as Naruto puts his kunai back in his belt, asking Sasuke why he didn't react to that. Sasuke, who would be in shock of what just he saw, with Naruto completely brutalizing this shinobi, would be pretty much unreachable right now, while Naruto is pretty much unfazed. Naruto would get down to the ground as he bends down on his knees and asks why they attacked them. Naruto in this version wouldn't have that moment where he claims to be resolved to his Nindo, which is unfortunate, but nevertheless, Kakashi would then just casually walk out from behind the tree, saying that was pretty impressive, Naruto, with Naruto's eyes flicking towards Kakashi's direction, having seen Kakashi barely weave the hand seal in time, and knowing he had used a substitution. You know, Kakashi-sensei, anyone who's not blind could have obviously known that you weren't dead. They could? Sakura and Sasuke would both be thinking, as Kakashi would laugh, saying Naruto's right, causing Sakura and Sasuke to fall over, as Naruto would then grab and hold up one of the Chunin that had attacked them, holding them in front of Kakashi and asking what do they think they attacked them for. Kakashi would then begin his interrogation and then figure out about how the shinobi would be attacking to try and kill the bridge builder, with the two shinobi saying they won't out their comrades before they die. Naruto would then casually point at them and then say that they just exposed that they had allies who were still going after them, with the two then looking at each other and then feeling embarrassed. Naruto would throw the two to the side now wrapped up, as Kakashi and Naruto would say it's time to keep moving. Sakura and Sasuke would stand up with Sasuke now looking at the ground more serious, thinking that he had failed. Naruto would keep walking forward as though nothing had happened, and this would bother Sasuke even more than what Sasuke had done by saying Naruto's a scaredy cat in the original. It's like he doesn't even recognize that I exist, Sasuke would think. Oh, by the way, I should probably explain how Naruto looks in this timeline, just because I changed his outfit just a little bit to fit his character design more, and it's pretty much how he looks in the part 1 thumbnail, so if you guys go back and look at that. But the only difference is that instead of having just the black tank top shirt, he also has a sleeveless orange jacket with a collar, similar pretty much to how he had in the original, but with ripped off arms. Naruto has instead bandages that cover his fists all the way up to his upper forearms that he wraps around himself. It's actually a pretty sad reason why he had the bandages like this, and it was because of the incident that happened with... I'll go into a small flashback right now. Naruto as a young child, actually, when he had been helping save Hinata from those bullies, like you guys remember from Naruto the movie. In this version, when Naruto did that and actually asked if she was okay, giving her a hand, he pretty much almost knocked her out by physical contact, since at this point, Naruto had no control over his anti-chakra at all. Pretty much still, since Naruto was still very young at that point. And Hinata was almost killed from the attack. Hinata still likes Naruto, but Naruto felt horrible about it. And so ever since that day, he'd wrapped his hands in bandages, and he still hasn't broke the habit. Anyway, back to the present from that dramatic backstory. We see Naruto now as he keeps walking along, tightening his fists, saying that was pretty intense as he looks over to Kakashi. Kakashi would sigh, saying they just need to get this over with, as now the quartet would keep walking towards the Land of Waves, with nothing more eventful happening for almost the entire rest of the trip. That is until just after the ferry ride. Naruto would be walking along when suddenly all the hairs on his neck would stand up. "Everyone get down," he would say, even before Kakashi would say it. Kakashi had just said the words out of his mouth as well as the two looked at each other, before diving to the ground. Suddenly overhead, just where Kakashi's neck would have been, a sword comes flying under as it weaves its way through the air, cutting into the tree with a loud break, as we can hear the echo of the tree's bark falling and hitting the ground, with the clatter then being a bit muted from the sound of the dirt and taking in the sound. Naruto would immediately jump to his feet as he flicks his eyes upward, locking eyes with his opponent. There he stands, Zabuza, the demon of the mist, with the executioner's blade carrying him under his feet, as Zabuza would be eyeing Kakashi. Naruto won't even be on his radar, as he sees Naruto as a weakling,
Naruto grit his teeth and then shout, telling him to stop ignoring him, as Kakashi and Zabuza are having a stare down. Zabuza would finally notice Naruto standing there, as Naruto's also not too afraid to stand up. But really, Naruto's shaking as he can feel this guy's bloodlust and presence. Hey, Naruto. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto would gulp as he's putting on a brave face for Sakura and Sasuke, who are still panicked. It's okay. Let me take this one, Kakashi would say as he puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto would flinch immediately as he had been on guard, as he would then relax again after Kakashi's touch. Alright. Naruto would go back behind Tazuna and tell the two to get into a guarding formation, with Sasuke nodding, saying he doesn't need to hear it from him, as the three would then surround Tazuna, being prepared for any other enemies. Kakashi would look up to Zabuza, almost instantly recognizing who he is, saying he's seen him in the bingo book before, the wielder of the Executioner's Blade, and current 7 deadly swordsman of the mist, the rogue ninja, Zabuza. To be honest, I'm happy you know my name, Kakashi, the copy ninja. Zabuza would reply back, rather snarkily, as Zabuza looks at Kakashi's eye. Why don't you take off that headband and show me your actual ability, is what Zabuza would say as he prepares a hand seal, quickly creating some water clones, as well as the hit and miss jutsu, as he begins covering the area with fog. Kakashi would tell Naruto to use his ability, as he tells Naruto to create clones. Naruto would nod as he creates several shadow clones using his reverse hand style, and as he does this, Naruto would notice something. Every time his clones touched the mist would actually evaporate and disappear, almost like it was getting erased by his clones. What? Zabuza would think. There's no way! The only one who can undo my mist jutsu is me! So how is he destroying the jutsu, he would say, as the one who had previously unnoticed, Naruto, would actually be able to completely counteract and destroy this tactic of hiding in the mist and attacking. With Naruto there, they had nothing to fear of the open area, so Zabuza would switch his plan as he pulls Kakashi out onto the water, jumping onto the lake. Luckily for Zabuza, the three Genin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, none of them actually knew how to use any tree walking or water walking, so this tactic of running onto the lake would give him the advantage, allowing him to use the jutsu again, with now just him and Kakashi, as the water clones begin fighting against Naruto's clones and try and take them out. The moment the water clones touched Naruto's clones, the two clones would both evaporate and disappear, as the chakra and anti-chakra would react against each other like a magnet and delete each other almost. Damn it, Zabuza would say. I would think my clones would be stronger than his, but so why are they deactivating? Zabuza would begin to figure it out piece by piece together, as he's thinking about how this kid is actually able to defend against him and his abilities. This would be a mistake though, as Kakashi comes whirling in, using a long lightning blade, and revealing this technique almost immediately as he slashes at Zabuza, trying to take him out. Zabuza would block with the Executioner's Blade as he then throws a punch of his own, knocking Kakashi's left arm and causing it to be then pulled out of its joint. That was a pretty good punch, Kakashi would say, as he then throws his own, hitting Zabuza and knocking him back across the water. Before Kakashi can do much, however, and get back into the battle, Zabuza would say he's got him, as a water clone would appear directly behind Kakashi and use the water prison jutsu, capturing him. Damn it, that used way more chakra than I thought it did. Where's my chakra going? When clones are disabled, they should head back to me. I should regain the chakra I put into them, he'd say. But they didn't. All the clones that Naruto had deleted would have been erased from Naruto's anti-chakra and negated, returned back to nature energy, which basically took away Zabuza's chakra he had used, making it so that he had spent the chakra instead of lending it out. Hey kid, you! Zabuza would say, as he points at Naruto. You have the ability to negate chakra, don't you? Am I right? Zabuza would say, as Naruto would be shocked, not even really having realized this himself. What? Naruto would ask. Don't lie to me, I know it's true. I didn't see you use any sealing jutsu, so there's no way you could have sealed all of my clones with yours. That can only mean that you're not using chakra to beat me, he would say. No, Naruto would be shocked, as Naruto himself hadn't come to the realization yet that he had anti-chakra. I can negate chakra, Naruto would be thinking. Sasuke would then come up with a plan as he tells Naruto it, with Naruto shocked and thinking this would work. Sasuke would show the hand seal to Naruto the transformation jutsu, explaining it to him and telling him to try his best, with Zabuza now being distracted by what Sasuke and Naruto were doing, having no idea what their plan would be. Naruto would discreetly have made a clone as it would swap places with him, with Naruto then using the reverse transformation jutsu, and temporarily transform himself into an anti-chakra shuriken, which Sasuke would then grasp as he then throws Naruto towards Zabuza, along with a feint. Zabuza would dodge the first shuriken, this shuriken being Naruto, with the second then being within its shadow, the shadow shuriken jutsu, As the second shuriken is about to hit Zabuza, he'd block it with his sword. Zabuza would begin to laugh, saying that these kids are idiots if you think that's going to... Suddenly, he'd be shocked, his eyes widen, as Naruto, just as he'd flown past Zabuza, had untransformed himself as he then grabs the jutsu. If I really had the ability to negate chakra, he'd say, then I have to do it now! As Naruto wraps his body around the water jutsu, grabbing Zabuza's hand, hey, you can't do that! Suddenly, Kakashi would fall out of the ball, as Kakashi would watch as the entire hand of Zabuza would lose chakra in it. Damn it, you little brat, he would say, as Zabuza would backhand Naruto, sending him flying across the water, skipping like a rock in fact, as Naruto would hit his head into a tree across the lake. Damn it, Naruto would say, as he feels blood coming from his head. That one really hurt, he would say as he gritted his teeth, with him now flaring his eyes up towards Zabuza. Zabuza would shake his hand as he feels the numbness. That confirms it, he'd say. That kid has the ability to take out my chakra. I have to kill him first. But before he could do anything, Kakashi would be standing up on the water, as he's now activated his Sharingan. Just as Zabuza is about to go on attack to finish off Naruto, who in his eyes is currently the greatest threat to his strategy, Kakashi would already be on the offensive, as he then uses the Raikiri against Zabuza again. Zabuza would block as he begins using the Water Dragon Jutsu, and this would be when we see Kakashi beginning to mimic using the Sharingan to copy the technique. As the two Water Dragons would collide, Kakashi would actually speed up, as his dragon would be faster, and ram into Zabuza, sending him flying across the lake, seemingly killing him. Unfortunately, before Kakashi can actually finish the job, suddenly an Anbu from the Mist Village would appear. A member of the Anbu out here, Kakashi would be thinking, as he feels himself fading off into consciousness, since Naruto had taken some of his chakra too, when Naruto had forced his anti-chakra into the water prison jutsu. Naruto would jump into the water as he swims extra fast, diving under the water and grabbing Kakashi-sensei and pulling him up. As the three would watch, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura witnessing, with the Anbu member quickly grabbing Zabuza's body and escaping before anyone can attack them. Sasuke and Sakura would help Naruto carry Kakashi. Just as Team 7 gets to Tazuna's house, Naruto would pass out from the blood loss from his head as he falls to the ground, with him being knocked out. He took a real hard hit when he slammed against that tree, and he had actually put most of the work in and used some anti-chakra in that battle. Kakashi would wake up a few days later, with Naruto still being unconscious. Naruto would wake up after Kakashi just by a little bit, as Kakashi would then thank Naruto for all the help he did during the battle, as Naruto touches on his head feeling that bandages were wrapped over his wounds. Yeah, no problem, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto would be staring at the ground with a look on his eyes like he has no idea what's going on, as though he's contemplating and thinking about something that he can't really understand. Kakashi-sensei? Yeah, Naruto? I have a question. Kakashi would ask what his question is, with Naruto then asking Kakashi if it's true that Naruto doesn't have chakra, and that he has the ability to negate chakra. Kakashi would sigh as he would then nod, telling Naruto that's the truth, with Naruto being shocked as he feels his hands slide to the bottom of the bed, as he then folds himself back as he lays back on his pillow. Is that why? He would say. Is that why everyone... We'd see some flashbacks of Naruto as he's had troubles through his life, not being able to fit in with everyone else. Is that why they all hated me, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi would look back to Naruto and say nothing, as we see Naruto pondering over his memories, and how Sasuke had been afraid of him after he had fought him that day. Is that why Sasuke was afraid of me? Naruto would be thinking. This would damage Naruto mentally for a little bit, and for the next day, while Sasuke and Sakura practiced tree walking with Kakashi, Naruto would say he'd pass, as he would be thinking about it as he then looks at his hand and focuses, trying to move his anti-chakra. But how can I... He'd ask Kakashi how he can use jutsu as he then pulls himself over looking at Kakashi, with Kakashi having been talking with Naruto pretty much the whole day, while Sasuke and Sakura trained the tree walking exercise, since it was pretty much pointless for Naruto to even attempt, since Naruto did try it once but miserably failed. Since Naruto has pretty much death energy, Naruto, while his body is filled with anti-chakra, cannot actually use water walking or tree walking, which is pretty interesting since that's a big change from the original. Luckily, this handicap shouldn't really change too much. And also, Naruto can make up for it in this timeline since his physical strength and speed, agility, and most of his stats are much higher for his base stats, I guess you could say. So it kind of evens out. Anyway, Naruto would finally snap out of it as he tells Kakashi he's going to train no matter what power he has, and he's going to become the Hokage even if he doesn't have chakra. With Naruto getting back to trainings, he works on push-ups and sit-ups instead, focusing on building his body more, just like he had been doing for a while now. Kakashi would decide to throw the kid a bone, as he decides that it's not fair if he gives the other two a technique to train on. He would tell Naruto that he's seen how Naruto uses hand seals, and that with his anti-chakra, it appears as if though you can use reverse hand seals of a normal jutsu, then it allows you to mimic that jutsu in some way. Although I can't really see what you're doing with your chakra, or I guess anti-chakra pathways, since my Sharingan doesn't work on anything besides chakra. Naruto would be shocked as he just said, "Anti-chakra, huh? I like the sound of it," he'd say as he smiles. "Well, I guess I'll work on my own thing then," as Kakashi would then tell Naruto an idea he could do. Naruto would be excited as he then says that's a great idea, and runs off into the forest. Kakashi would have given Naruto something, but the other two couldn't see, as you see Naruto swinging something against a wooden board, with the bark having already been shaved away quite a bit after a few hours. "This is really tough," he'd say, as Naruto had never practiced with this before, but he was getting the hang of it. We see Naruto as he's now leaning against the tree, with a black katana having now laid at his side, that Kakashi happened to have on hand in a scroll. We have a small flashback to the conversation Kakashi had with Naruto, saying that we can deduce that you can mimic the abilities of chakra by using reverse hand seals, at least that's what I'll call them, he would say. But you can't do things like tree or water walking or passive abilities of chakra that require you to use something without hand seals and just pure control. So instead, we'll have you work on your anti-chakra control instead. I want you to focus your energy into this blade." The blade he had handed Naruto was just a normal black sword, at least on appearance, but actually the metal that it was made is made out of the same metal that Asuma's knives are made out of. The metal itself that can absorb chakra and energy. Naruto would have converted the blade already, that's why it turned black from its normal iron color, into an anti-chakra blade. This katana now had Naruto's anti-chakra flowing through it, and he could push his energy into it and use it as an extension of his own body, just like how Asuma uses chakra in the same way. Naruto would swing the sword at the tree again, trying to spread as much anti-chakra in the blow as he can as possible, with Kakashi's instruction having been to him to increase his mastery and his control over it, and that if Naruto can master controlling this anti-chakra power of his, he could become unstoppable. Naruto would gulp as he says he's going to become strong, as he keeps swinging and practicing with the katana, beginning to master it since the Uzumaki clan is naturally gifted with Kenjutsu. Naruto, after a few hours, would be exhausted as he passes out having used a ton of anti-chakra on the tree, which is now slowly beginning to die from the chakra that had been pulled out of it. Naruto would pass out as he would wake up earlier in that morning with Haku, unknowingly Haku, having come and asked what he was doing. Naruto would pull himself up as he then tells Haku that he was training all night, with Haku and Naruto having the same conversation they would have had in the original. Naruto would learn about the importance of fighting for someone else's sake, to protect someone, and Naruto would take it to heart as he thanks Haku for the conversation, unknowing who this pretty girl would be, with him not knowing it was a boy, until the end when Haku would say that he was a boy, causing Naruto to jump in fear, as he would then tell him that was scary, as he would wave to his new-made friend as he walks off back to the cabin. Sasuke, on the other hand, we can see who had mastered the tree walking technique, would be ecstatic that there was something he could do that Naruto couldn't do. Finally, he would be thinking, as Naruto would sheave his katana to his side, now walking alongside Kakashi and telling him about his training, with Kakashi nodding and patting Naruto on the head. Naruto would be pretty excited, as Naruto would then head out with Team 7 and Tazuna to go and finish the construction on the bridge. As the trio would head out, Zabuza and Haku would have been doing some brainstorming, as they decided that their strategy of using mist wouldn't be able to work any longer, so long as that kid who was able to delete chakra and erase it was there. This would be when they came up with a strategy to hold Tazuna's daughter, well, Tazuna's grandson and his family hostage, causing Naruto to have to return back to there and fight Haku, while Zabuza would battle Kakashi and the rest, saying that he could handle it. This means that Haku and Naruto would be pulled off the battlefield for most of this fight, meaning that the two would be in a hostage situation. As soon as Team 7 walks onto the bridge, the mist would begin to turn around itself as it churns out from the jutsu being cast. Naruto would laugh, saying he'll take care of this, as he quickly creates 3 anti-chakra Jute Shadow clones, as they each have their own katana blades now, as they would pull them out and begin slashing the blades through the mist, cutting it and destroying it. Before Naruto can ruin the plan any longer, Naruto would suddenly have a whisper in his ear, as we see Zabuza standing behind him, telling him that Tazuna's family, his grandson, are in trouble, and that he had sent one of his subordinates to go and attack them. And if Naruto didn't head over there now, then they'd probably die. Naruto would be shocked as he tells Kakashi he has to get out of there, telling him that he trusts Zabuza to be left to him, as Naruto runs off. Everyone watches Naruto runs back to where the house of Tazuna is, as he would then see mirrors of ice surrounding the entire area. If you know what's good for you, don't move, the masked figure would say as he has a blade, a small needle held towards the young boy's throat. The boy would be having tears in his eyes as his mouth covered by the hand of Haku. Put him down now, Naruto would say, as he then holds his katana and pulls it out. Using it as a feint, he would throw the sword at an incredibly high speed. This would just be a distraction though, as Naruto had filled the blade of anti-chakra, so no matter what Haku threw at it, it would have been blasted to shreds from the katana. Haku, having seen that Naruto was training this katana, would think this was his final move, in desperation for the boy's life. However, under the ground we suddenly see one of Naruto's clones pop up behind Haku as well as the young boy, the young grandson of Tazuna, as Naruto's clone would punch Haku in the face, causing him to momentarily lose sight for a moment, as he gets sent flying and eventually would land in one of his own mirrors. Beginning to move back and forth at an incredibly fast pace, Naruto's clone would grab Tazuna's grandson and make a run for it, while Naruto himself would pick up his katana saying that was pretty good, huh? This would be when Haku and Naruto's battle will begin, as Naruto stands in between all of the mirrors, ice beginning to form around him. As even though Haku has intense speed, Haku would be shocked as Naruto's eyes meet Haku's every step of the way. His reaction time is so fast, he'd be thinking. Naruto blocks as many of the Senbon as he can with his katana, slashing and cutting them out of the air at superhuman speeds, as Naruto begins to charge anti-chakra into his body. The moment that the needles actually touched the anti-chakra that was going around his body, Naruto could feel it, as he dodges out of the way, using his own anti-chakra as a sort of shield, as an extension of his nerves to tell him where attacks were coming from. His body. He's grown so much more control over his anti-chakra in just a number of days. Naruto begins slashing the mirrors as he's moving faster than Haku can actually evade the mirrors, as Haku's Senbon have pierced Naruto a few times now, but Naruto wasn't taking the damage, as Naruto even forces through the pain. Haku would decide that it's time to meet up with Zabuza, and the two of them together could take him down, thinking that Zabuza must have taken out the others already. Naruto would follow behind on the ground, as Haku would use the advantage that he has of being able to attach to the trees, something that Naruto can't do, as he climbs up. Naruto would say it's not going to work on him, as Naruto would throw a kunai up towards Haku. What is he planning? It's a wire kunai. Naruto would use the wire kunai to use his pure strength to pull him into the air as he jumps on top of the tree branch, chasing after Haku through the trees and slashing with his katana, cutting down different branches and chasing after him. This guy's fast, Naruto would say, as eventually the two would head back to the bridge, where we see Zabuza battling against Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke now having almost awakened his Sharingan, as he's being pushed to the brink of death by Zabuza and his water clones against Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna, who's now cowering in fear. As Naruto arrives back at the battlefield, Haku and his battle would commence again, as Naruto feels his anti-chakra pool beginning to drain. "I'm running out of energy," he'd say. Sasuke would jump into the battle as he tells Naruto he'll help him and tells Kakashi to take on Zabuza. Now that Kakashi knows that Sasuke's out of the way, he can fight at full strength as he uses his Sharingan again against Zabuza, the two fighting in equal sword combat. Kakashi would use Chidori 1000 Birds as he slashes at Zabuza's face, cutting him and almost getting his neck. Zabuza would dodge, he then swings it with a great swing of his executioner's blade, cutting through the air as a jet of wind would come off of it. Now that Naruto would see that Sasuke's in the circle, he'd think, Damn it, Sasuke, why did you get in here? I could have handled him if it was just me." Sasuke would just be on the brink of it, as he would see as the Senbon would come flying at Naruto. Sasuke doesn't know about the new development that Naruto can feel and sense things moving into his range of anti-chakra, and this would be his fatal mistake, as Sasuke would jump forward trying to take the blow, as Senbon then pierced Sasuke's body. "No, Sasuke!" Naruto would be thinking, as he then watches Sasuke's body drop to the ground, as Sasuke had just awakened his Sharingan. Damn it. Sasuke would cough as he feels his organs now beginning to bleed out internally, as he thinks he's going to die. "Naruto, you might be the only one I can entrust my dream to now," he would say. Naruto began to feel something bubbling within him, as he would listen to Sasuke intently. "Naruto, the person I want you to kill is my older brother, Itachi. He killed my entire clan, all of them, before my very eyes. I watched as he slaughtered our mother and father, my brothers and sisters, my family of the Uchiha clan, with nothing but hatred in his eyes, not even a tiny morsel of remorse. All he felt was joy at killing our kinsmen. I want you to make that bastard pay, Naruto. Find Itachi. Gut him like a fish," Sasuke would say, as he would pass out, falling to the ground. Naruto would be silent for a moment as Haku would say that if he had only not jumped into the circle and tried to protect his friend, then Sasuke, the young haired boy, wouldn't have died because of Naruto, and it was Naruto's fault. Naruto would be sitting there silently, as something would begin to stir within Naruto, as chakra would begin to awaken within him for the first time. Switch. Suddenly, the anti-chakra in his body would swap into a bright orange chakra pool, as the Kyuubi's Nine Tails chakra pool would swap with the anti-chakra one. Naruto's anti-chakra would then be sealed behind the seal, while the Kurama seal would be released, temporarily allowing Naruto to access chakra. Suddenly, Naruto's body would be filled with life energy, as he stands up, his eyes now red, with his pupil having now sharpened. "I'll make you pay," he would say, as he stares at Haku with nothing but rage in his eyes. "I'll make you pay, you hear me?" Naruto would say. Naruto's superhuman speed already and superhuman strength would have been enhanced by the One Tails mode of the Kyuubi, as Naruto's claws-like fingers had extended even further, his nails sharpened. Haku would be shocked as he's about to teleport to the next mirror. Before he can do so, Naruto would grab him by the throat, as he then guts him, taking his fist and shoving it into Haku's chest, back and forth over and over again, before Naruto's hand rips out through the other side of Haku's body. Before he could even see who it was, Naruto would throw one final punch filled with all the Kyuubi's chakra that he had left, that had been given to him by Kurama through his rage. As Naruto threw this, he'd scream in agony, "Sasuke!" as he throws this punch, punching Haku in the mask, shattering it. Immediately, Naruto's rage would dissipate, as he's shocked at what he just had done. He would remember the boy who had talked to him in the forest and had asked him about his dream of the Hokage, explained to him what it meant to protect someone. No, it wasn't meant to be. Naruto had realized what he had done, as Haku's body, corpse, would go flying towards where Kakashi and Zabuza were, with Haku's last attempt at life to save his master, the only one who gave him purpose. We see Haku as a young boy being picked up by Zabuza in the land of snow, the land where he had been left behind, where his family had been murdered. All alone, Zabuza had given him purpose, a life, his mission to be a useful tool for his master. Suddenly we can hear a sickening stabbing sound as Kakashi threw the Raikiri at full force directly through Haku and into Zabuza's chest. Naruto would watch in horror as his eyes are now faded out, as he feels the warm blood of Sasuke covering him, as he tells Sakura to hurry over here and help Sasuke now. The rage in his voice was easily unkempt, as Naruto had never been shown to ever freak out like this before. Naruto was feeling emotions he didn't think he could feel, as he watches he just murdered someone who he had thought of as a friend at the time, as his own friend had just killed someone he had thought of as a friend. Naruto was holding his head in his hands, as he has no idea what he just done, as he thinks about this cruel shinobi world that Haku and Zabuza have been talking about this whole time. As Gato's men arrive on the scene, instead of Zabuza, who had already been killed off by Kakashi along with Haku in a double strike, their corpses now on the ground with blood pooling around them, it would be Naruto. Naruto would stand up as he grips his katana, his hand almost blue from the amount of pressure he's putting into it as the blade's cracking. He would tell Sakura to stay out of this, and Kakashi too, as he looks back at Kakashi saying if they interfere, then he'll kill them all. Naruto's eyes are filled with hatred, as Kurama inside of him is laughing. Naruto would walk forward as he slaughters and kills every single one of Gato's men, pouring anti-chakra out of himself, the seal having been resealed by now, Kurama's chakra having been used and replaced back with anti-chakra. Naruto would have a black energy covering his body as his hair was swirling back and forth as he cuts them all down, ending their lives. Death, death, death. More death energy as chakra fades from their bodies would give Naruto more power, as his chakra pool of anti-chakra would begin to increase, as Kakashi would watch as Naruto's body would be covered in red. As Naruto would then clean off his blade, the black blade from before he had trained so hard with would be shattered, as the end of it would now be completely brittle. Naruto would give the blade back to Kakashi and say that he'll want another one, and thank Kakashi for that, as he then walks back and would sit on the ground, now having nothing on his mind other than the thoughts of those he had just murdered. Naruto is sitting in a pool of blood at the Land of Ways, as snow had already begun descending down the bridge. Naruto's eyes had a dark look in them, something that Sakura herself had never seen before. From Sakura's perspective, we can see as Naruto is sitting in this pool of blood, as he then takes his hand, pushing himself out of it, walking past the corpses of Gato's men that he had slaughtered himself, butchered like animals. Naruto would look down as he sees Sasuke's body bleeding, with bandages now being wrapped over it as Sasuke looks dead. As he alive? Naruto would ask calmly as he looks up at Sakura, his eyes now causing Sakura to jump from fear. Kakashi would put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, who would react immediately as he looks up at Kakashi, with Kakashi telling him that Sasuke should be fine, and they need to get back to the Leaf Village immediately. Sasuke, who is still knocked out, and also has severe injuries, would not be waking up anytime soon. The injuries he'd taken here were actually worse than the ones he had gotten originally back during the Land of Waves arc in the original timeline. Back then, Haku had been holding back at least, because Haku had thought that he could easily take out Sasuke and Naruto. But in this timeline, Naruto is much stronger and caused Haku to actually attack for their vital points, causing Sasuke to get hurt badly. Team 7 will be on the way back to the Leaf Village, as Naruto will be walking along with Tazuna putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder and thanking him for everything he had done, telling him that the name of the bridge would be the Naruto Bridge, in honor of what Naruto had done that day to save him and continue the progress to help the Land of Waves be free from under Gato's rule over the trade there. Naruto would nod solemnly as he would begin walking back with Kakashi and Sakura. Naruto himself would be carrying Sasuke on his shoulder, who's still knocked out and unconscious. Kakashi, is he ever gonna wake up? Naruto would ask, as he looks at his comatose friend. Sasuke's final words to Naruto before he had been taken out by Haku were ringing in Naruto's head. Kill Itachi. Kill my older brother, that bastard. Naruto would be lost in thought as he almost walks into a tree, with Kakashi telling Naruto to keep his senses sharp. If there's any enemies on the way back, then they have to run into. That would be unfortunate if Naruto is caught off guard, especially now that Naruto's carrying one of his friends on his shoulders. And if he lost Sasuke's life and his own, then Sasuke would never forgive him. Naruto nods, he keeps focus, with nothing actually happening on the way back. Now around a week has passed since Naruto has made it back to the Leaf Village, and Sasuke in this time has still not woken up. The villagers are beginning to talk about an idea, with Danzo as well as the other heads beginning to talk about the idea of trying to find Lady Tsunade to heal Sasuke. Especially in this timeline where Danzo still has to follow Itachi's promise that was made between them, with Itachi saying the leaf would protect Sasuke, and if his younger brother died, then Itachi would reveal all the information about the leaf to the Akatsuki, and would refuse to be a double agent for them anymore. So Sasuke's life was a top priority for the Leaf Village. Naruto, of course, didn't know this though. Naruto would have had 2 new katanas given to him, with now having 2 on each side of his belt that he now attached to himself. When Kakashi had gotten the 2 new blades shipped in, he would tell Naruto to keep practicing up and keeping up with his sword training, saying that if Naruto actually wanted to keep mastering the blade, then this would be the best option he could go with. Naruto had considered taking the Executioner's Blade from Zabuza, but had decided that leaving it as part of the grave for Zabuza's honor was a better decision. And especially since the blade wasn't a chakra harnessing one, Naruto wouldn't be able to use his anti-chakra with it, which would kind of negate the benefits at all to begin with. Anyhow, Naruto would now have his 2 blades, that is, he turned them into anti-chakra blades, causing the metal to turn pitch black just like with the old katana. Naruto would go out to walk as he goes to meet with Sakura, having asked her to go out and get something to eat with him. With this version, Naruto not being a simp for Sakura, but still wanting to actually be her friend, since Naruto's trying to befriend more people in the Leaf Village, especially those on his team in Team 7, to try and learn this teamwork that Kakashi had told him about. With Naruto and Sakura walking around, in this version Sasuke won't be following close behind like he had in the original, since he's still in hospital. Another interesting thing is that Konohamaru and Naruto are not nearly as close as they were in the original, so when Konohamaru is getting bullied by Gaara, Naruto wouldn't even really bat an eye. However, he would know that Konohamaru was the 3rd Hokage's grandson, so he wouldn't allow that to happen, as he sees Kankuro picking up the small boy. Hey, Naruto would say, as he looks at Kankuro, his eyes having the same darkness that he had gained from Zabuza and Haku's deaths. Kankuro would look over as he meets Naruto's eyes, when he would suddenly think, this kid is just like Gaara. Kankuro would instinctively drop Konohamaru as he then walks away thanking Naruto for the help, saying that he shouldn't have helped him just because he was the 3rd Hokage's grandson though. Naruto wouldn't even bat an eye at him, he's still locked eyes with Kankuro, with Naruto's hand on one of his blades on each side. As Kankuro is prepared for a fight, Gaara would suddenly walk up from behind as he puts a hand on Kankuro, asking, what's going on here? Gaara would suddenly meet Naruto's eyes as the 2 cold stares would meet, with a new tension brewing in the air. Almost like a thick fog, the bloodlust between the 2 was insane, as both could tell the other had remarkable skill. Gaara would decide that this was not a good time for this battle, telling Kankuro that they don't need to fight here, as Naruto would release his grip on his katanas, as he asks Gaara what his name is. I don't need to give you my name. I'll only exchange mine if you give me yours first, Gaara would say. Naruto would say. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes would now be locked in with Gaara's, as Gaara would tell Naruto that his name is Gaara of the Sand. As the two would then part ways, Sakura would ask what that was all about, with Naruto saying just a small contest of wills. Naruto would then ask Sakura why she thinks that there's actual sand ninja in the Leaf Village. They should ask Kakashi about this immediately. Naruto would go to meet up with Kakashi, as Kakashi was actually looking for his team too, asking them if they'd be interested in a certain subject matter. As Kakashi finds them, he would then ask Naruto a question. He would ask, would you and Sakura like to enter into the Chunin exams? The Chunin exams, Naruto would be thinking. Naruto would gulp as he asked Kakashi if he could explain a little bit more about it, with Kakashi deciding to do so. Kakashi would explain that the Chunin exams are a contest for the Genin to level up to the next rank in the Ninja Society. Usually I'd wait a little bit longer and I'd send 3 of you with you, Sasuke, and Sakura, but, you know, Sasuke's kind of out right now. Naruto would nod, saying that he's interested, but he would ask Kakashi why he'd give him the option, as being that there's only 2 of them. Sakura would gulp, being worried about if she could actually do this, while Kakashi would then mention, saying that if the 2 of you can enter the Chunin exams before Sasuke can wake up, then Sasuke will see how much farther he has to go, and will be pushed to keep up with the 2 of you, even after he'd been taken out in this battle. Kakashi would say this as well as tell Naruto that it'll help him keep his mind off things. Naruto would look down as he thinks about what Sasuke would want. He knows that Sasuke himself would want to be in this battle. He'd want to enter the Chunin exams himself, but since he can't go, Naruto would say, I'll go in his stead. Naruto would have an idea. He would ask Kakashi if Kakashi could work out something with the administrators, saying that if Naruto can handle both himself and Sasuke's tasks during the exam, if he would allow Sasuke to join near the 3rd stage or the final stage of the exam if possible. Kakashi's eyes would widen, asking Naruto why he would think that, with Naruto saying that he thinks if he can give Sasuke a bit more time, then maybe he'll be able to enter the exam after all. Naruto would say this confidently, as Naruto and Kakashi would have a bit of a staring contest for a while, with Kakashi eventually sighing and saying he'll give in and go and ask them. Naruto would cheer as he says he's ready for this, with a bit of light returning to his eyes that had been missing for some time. Naruto would punch his fist into his hand, saying that that's going to be his Nindo. He's going to protect people and help up people who can't help themselves. When you're down, when my friends are down, I'll be the rock they can pull themselves up on, Naruto would say, as he feels it inside of himself. This was the right way. This is the way to go. Naruto would now have a new goal in mind, as he feels himself a bit more cheerful now and less depressed. Naruto would say thanks to Kakashi as he has to get back to training, with Naruto now getting onto a tree as he begins working again on his anti-chakra training, and doing push-ups, sit-ups, and working out his physical body too, of course. Naruto would begin training with his kunai, as well as throwing skills, as well as his actual katana, so he can work on his swordsmanship. Now, here comes another actual big change, and that's Sakura actually wants to do her best in the Chunin exams because Sasuke, not being there in her stead, would not be able to protect her anymore, meaning that it's just her and Naruto, and she doesn't know if she can really rely on Naruto like that. Sakura knows that if she wants to pass for Sasuke, she's gonna have to give it her all. So Sakura in this timeline won't just be sitting there for the last 3 days before the exam, sitting on her hands doing nothing. In fact, she would go up to Naruto and ask if he would be willing to train and spar with her. Sakura? You don't want to be you actually want to try doing something? Sakura would nod as her eyes looked determined. What? A Sakura in one of that one Weeps What Ifs where she's not absolutely garbage? What the hell? What? I know, crazy, right guys? But enough meta. Naruto would actually agree to this, as Naruto would pull out one of his katana and throw it to Sakura, as he takes the others, telling her to get ready. Immediately as he touches Sakura's hands, the black on the blade would begin to disintegrate, as her chakra and the anti-chakra would now negate each other. What the hell? Was Sakura thinking? She would ask Naruto what just happened, with Naruto saying sorry, that he didn't mean to actually take off the anti-chakra beforehand, so that was his fault. Naruto would learn one valuable thing from this though, and that's that when he imbues anti-chakra into something, the anti-chakra will stay until it comes into contact with chakra, meaning he could probably create some sort of projectiles with kunai, or even other objects. Anyhow, Naruto and Sakura begin training, as Sakura isn't so much trying to master swordsmanship as her reaction speed and just attack power in general. Sakura would try and get used to Naruto's intense speed, since Naruto is probably going to be one of the higher level opponents that they'll be having to fight in the Chunin exams, so Sakura is trying to get used to this level of combat. Naruto had promised he'll only use the blunt end of the blade, and that he won't try to hurt her too badly. And Sakura would gulp, as the two began training for the next 3 days. Naruto had helped Sakura actually develop a bit faster reflexes, and her strength in taijutsu is a bit better than it was in the original at this point in the series, which is pretty interesting for only 3 days of training with Naruto. Pretty good. So, the next 3 days had passed as Naruto and Sakura would head out, deciding and feeling determined that they're going to win this thing. They're going to beat the Chunin exams for Sasuke. As Naruto enters into the building, the Genjutsu technique that had been placed on the building would suddenly collapse, as the shinobi who had done it would be shocked. What the hell just happened, he'd be thinking, as all the chakra that had been surrounding the building would have come into contact with Naruto's anti-chakra, dispelling the Genjutsu. That's right, by the way, guys, Genjutsu is not effective against anti-chakra in the slightest either. So that means that Naruto is resistant to Genjutsu as well. In fact, as Naruto and Sakura rise up through the building, this would be when they would pass Lee, as well as Neji and Tenten. As soon as Rock Lee sees Naruto, something in him begins to spark, as this is who he's been waiting for, a opponent that he has been wanting to fight for the longest time ever since hearing about him. Lee would immediately walk up to Naruto and challenge him, bowing and asking Naruto if he'd be willing to fight someone like him. Lee would look up with excitement in his eyes as Naruto's a bit shocked, as his blue eyes would meet with Lee's dark ones. "Who are you, bushy brows?" Naruto would ask, with Lee introducing himself again as Rock Lee, the student of Might Guy, and Guy Sensei's strongest taijutsu pupil, he would say. Well, hopefully strongest, Lee would say as he looks down, thinking about Neji. Neji and Tenten would both sigh, saying they're just going to get into the exam, with Neji keeping an eye on Naruto, noticing with his Byakugan that something's different about him. This one's trouble. I can feel it. Neji would already be worried about Naruto, as he has this aura of strength around him that none of the other participants have had so far that he's seen. As Naruto and Lee begin to face off, Sakura would watch, telling Naruto to do his best, with Naruto nodding, saying he's going to. Suddenly, Lee would disappear, but Naruto's eyes could keep up at this time. "A kick to my left side of my head, huh?" Naruto would lift up his left arm as he blocks the kick easily, with his arm colliding into the weights, as Naruto's pure rock-hard muscle would collapse with Lee's hard-earned trained muscles as well. "You're so strong," Lee would say as he's smiling. "You're just like me," he'd be thinking in his head. "Alright, let's do this thing," he'd say as he pounds his fists together, knowing that he isn't to hold back. Lee would throw a flurry of punches at Naruto, who has bandages on both hands as well. The two who both wear bandages on their hands and arms would easily begin kikashing with each other, with now flurries of white seemingly hitting through the air. As the two are moving so fast, Sakura can't even keep up. They're so fast! They're taijutsu, it's insane! Lee wouldn't be noticing something though, as Naruto's applying a little bit of anti-chakra into every single one of his punches. "I'm getting slower," Lee would be thinking, as he feels himself getting drained. Naruto's little bit of anti-chakra technique that he's been trying to harness allows Naruto to not throw all of his anti-chakra into his punches, which allows him to slowly chip down his opponent's chakra, causing them to slow down and lose stamina without them realizing it. "How am I so tired?" he'd be thinking. Naruto would finally throw a stronger punch as he inputs more anti-chakra into it, a black energy visibly beginning to surround his hand. "What is that?" Lee would be thinking. "I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu," he'd be thinking. "What is he using? I heard that Naruto couldn't use jutsu either." "Dispel fists," Naruto would say, as he punches with his full power with all of his anti-chakra he can muster into this punch. Ugh. Lee would suddenly almost not be knocked out, as his eyes and vision would fade. Lee would get slammed into the wall as a crack appears from the pure power and strength. This would be when Guy would come flying out of nowhere about to what he would have thought would kick Lee as he was about to use one of the gates, but Lee was knocked out. "Lee, are you okay?" Guy would run over as he says he's sorry for in his student's stead to Naruto. Guy would be surprised, however, as he sees Naruto's body. It's so strong. "What the?" Guy would be thinking. "This kid is pretty tough." He would look back to Lee, thinking if he could beat Lee, even Lee with his weights on still pretty fast, this guy must be pretty good. Anyway, Guy would then say outside of his head thanks for knocking some sense into his pupil, his student, as he would then pick up Lee himself and walk off towards the area where the participants would be taking their now first exam. Naruto would sigh as he begins rewrapping his bandages, having noticed that his right hand, when he charged all the anti-chakra, had actually dispelled the bandages around it, which caused a big burst of energy to remove them. As Naruto finishes tying up the bandages again, Sakura would be in awe, saying that was amazing, Naruto, with Naruto saying it wasn't that big of a deal. Naruto would then tell her they have to hurry if they want to get to the exam, so they can win this thing for Sasuke. As Naruto gets into the exam, Naruto would gulp, thinking what would be the first test. However, in this time, when Naruto gets into the exam, he would also proclaim what his victory would be. Naruto this time, though, has some actual skills to back up his confidence, as Naruto would walk into the room, as he then shouts out and proclaiming confidently, "All of you are going down! I'm winning this thing!" As Naruto says this, he would then sit down in the corner waiting, as some of the other shinobi would laugh at him. Naruto would then stand up as he then says if anyone really wants to laugh and get knocked out of the exam now, they're feel free to come challenge him. If they can beat him in an arm wrestling contest, then he'll drop out himself. Naruto would be using this to try and now take out some of the opponents earlier on, using some more of a witty technique. In fact, 2 of these opponents would actually take this idea, as they would then promptly lose to Naruto's pure physical strength, with the rest after seeing those 2 deciding that it wasn't worth it, and the kid might actually have some skill after all. With the rest of the Genin sighing a sigh of relief after seeing Naruto actually wasn't a complete idiot, and also he got 2 people out of the exam already, that was crazy. Kabuto would be shocked as he sees this, with him looking down at his card having seen before that Naruto's cards, his ninja cards, said that he was pretty much a low target, not having any skills or unique abilities of any kind. Kabuto would be intrigued with Naruto as he would try to go over to talk to him. Naruto in this version would be a bit less friendly though as he asks what Kabuto wants, knowing that he probably has a second ulterior motive up his sleeve. Kabuto would hold his hands up saying he's just trying to pass the exam, and it's good to make allies early on. You don't want too many enemies. Naruto would say thanks for the advice, but he already has not one ally, and that's enough for him. This would be when the first test would begin to commence, as this first test would be a written exam. Oh my no! Naruto would be thinking. He was not good at written exams still. This Naruto is still a knuckle-headed idiot. Other than the fact that he knows a bit better about his ability and is physically stronger, his mental ability is pretty much still the same, as Naruto would be sweating as everyone around would be thinking that he must be acing the exam. Hinata would be sitting next to Naruto still in the same timeline, as she would offer him to look at her test answers. As Naruto sees Hinata, he quickly moves away, saying he's sorry, as Naruto in this version remembers that what he had done and had hurt Hinata, if you guys remember from last time. Hinata would be a bit sad actually, as Hinata actually thinks that Naruto doesn't like her because of her, so she doesn't realize that Naruto feels guilty. So these 2 have a much more interesting dynamic, I think, that we would have seen earlier on than what we got in Shippuden. Anyhow, Naruto would just be sitting on the test sweating as he thinks about what he can do. Naruto closes his eyes as he uses all of his senses listening around, as he listens to the pencils moving, listens to the people breathing, and decides that he can do this. As the final question comes up, and everyone is asked if they wish to leave now to raise their hands. Naruto would begin to raise his hand as he hasn't filled out a single question, before slamming it down, saying that he's not going to give up. Naruto would be the only person there in the entire testing site who actually hadn't filled out any questions but still did not give up on the last one, and he would have passed, with that having been the true test the entire time. Sakura would breathe out a sigh of relief asking Naruto how he did, with Naruto now breathing out a sigh too, saying, "Whew, just one question." Sakura would gag as she asked, "What?" with her now telling Naruto he's an idiot. Naruto would laugh saying, "Yeah, he is," with the 2 then heading out, as Anko would have come to take the rest of the participants to the Forest of Death. With the entire group of participants now moving out, Gaara, Neji, and Naruto would have already begun feeling each other out, feeling that these 3 would be the toughest opponents in the entire area. These 3 would be the people in their way. And Naruto could even tell this himself. Naruto would tell Sakura they'll have a slight disadvantage in this next one, and he has a feeling about that. Something he can't shake. Anko would then give out the scrolls as she explains the test, with Naruto not interrupting this time like he had in the original, and having that situation with Anko, him, and Orochimaru. Naruto and his team would have been given an Earth Scroll, meaning they had to find a Heaven Scroll. Okay. Sakura, we're ready for this. We can do this. That's what we put our training in for, right? Naruto would say. Sakura would nod. An interesting development in this timeline is that Orochimaru only has a bit less incentive to attack Team 7 this time, since Sasuke isn't there, meaning that there's no way for him to put the curse mark on Sasuke like he had in the original at this point in time. Orochimaru would be wondering where Sasuke was, knowing that he was going to be here, and he's not. Which would be an interesting development that is kind of different to the story than the original. However, his second target, Naruto, would still be here. Now you may be wondering, why is Naruto a target? And that's because Orochimaru would have been doing research into this ability. After having heard about the tale of how the Nine-Tailed Fox had been defeated by a baby all those years ago, he was definitely interested in this ability. I would have been researching about anti-chakra and how rare and unique it was in its abilities. So Orochimaru was definitely interested in trying to get Naruto or Sasuke's body, but he didn't know if the jutsu that he could use on Naruto would even work, since he had heard that even sealing jutsu wouldn't work on Naruto, and genjutsu wouldn't either, from his tests and results. Anyhow, the test would begin as Naruto and Sakura would then run into the Forest of Death. Naruto and Sakura run into the Forest of Death, scroll in hand, as Naruto begins to look around for enemies. Sakura, we have to pass this exam, and we're going to do it without Sasuke. It's just the two of us, you know that, right? Sakura would nod as she looks at Naruto. Naruto would look back as the two share a gaze for a moment, before they begin running off in the woods. Sakura would be climbing through trees, and Naruto would be on the ground. Damn it, Naruto would say. Hold up, Naruto would say. Naruto uses katana as he then digs it into the large trees, using it to climb and pull himself up to the branch, as he would tell Sakura he's ready to go. Naruto would jump from tree to tree using his pure physical strength and holding onto the branches and using his agility. While Sakura is able to easily move through the tree line with her chakra, Naruto is at a disadvantage here and is actually slowing the two down. Damn it, he'd say. How am I more useless than Sakura? How far have I fallen? Sasuke. Naruto would then narrow his eyes. He thinks there's gotta be some way I can... Naruto would then have an idea, as he then tries to do the opposite of what Sakura and Sasuke learned. As Naruto pushes his anti-chakra into his feet and feels the chakra in the tree, he would suddenly kill it, as a burst of air would send Naruto flying, as he now jumps almost like a boost. Wow, that could work, Naruto would say. Naruto, in case you guys are wondering what he's just doing, is Naruto's figured out that he can use anti-chakra to repel himself. Similarly to how magnets work, two chakra sources, when they have their north and south end, is what I'm using to compare them to, would connect together and stick, allowing the ninja to actually walk on trees or water by using their chakra. Naruto, on the other hand, can use his anti-chakra to boost off of chakra, disabling the chakra and using it like the opposite of a magnet, giving him force to move around and be more agile in the air. Sakura would ask what he's doing as Naruto's leaping from tree to tree even faster now, as Naruto laughs thinking that he can do it too, Sasuke. You're not so special anyway, huh? What Naruto wouldn't be noticing is that every time he steps, there would be a dead imprint of dead wood on the tree where he left his foot, ironically actually making it a forest of death, leaving a path of footprints right to them. Hey Sakura, take this scroll for a second. Naruto would pass the scroll over to Sakura as he would then go behind some bushes since he has to use the bathroom. As he's about to use it, he would then suddenly get jumped by a shinobi, as they try and take him out. The moment they touch him, however, Naruto would feel it, and his reaction time would be much higher than the original Naruto. Instead of fighting back at all, Naruto would just charge his anti-chakra and push into his right shoulder, where they had grabbed him. Suddenly the entire ninja's hand would go numb, as they pass out from their chakra being pushed out of their entire arm and into the rest of their body. Naruto forcefully shocking their chakra caused them to almost black out for a second there. As they recover, pulling himself back up, Naruto turns around with his fist, as he then punches them in the head, knocking them out. Naruto would grab the scroll from him as he flips it around the air, grabbing it out of the air and saying that's one down, as he would then walk it back over to Sakura, handing her the scroll. What happened? Sakura would ask, with Naruto saying he was just visited by a friend, he would say. Sakura and Naruto would keep going forward, but Naruto's footprints would actually lead to them a hunter of prey looking for a specific anti-chakra using brat. Naruto would suddenly feel all the hairs on his neck stand up as he tells Sakura to get down to the ground now. Naruto would raise his hand just in time as he blocks it. A giant summoned snake would rush towards Naruto. Not this time, he would say, as Naruto with his left hand grabs the snake and pushes it back, its spine bending in on itself from Naruto's pure physical strength. Naruto, quick as a flash with his other hand, would grab his left side katana as he pulls it out with almost lightning speed. This wicked speed would then slash the snake's head off as it begins to rot and disappear. Damn it, Naruto would say, as he looks up, seeing Orochimaru standing there. Well, who we know is Orochimaru. His bloodlust is... Naruto would feel like throwing up as he can't move. Damn it, he's so strong, Naruto would say. He would look over to Sakura, his eyes moving over to her, as he would then use with most of his effort telling her, Sakura, run! Sakura would do as he says, as she almost pissed herself when she felt the bloodlust, with Sakura running as she sees Naruto standing in fear against this monster. Who the hell are you? Naruto would say, as Orochimaru would then laugh, his tongue flicking about, as he tells Naruto that he's here for him, and that he's going to die. Naruto's eyes would now suddenly begin to quake, as he begins to feel something he hadn't felt for a long time. This is fear. Naruto would then pull his two katanas out as he bites his own hand, feeling the blood rushing down his arm. I don't care how strong you are, he'd say. I don't care how much chakra you have. I'm going to take you down right here, and right now. Naruto's biting his lips so hard that blood's running down his face, as he rushes at Orochimaru, jumping and using his boost off the tree. Orochimaru wouldn't expect this, as Naruto's speed increases by almost 1.5 times from the boost. As he pushes off the tree, the entire stump of it would be dead immediately as it begins to fall over. Naruto doesn't notice as he boosts off, rushing at Orochimaru with his katanas. Slash! So Naruto would then use both blades, he makes an X formation slash, slicing off two of Orochimaru's arms. He'd be shocked, as Orochimaru himself would have not been prepared for this speed. Naruto would then continue to bound off of tree over tree, as Orochimaru would then quickly regenerate using his snake skin. As Orochimaru now removes himself from that body, and now is back, he uses his chakra as he then decides he'll take this kid out fast, and uses another snake summoning. This time when he summons the giant snake and it rushes at Naruto, Naruto doesn't waste any time as he easily dodges it. Knowing that it's made out of chakra now, he charges anti-chakra into his blades as he slices down the entire snake, spinning around its core as the entire snake disappears from the anti-chakra, killing it. The only one who's going to die here, he would say, is you. Orochimaru almost falls over from laughter as Naruto's about to throw his right fist, with Naruto asking as he feels himself getting more pissed off, what the hell is he laughing about? Orochimaru would then block his tears from laughter as he looks at Naruto with an amused look on his face. Just the thought that someone as weak as you could defeat me. Orochimaru would then move forward as he throws a punch into Naruto's gut. What? He would say. Naruto would have no idea what happened as he used anti-chakra to block the blow, but Orochimaru is still fine. What's he doing? What he doesn't know is that Orochimaru is controlling his chakra pathways and removed his chakra from his fist as he threw the punch, making it only a physical attack that wouldn't affect his chakra points. Orochimaru, using his snake-like body, is able to move his chakra around it so that Naruto can't drain it from him. That's your whole technique, you'd be thinking. There's no way you can beat me with such paltry ability as that. If you can't land a hit, that is. Suddenly his neck would begin to expand as he's about to bite down Naruto's neck. As he does so, however, Naruto would grab his head as he begins squeezing Orochimaru's neck and begins charging anti-chakra into as much as he can. Get the hell off of me, he'd say, as Naruto pushes with all of his might. Orochimaru would barely sink his teeth into Naruto's neck, and immediately as the seal begins to form, Naruto's skin would begin to bubble. What? Orochimaru would be shocked, not realizing that seals didn't work on Naruto, thinking that after he saw that the Nine Tails was sealed inside, then how did he would realize it too late. Minato, the fourth Hokage, he used Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto would suddenly have an anti-clone drop from above onto Orochimaru's neck, then 5 more as they surround his body and begin stabbing with kunai. I have to get out of here. Sasuke's the best bet. I can't beat him right now. Naruto began punching Orochimaru's body with anti-chakra, almost draining all of Orochimaru's chakra. With quickly the last of his chakra, Orochimaru would use a substitution jutsu as he gets out of there just in time and is able to escape Naruto's grasp. Naruto would pass out as he feels almost all of his anti-chakra drained away. Naruto! Naruto! We see Sakura calling as she begins climbing the trees looking for him. We see Naruto slumped over a branch, with all of his clones having already disappeared and killed several life of grass and plant life around it. Oh my god, Naruto, are you okay? Naruto's katanas would be scattered on the ground, as his kunai would be also there as well. As Sakura would try to pick up Naruto, her hands would burn. Ah! Almost like she picked up a hot pan, she immediately drops Naruto with him saying, ow. She would have to think of another way. Damn it, I'm so useless, she'd say, as she does nothing but sit by Naruto in the tree, waiting for him to recover. She would eventually decide to bear with it, as she would rip off a piece of cloth and wrap it around Naruto's hand, blocking the chakra flow between the two. As Sakura would grab Naruto's arm and pull him down the tree, using her chakra to keep the bow steady, she would finally fall to the ground with him falling on top of her. Ow! Sakura would lift Naruto as she begins carrying him, leaving his katanas behind for now, into a nearby bush and leaving him there. She would then go and retrieve the katanas and put them in Naruto's sheaths, telling him to be careful and what happened. Naruto would be already passed out as most of his anti-chakra is gone, which is why something is about to change inside of Naruto. Suddenly 3 Sound Ninja would appear, with Orochimaru not having known that Sasuke would be gone. This would be when the 3 would appear looking for Sasuke Uchiha. As Sakura would see Naruto in the state he's in, she knows he could beat these guys, but it's only me for now, she would think, as Sakura would pull one of Naruto's blades from the side. I'll fight you, Sakura would say, as she steps out of the bush prepared to fight them. her knees shaking as she has determination on her face. The sound pipe user would laugh, mocking her, asking where Sasuke Uchiha is. Sakura would suddenly see an image of Sasuke in a hospital bed, with these three trying to surround and take him down, and then that snake-like guy from earlier. She would feel a shiver down her spine. She says she's not going to tell them where Sasuke is. She's not going to let them hurt Sasuke or Naruto. Suddenly he'd move forward, but Sakura would react this time, as he's about to blast sound directly at Sakura. Unknowingly to Sakura, as Naruto's blade swings down upon the sound user, Sakura would unnotice that the blade was still black, filled with anti-chakra. You're done for! You know that? Suddenly, he would feel all of his chakra be cut off from his windpipe, as he feels himself get cut just a little bit by the blade as he tried to dodge backwards. This blade had anti-chakra in it, and disabled his left arm. What did you do? He'd say. Damn you, girl, he'd think, as Sakura would then take the blade as she begins cutting down on him, slashing at him. The other two would then begin to run in as Sakura is defenseless. Suddenly, Rock Lee would jump in, having seen what happened to Naruto, as well as Sakura, and defend the two. I'll save you, he would think, as he jumps in and attacks the other two. With him and Sakura working together, they're actually almost winning. That is, until Lee and Sakura are affected by the sound jutsu, causing them to have... what? Their vision blurred, their senses are beginning to fade. They'd feel like they were walking in high-altitude air as they're about to pass out. As Sakura's falling to the ground, and Lee as well, the two are about to die. I don't want to die here, she would think. Please, help Naruto. As she passes out, she would think about Naruto and Sasuke, when suddenly an orange light would appear in her mind as she opens her eyes. Standing there with a blade, Naruto's blade, about to pierce into Sakura's back, we see Naruto standing there, his entire body covered in a flickering orange chakra, as he's used all of his anti-chakra and is now accessed the Nine Tails. Get the hell away from her, he'd say, as Naruto grabs the man's hand and squeezes it, breaking his wrist and dropping this katana. Naruto would instantly, like a flash, grab the sword out of the air and cut the man's arm off. Damn you, he would say. Naruto would tell him to get the hell away from them, now. Naruto's eyes would show no mercy, as a red and dark aura was inside of it, filled with the Nine Tails' hatred. Before the three can even escape, Naruto would teleport behind them. So fast, they'd be thinking. Naruto's physical speed, enhanced by the Nine Tails, is so crazily high Rock Lee couldn't even follow the movement. Damn, I don't even know if I could beat him in the gates right now, he'd be thinking, as Naruto is easily able to dispatch the three. Now what Naruto be thinking? An arm? A leg? Maybe a head. As Naruto begins butchering the three, the sound ninja won't escape, and in this timeline, Naruto kills them all, realizing in this version about the true meaning of a shinobi's life from Zabuza and Haku, watching them die. I won't show mercy to these scumbags, he would say. I won't show mercy to anyone who preys on my friends, because that's my Nindo, to protect them. As Naruto finishes off the last one, ending his suffering, blood would begin to pool over the forest floor, as Naruto's anti-chakra and Kurama's chakra would swap, with Naruto re-accessing his anti-chakra. I'm back, he would say. Sakura, good job holding them off for me, he'd say. Naruto would pick up Sakura and carry her on his back, as he tells Lee that he can go and thanks for the help. Lee would give him a thumbs up and say he can't wait to fight him in the next stage, telling Naruto that he's amazing. Naruto would nod, saying thanks, as he then cleans the blood off of his sword and puts it back in its sheath, saying they need to move if they want to actually pass the exam. Naruto and Sakura would then make it to the next examination point, with Naruto being so fast and easily able to boost off trees, he would get past the middle point of the tower pretty easily, even making it there before Gaara or Neji. With Naruto and Sakura being the first ones there, he would breathe out a sigh of relief, thinking, Sasuke, I did it. I did it for you. I was the first one. I won. Naruto would smirk as he thinks, I'm definitely going to get us the drink of Chunin. Sasuke, you're going to become a Chunin with me and Sakura. We're going to become the next level of shinobi. Together. Naruto would suddenly see the doors open as Gaara walks in, and Gaara instantly realizing that Naruto's presence was there, and being shocked that someone actually made it before he did. Interesting, Gaara would be thinking. He must have more skill than even I thought. But then again, there were only two of them, and these two did slow me down. What waste of human space, he'd be thinking, as Gaara looks at his two siblings who had not done almost anything to help him get through this phase of the exam. This would be when Neji's team would walk in, as well as some of the other teams would begin to arrive, with Neji being shocked that Gaara and Naruto had arrived there before him. Naruto would still have a dark look on his face after taking 3 lives, and this was the second time he's ever killed a person, with him remembering Haku's death, as he feels the warm blood still on his hands. Naruto wraps his bandages around his hands tighter as he feels himself shaking, before shaking his head and thinking that it's fine. It's fine. Naruto and Sakura would be entering into the next phase of the Chunin exams, with Iruka congratulating them on getting their scrolls and actually making it to the next phase, with Naruto nodding, asking what's next. Naruto would then be told about the tournaments that would be happening, the preliminary rounds to the actual phase of the Chunin exams, the final phase. Naruto would look up, determination in his eyes as he asks, "What do I have to do?" Iruka would explain that he's going to have to fight 2 people, one for himself and one for Sasuke's sake. Iruka would tell Naruto that it's not wise for him to take 2 fights on at once, saying it might be too much for him. Naruto would push Iruka away as he tells him that he's got this, with Iruka looking at Naruto's back as he walks forward, his hands tightening around his katanas. Now, who do I have to take down first? Sakura would be worried about Naruto as he's different these days, and especially after their last mission, something's different about him. She's watching him in his first fight against Kiba. The first fight against Kiba is nothing like it was in the original, with Naruto that back then having humor and having taken down Kiba in a comedic fashion. Naruto isn't playing around this time though, as he's looking directly in Kiba's eyes and telling him he's going to beat him. Down dog. Kiba would be shocked as he hasn't seen Naruto ever so dark. I'm gonna have to put him back in his place, Kiba would think. Akamaru, let's do this! As he would use his beast claw and would try and attack Naruto in a spinning formation. The moment he walks towards Naruto, Kiba will begin to transform, as well as Akamaru, as the two begin spinning with their fang attacks towards him. Naruto won't even move, as the attacks barrel right into Naruto's body. And that's probably it, the announcer will be thinking. As the smoke clears, we suddenly see it. What? Neji would be shocked as he activates his Byakugan, watching in horror as he saw this. We see Naruto's hand grabbing both Kiba and Akamaru's fists, mid-air as the two are shocked. Naruto having been able to see their entire movements and being able to stop them mid-air, mid-spin throughout the jutsu. Anti-chakra, Naruto would think. Suddenly, Kiba would begin to scream out in pain as a dark energy began to flow from Naruto inside of Kiba and Akamaru's bodies. Naruto would release Kiba's head as he stumbles backwards, having lost almost half of his chakra from his body being invaded by Naruto's attack. Naruto still holding down Akamaru to the ground, his hand over Akamaru's head onto the stone. Now, Kiba, forfeit or he dies. Hinata would be shocked watching this version of Naruto. Gaara and Neji would now have their determined resolve even hardened more as they watch how serious Naruto is in this battle. Akamaru would then look at Kiba as he whines, feeling like himself drifting away. Kiba would say that he forfeits, he gives up, as he winces, feeling this pain. Using hostages? Really? Is that the Naruto that I remember, he'd be thinking, as he sees Naruto alone walking and sitting on the swing, sometimes playing with Shikamaru and Choji, and then going home all alone. Kiba would open his eyes as he tells him that he forfeits. With the match being over, Naruto releases his hand, as Akamaru would then be picked up by Kiba gently, as the medical team would then rush over to save him. Kiba would look back, telling Naruto that was a dirty trick, and that he shouldn't do that in fights. Naruto would look down as he looks up to Kiba, saying that, in a fight for their life, a shinobi shouldn't care how they fight. A shinobi should fight to win, to protect those they actually care about. If you felt like that today, you could have beaten me. Naruto would say this as he walks off, with Naruto's mind focused solely on the goal ahead, straightly as he sees Sasuke in his mind. I'm going to win this for you, Sasuke. If you guys remember the next match, this one's going to be very interesting. The next match would be Naruto's match again, versus a sound ninja who has the ability to drain chakra. And this would be something very interesting since Naruto has anti-chakra. As Naruto walks into the battlefield, the other enemy would tell Naruto that this is going to be an easy fight, telling Naruto that there's no way someone like him can take him down, as Naruto would stand there watching, unimpressed by his poor chakra level. Don't mock me, he'd say as he runs forward and grabs Naruto's arm behind, pushing Naruto to the ground, and begins trying to drain him. It's all over, you brat. Now you'll never be able to save your friend and let him become a Chunin. He's going to die in that hospital. Naruto would sit there on the ground, saying nothing as he stares at the ground beneath him, thinking about it. Suddenly, the shinobi's face would begin to change from delight to pure horror. What's going on, he'd be thinking. Nothing would be happening. In fact, it would be the opposite happening, as Naruto's anti-chakra begins to drain his chakra at the same rate that he would have been trying to drain Naruto's. No, get away from me! He would throw Naruto away, telling Naruto that that's only my technique. You can't do that! Naruto would calmly brush himself off as he rubs the dirt off his jacket. Naruto's eyes, deep and blue like the sea, a dark ocean, would meet the eyes of this shinobi as he looks into his eyes and tells him, "It'll be quick and painless." Suddenly, Naruto blitzes forward faster than he can see, as Naruto uses the blunt end of his katana and strikes directly on his collarbone, knocking and shattering it out of place as the shinobi falls to the ground, knocked out instantaneously. "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki," the announcer would say, as Naruto would sheath his blade, walking up to the stands. Gaara would be gritting his teeth, not even being able to know if he can counter that, thinking that his last defense might be the only defense he has. Hinata would be shocked. This is not the Naruto she remembered. This isn't the kind boy who had saved her from those bullies. This isn't Naruto at all. Naruto waits in the stands along with Sakura as they prepare for Sakura's match against Ino. With Naruto having easily taken down both of his opponents, and now having secured the spot for both him and Sasuke in the Chunin exams, so Naruto was relaxing as he polished his blades, with them now being all cleaned up and all the dust, dirt, and blood having been removed from them. It was soon time for Sakura's turn, and Naruto wished her good luck, as Sakura would give him a thumbs up as she hops down into the arena below and would fight Ino. As Sakura and Ino's fight would begin, it would pretty much go the same as the original, unmemorable, but in this version Sakura would win, as her stamina and strength overall is just a bit higher than Ino's due to her training with Naruto before the Chunin exams, meaning that Sakura would be the one to get up, while Ino would stay down at the end of their fight. Naruto would congratulate Sakura on her win, and Sakura would then be taken to the medical team, where she would begin to be patched up. Hinata is really worried about Naruto. We see her watching him from afar, as she doesn't know what's going on in his head or what happened to him, with Hinata not really knowing what happened to Sasuke, or where he is to be, for a matter of fact. But she would know something would be wrong, and Naruto wasn't acting like his usual self. Meanwhile, outside the Chunin exams, we see a figure. This figure is Kabuto. Orochimaru, after having escaped Naruto's grasp, had contacted Kabuto and ordered him to try and find where Sasuke was, so he could imprint the curse mark on at least one of his targets, saying that Naruto was a no-go, and that seals would not function on him. Meaning they'll have to find some other way to run tests on anti-chakra, or more specifically Naruto's anti-chakra. Anyhow, Orochimaru, after having sent this order, would have Kabuto go off. We see Kabuto now hunting around the Leaf Village and looking for any trace of Sasuke's chakra. This would be when he'd come across Kakashi standing outside a door. This door would be the room to Sasuke's room, actually. And so this would be when a small confrontation would occur between Kakashi and Kabuto. Kabuto, using his medical chakra scalpel, would then attack Kakashi, who would block with a Chidori. As the two chakra blades would interact, a spark of chakra would then light up in the hospital, causing some distress as well as some sensory ninja to notice, as more shinobi would then head towards the scene. At the end of the scuffle with a bit of taijutsu, Kabuto throwing a left kick towards Kakashi's side, and Kakashi blocking with his right arm. At that point, other shinobi would enter the area, and then Kabuto would be forced to escape, as he uses his chakra scalpel to slash a hole through the wall, before jumping to the city street below and running off. He had now successfully completed his mission in finding where Sasuke was located for his master, Orochimaru. So he would go back without getting tailed and report to Orochimaru exactly where Sasuke would be, as well as that Kakashi was guarding him. Meanwhile, back at the Chunin exams, it's now time for Gaara and Rock Lee's fight. Naruto would be particularly interested in this one since he knows that Lee can't use ninjutsu, and he'd be rooting for him because of this. Naruto will be watching with great interest as Lee's fight begins, with Gaara seemingly having the upper hand. The fight would continue to the same point that it did in the original, where Lee would then eventually be forced to use the gates, and when he does, he outspeeds Gaara's sand, allowing him to actually get some good blows on Gaara and cause Gaara's bloodlust to return. As Gaara's insanity is beginning to rise, he would know that he must kill his opponent, as he would then begin to wrap his sand around, as the fight was pretty much over, and Lee was down, as Gaara shoots his sand out towards Lee's leg to try and shatter it, or even worse, kill him. Naruto would be one of the first people to move, as both Naruto and Guy would be on the floor immediately, as Guy blocks the other sand attacks coming forward, and Naruto swipes down with his hand as he touches the sand, killing all the chakra in it immediately, with the central ability of the sand that Gaara can feel through it also disappearing. What the? Gaara would be surprised, as he has never encountered something like this before that could actually deactivate his sand. And this man, Guy, he's so fast you couldn't even see him move. Naruto's speed in this timeline was fast enough to where he could use his anti-chakra and disable the sand that was connected to Gaara's chakra in time before Lee's leg was crushed. Lee would breathe out a sigh of thanks as he grabs Naruto's hand who would help him up. "That was a good fight, Lee," Naruto would say. He'd pat him on the back as he tells Lee to keep it up, and that his taijutsu is actually pretty impressive, with him giving Lee a fist bump. Naruto would feel a sort of closeness to Lee, almost like looking into a reflection of himself. Neji would scoff as he walks away, thinking that Lee had to be saved by a genin who was a year younger than him. How pathetic. But Neji would be intimidated by Naruto's power. Being able to match speed of Guy Sensei? Impressive. Guy would turn around as he was also interested with how Naruto had gotten there so fast, complimenting him and saying that Kakashi must have been training him well. Anyway, enough of that. Naruto would help Lee, who had been a bit injured, back to the stands and sit him down. Hinata seeing this would also be relieved, having seen that Naruto still has the same kindness she is used to, but that darkness from earlier scared her. The look she had seen in Naruto's eyes was nothing like it had been before. It was almost like an abyss, an empty darkness that one could never return from. As Naruto turns his back to Lee and walks away, his smile that he had put on for Lee would slowly turn to a frown as he walks away, disappointed, thinking in his head that he had hoped that Lee could win, but deep down, he knew it was too much for him to handle. Suddenly a tear began to run down Naruto's face as he's surprised. He'd hold his hand up and touch his cheek, thinking, why am I crying? The reason for that is because Naruto by now has already given up on that past self. The self before him, now, his current self, that had failed beforehand, the one that could never do any jutsu, the one that had hope in his heart, hope for the future, hope that he could become something greater than himself, just through hard work and trying his best. Someone just like Lee. As Naruto sits back down the stands rubbing his eyes, Sakura would ask what happened with Naruto saying nothing, as he ignores her. Sakura wouldn't push the issue as she looks away, already beginning to get a handle on how this Naruto acts. Sakura and Naruto's sibling-like relationship would already be pretty apparent in this version of the timeline. And speaking of, here comes the main event of the end of this phase of the Chunin exams, as Hinata would then face her opponent, Neji, in battle. Naruto would be watching with great interest, not in the hopes that Hinata could win the fight, but in hopes that he could devolve some of Neji's techniques from this fight, and maybe begin to plan a strategy against him if he has to fight him in the next phase. Since Naruto already has a plan against Gaara, after realizing that his anti-chakra actually works on his sand. As the battle begins, Naruto would watch intently, and Hinata would get the wrong idea, unfortunately. This scene is actually kind of sad in this version because Hinata thinks that Naruto's cheering her on, as she can feel his gaze lingering on her and Neji. Naruto believes in me. He's watching this fight. I have to prove that I can win too, Hinata would be thinking as the fight begins, with the two gentle fist users now beginning to clash. As each prepares for combat, they would activate their dojutsu, Byakugan! As the two prepare to clash, Neji would rush forward as he throws a single two-prong attack with his two fingers towards one of Hinata's chakra points. Hinata would barely be able to dodge his speed as she uses her own hand filled with chakra to block the attack as she dodges left out of the way, her foot sweeping as she tries to throw a kick at Neji's undefended left-hand side. As she tries to throw this kick, Neji would suddenly begin to spin, as he then flies backwards, using this to move away from Hinata, throwing two kunai. Hinata would easily be able to block these kunai of her own, as they fall to the ground, clattering with metal against concrete. As Hinata and Neji's battle would continue, it would become just as brutal as it had in the original, with Hinata getting beaten down over and over by Neji. Something would begin to stir within Naruto, as he remembers something. He remembers what had happened with Hinata when he had saved her back then, when he watched as those bullies were picking on her and he'd ran in and taken all of them down. But then he also remembered what happened to her afterwards, how he hurt her. Naruto would stay silent as he's holding back what he wants to say. Naruto's fists would be almost white from how much he's tightened them, as he watches Hinata getting brutally beaten over and over by Neji, until eventually Naruto would snap with one line. As Neji watches as Hinata standing there breathing heavily, with having taken most of her chakra points out, she would say one thing, that she wouldn't give up, she won't quit, because that's her ninja way. As she's standing there, thinking about Naruto and how he had saved her, Neji would say that she's a fool, and that pure hard work alone will never be able to defeat natural talent, as he rushes forward with one final attack. As Naruto grips his hands into the railing, he would shout out in a loud voice, which would cause everyone to flinch in the audience to stop, as Neji's attack barely is about to touch Hinata before he even feels himself freezing. Why am I? Naruto would have no idea what to say next, as he knows that if Hinata took that attack, then she would go down, maybe for good. Before Naruto can say that's the end of the match, Hinata would try and throw an attack, and that would be the end, as Neji finishes off her last chakra point, taking Hinata down to the ground, unconscious. The referee would tell Naruto not to interrupt any more fights, and if he did, then he'd be disqualified. Naruto would tell the referee to butt out, saying that's none of his business anyway, as Naruto would have no idea why he had intervened. He would sit back down defeated, but not knowing why, as Neji himself would smirk, saying that he was right, that the main Hyuga household was nothing but talk. Naruto would then suddenly say out loud to Neji that if they fight in the Chunin exams, he's going to show Neji how weak he really is. He's going to prove to him that his natural genius is going to be worth nothing, like dust in the wind. Naruto's eyes will have now hardened as he has a goal in mind, and that is to crush Neji. That's it! That's why! Naruto would remember as he sees Sasuke on the ground in his mind, with semblance sticking out of his body and blood pooling around him, as we hear Naruto's voice claim, "That's going to be my Nindo! I'll protect everyone!" Everyone, Naruto be thinking. That includes Hinata. I'll take Neji down. I'll avenge them. We see a picture of Hinata on the ground unconscious, as well as Sasuke from back during the Land of Waves, as Naruto takes on yet another burden onto his shoulders. As the Chunin exams end, Naruto would walk out the door, opening both double doors as he walks out, leaving the other contestants in the room behind. Naruto would be walking around the city when he decides he's going to get something to eat, and this would be when he would find a strange old man with white hair and interesting sandals with a red robe. This would be when Naruto would watch a very interesting sight, as this man would suddenly use a jutsu to escape some women chasing after him. What? The woman would run into Naruto as they ask if he'd seen a pervy old man running around anywhere, and Naruto would point into a direction, the opposite of where Jiraiya had actually went. As they all run off in a panic and anger, we would suddenly hear a laugh as Jiraiya would then come down saying, "Hey, thanks kid, what's your name?" Naruto would turn around and ask him for his first, with Jiraiya saying, "Oh?" Jiraiya would introduce himself as the Toad Sage Jiraiya from Mount Miyaboku. Naruto would say that sounds like a fake title, with him then turning away to walk away, with Jiraiya holding his hand up telling him to wait. Naruto would sigh as he introduced himself, saying that his name is Naruto Uzumaki. Minato's son, huh? Jiraiya be thinking. Naruto would walk out shaking his hand, saying it was nice to meet him, but he's gotta go train for the next phase of his Chunin exams, with Jiraiya telling him to wait up. In this version, Jiraiya would actually be pretty annoyed that Naruto didn't ask for his help. You think one of the legendary Sannin would be available and you wouldn't want to train under me? Gah. Naruto would say that it doesn't matter, that he can't train with anyone anyway. Jiraiya would be curious about this as he asked what does he mean, with Naruto telling Jiraiya that it doesn't matter. Finally, after enough pestering from Jiraiya, Naruto would finally tell him the truth, telling Jiraiya that Jiraiya couldn't train him in anything since he uses chakra and Naruto doesn't use chakra in battle. You don't use chakra when battling? As a shinobi? What? Jiraiya be thinking. Naruto would tell Jiraiya to throw his strongest jutsu at him right now. Jiraiya would tell him that if they really want to do that, they need to get out of the city, and if Naruto's so confident, then he will. As Jiraiya and Naruto get out of the city, Naruto would hold up his katana, telling Jiraiya he's ready, as Jiraiya would form a Rasengan. That looks interesting, Naruto be thinking. Jiraiya would run forward incredibly fast, Naruto would think, and as Jiraiya throws the Rasengan towards Naruto's chest, he was about to deactivate it just to scare Naruto, but Naruto wouldn't move, as he takes the katana and slashes downward, cutting the Rasengan in half. Wait, what? Jiraiya be thinking. Suddenly the Rasengan would dissipate, as the chakra had been absorbed by Naruto's anti-chakra and negated, with the anti-chakra on the blade having cut the Rasengan in two, before it had dissipated, from its shape being ruined. See what I'm talking about, old man? Naruto would say with a smirk. Chakra doesn't matter for me. I can't train using it anyway, so I might as well train on my own to just work on my physical training. As Naruto's about to walk away, Jiraiya would tell him to wait, asking what that is, with Naruto sighing and then explaining his anti-chakra ability to Jiraiya. Jiraiya would be impressed and would think that's a pretty amazing ability, telling Naruto he does want to train him and he has an idea. He asks Naruto if he can do anything else with his anti-chakra, and Naruto would think for a moment before deciding to show him his reverse Shadow Clone Jutsu. That's not the Shadow Clone Jutsu hand sign though, and didn't you just say you can't use chakra? Naruto would nod, telling Jiraiya to punch that clone. Jiraiya would do so as it dissipates, and immediately as it does so, the cloud that poofs from the Shadow Clone touching Jiraiya would disable his chakra points and his chakra in that right hand. Wow, that is some strong stuff, Jiraiya be thinking. Interesting, so you can use jutsu, but only if you reverse the hand signs, huh? Jiraiya would be thinking about this before he has an idea. Hey, You want to try doing a summoning jutsu? I'm curious what's even gonna happen. Naruto turned around, now intrigued. Summoning jutsu? What's that? Jiraiya would smile, a blush now going on his cheeks as he says, do you really want me to teach it to you? Naruto would relent, he says, yes, please teach it to me. With Jiraiya then showing him the summonings, he summons Gamabunta, the giant toad. Whoa, Naruto be thinking. That's crazy. So you can summon toads, huh? I guess you might really be the Toad Sage after all. Jiraiya would laugh, saying, ha ha ha, and you didn't believe me. After thanking Gamabunta, Jiraiya would then desummon him, as he tells Naruto and asks if he wants to give it a try. Naruto would have to put his hand on the sealing paper. As he does so, something interesting would happen, as his blood would turn black on the paper. That's interesting, Jiraiya would be saying. Never seen that one before. He would show the jutsus in reverse to Naruto, but when Jiraiya tried it, nothing would happen. But maybe, just maybe, since Naruto has the summoning contract now, we can see what happens when he does it. Naruto would bite his thumb as he feels the blood touching his tongue, as he then slams to the ground and says, reverse style, summoning jutsu. Using the reverse seal, where Naruto was standing before, he would suddenly teleport, as he teleports to where he summoned himself from the seal. What the? Jiraiya would be amazed. That's incredible. Jiraiya began laughing, saying that Naruto might be able to use the summoning jutsu as an entirely different jutsu that's much more difficult to learn, if he can master it. Jiraiya would be thinking that maybe Minato's son might be able to master the Flying Raijin to a degree even more powerful with less chakra usage than Minato. Naruto would be amazed. He just realized he teleported. Pervy Sage, can I use this jutsu on throwable objects? As Jiraiya nods and smiles, Naruto would come to a sudden realization as he realizes that he could make a jutsu where he can teleport while fighting. This would change the entire game, as Naruto's main weakness right now is that his main ability, anti-chakra coating his blades, is limited to close range. But with this, he could close that gap almost instantly. If you're wondering why this is happening, it's because the reverse summoning jutsu actually teleports the target to the land where they're summoning from. And Naruto's reverse type style of jutsu means that his effect on the jutsu is different. So Naruto is actually summoning himself to his own seals, since he can't use chakra, or thus by extension, chakra beasts, similar to the summons like the toads, or the slugs, or the snakes. Meaning that Naruto basically has an easier to use transportation jutsu, similar to the Flying Raijin. With Jiraiya getting ready to train, deciding that he has a plan for him and Naruto, Naruto would suddenly stop as he tells Jiraiya he has his own plans. Jiraiya would be shocked as he asks what does he mean, with Naruto telling the sage that he already has a plan, and if it's true that that man, Jiraiya, is actually one of the 3 Sannin, then he can help him. Naruto had been researching and trying to find the best medical ninja around, and this had been when he had heard about Tsunade. That's why he actually knew what the legendary Sannin were when Jiraiya mentioned it before. Jiraiya would be shocked if he's insinuating what he means to say. Yep, the next month instead of just training, you and I will be going on a little trip. That is if you want to accompany me, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm going to go look for Tsunade, the legendary healer of the Sannin, and she's going to help me save Sasuke so he can fight with me in the Chunin exams and fight his match. Naruto would say with a smile, as Jiraiya would be shocked before realizing what he means. So you're going to be training on the road, huh? Well, I guess I can't let a kid go out of the village by himself. I suppose I'll accompany you then. Also, it would be nice to see Tsunade again, he'd be thinking. Naruto would smile, saying, let's go. Before he leaves with Jiraiya, he would visit Sasuke, who's still unconscious, and tell him that he's going to get help for him. As Naruto holds Sasuke's hand up with his other hand, forming into a fist, Naruto would give him a fist bump, saying he's going to help him out, and he's going to fight with him in the Chunin exams. They're both going to become Chunin together. As Naruto walks out of the hospital with Jiraiya, the two would then begin their long journey, where Naruto would be both training his speed and effectiveness of using his anti-chakra version of the summoning jutsu on Kunai, using it to teleport a few meters forward and back between where he and Jiraiya are walking every so now and then, and also being able to realize how much of his anti-chakra it uses. Jiraiya would notice that Naruto's improving it at a massively faster rate, as he then would show Naruto the Rasengan again, asking if he would like to give it a try. Naruto would eventually, after having trained with his teleportation jutsu several times and getting a decent hang of it while they've been walking for a few days now, with them still having most of the month left to go before they need to have Tsunade back to save Sasuke by then, Naruto would give it a shot, as Jiraiya would explain the steps of learning the Rasengan to Naruto, but it just won't work. Anti-chakra is very different in how it can be controlled compared to normal chakra, With Naruto's blades being chakra receivers, it's much easier to push anti-chakra into those blades, which are meant to contain it and some sort of energy, rather than use his own energy to focus on forming anti-chakra. And especially since anti-chakra is much more wild and difficult to control than normal chakra. However, this training wouldn't be worthless, as Naruto would be able to create something different. Not the Rasengan, but something that mimics its properties. As I mentioned before, anti-chakra has the ability to mimic chakra's abilities, including different mimics of nature transformations, as well as chakra formation. And I previously stated that Naruto cannot learn the Rasengan, which is true, and that will maintain true. However, he does have something else that he's learned. Naruto, instead of condensing his anti-chakra into his body to increase his physical power, like he'd been doing, had learned that he could create a small burst of anti-chakra outside of his body over his hands, where his chakra would normally condense if he had any. An interesting side effect of this training that happens, though, is because anti-chakra cannot maintain its form outside of Naruto's body, since the natural energy, unknown to Naruto, in the air is actually what's disrupting this. If there is no nature energy left in the air that's actually fighting against Naruto's anti-chakra, then Naruto would be able to create constructs of energy. However, this would be when Naruto would discover a more scuffed version that mimics some of the Rasengan's properties. As I've already mentioned, the anti-chakra cannot maintain itself outside Naruto's body, correct? However, when Naruto forces anti-chakra outside of his body, an interesting effect would take place, as, like I said, nature energy fights against it, causing this ripple effect. This effect could actually mimic an explosion, as Naruto would unknowingly master his mimicry version of wind transformation. You might be wondering how this is happening, but if you guys remember how the original Naruto's explanation of how wind energy release works, it's by taking your chakra and grinding it together against each other, correct? That's what's happening with the Naruto's anti-chakra against the nature energy in the air. So whenever he does this, Naruto's palm would be filled with this anti-chakra mass that immediately as it comes into contact with any other chakra would it burst, making it so that when Naruto touches anything filled with chakra, he can basically cause it to have a self-implosion effect. The way this works is, think about it like a dam. Naruto's anti-chakra acts as a dam against the well of water of chakra coming from the user's body, and immediately as Naruto's anti-chakra disappears, a wave of chakra collides into the chakra that was in the rest of their body, and this causes a self-implosion to the two energies. This attack would be devastating against anyone who uses chakra as an armament, particularly someone like Gaara, because now Naruto can use their own chakra against them with this self-implosion technique. Jiraiya would be a bit impressed with Naruto, saying that he's basically created his own jutsu, and Naruto would be pretty happy with this, as Jiraiya would then say, "Go on, give it a name." Naruto would think long and hard before he eventually comes up with one. Dark Press! Or if you want the sub-edition, it would be called Yamianshin. Jiraiya would clap, saying that's a good name, and ask if he wants to test it against the Rasengan. Naruto would nod, as both Jiraiya and himself would create a shadow clone, with Naruto using reverse shadow clone, of course. As Naruto and Jiraiya's clones would then begin to create their respective attacks. Yamianshin, Rasengan. The two would now each have an orb, with Naruto having a dark, condensed energy of his anti-chakra. The blue orb and the dark one would begin to press against each other as the two clones run towards each other. Something very interesting would happen as the attacks collide. As Naruto's dark press would begin to rush towards the Rasengan, collapsing into it, suddenly both would begin to merge, as the two clones would begin getting pulled towards each other like magnets. Suddenly, as the two clones' hands would then meet each other, both would burst, as the two clones are then sent flying back before they poof. Wow, that's a light show, Jiraiya would say. Anyway, I think you've got a pretty good handle on two techniques you have now, so you should keep training them while we look for Tsunade. Naruto would nod as him and Jiraiya would continue practicing with Naruto mastering his dark press, or Yamianshin, while he also continues working on his reverse summoning style, teleportation jutsu. Jiraiya would have given Naruto Minato's old kunai he had on hand, and Naruto would change the seal on them. Naruto would now have his two katanas by his side, and behind him by his back he would have a pouch that has all of his kunai. Naruto would be ready to go, as he and Jiraiya would continue traveling to the nearest gambling city, where they'd eventually find a blonde woman. This lady would be Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Naruto and Jiraiya enter the bar as they're prepared to find and bring Tsunade back to the Leaf Village. Naruto and Jiraiya walk into the bar, having found Tsunade in just under a week before Naruto would have to return for the final phase of the Chunin exams. As Naruto and Jiraiya would enter the establishment, they would then choose to sit at the same table where Tsunade and Shizune are sitting. As the two would take a seat, Tsunade would already be pretty plastered,
having drunk quite a few pints by the time that Jiraiya and Naruto had already entered the building. And Chizune was just sitting there making sure that her master, as her attendant, wouldn't do anything shameful. As Jiraiya and Naruto take a seat, Chizune would look across before recognizing Master Jiraiya. Tsunade would hiccup as she looks across the table, seeing a blurred image of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Jiraiya would laugh, saying Tsunade is the same as always, telling her that he had his friend here, wanted to bring her back to the village to heal a certain someone. Naruto would be watching when he asked Jiraiya if this is really one of the legendary Sannin, and if this crazy lady could actually heal Sasuke. Tsunade would hiccup as she then asked if this kid's really serious, saying he'll take it outside with her. In this version, Naruto's less pissed because in this version, they're not going to find Tsunade to become the next Hokage. They're finding her in order to heal Sasuke. A little bit earlier before they would have had to in the original. Naruto would tell her that he doesn't really want to fight her, but Tsunade would insist, saying, if you really think that I'm not a Sannin, I gotta prove it to you. As Tsunade pulled herself up, saying she could use the cold air. Jiraiya and Chizune would watch as Naruto would be forced to fight Tsunade, with Jiraiya telling Naruto that he's got this, giving a thumbs up. I'm just glad she doesn't want to fight me right now. Jiraiya would be thinking as he gives a smile and thumbs up to Naruto. Naruto would scoff, saying, that's enough of your games, pervy sage. Alright, Grandma, let's do this. Tsunade would laugh as she then punches the ground with her full medical ninjutsu strength, causing what would seem like an earthquake. Naruto would fall backwards onto his butt before he pulled himself up, using his katana to stand up straight. Damn, she hits hard. That's unexpected. Tsunade would suddenly come rushing forward as she used a fast step, moving towards Naruto. Naruto could react to this though, as she wasn't too fast for him to see. Naruto quickly recovers, using the blunt end of the sheathed katana and whacking Tsunade on the back of the head. Tsunade would stumble forward, saying that was like a bug, as Naruto would then land back on the ground. Tsunade would go for another punch, but this time Naruto's ready for it, as Naruto reaches his left hand out, charging anti-chakra into it, strengthening its durability as well as boosting its defense and offense against chakra. As Tsunade's fist collapses into Naruto's hand, suddenly she'd be shocked, as her hand begins to revert to the older-looking hand from when she's not using the transformation jutsu. All the chakra in her hand was removed, as Naruto uses anti-chakra to negate it. Her punch would have been made weak, as Naruto then throws his own. Anti-chakra, here we go. Naruto would switch his anti-chakra into his right hand as he throws a right hook, throwing it just as Tsunade reacts in time, lifting up her left leg and catching the blow before it can hit her in the gut. Tsunade would take the blow to her thigh as she then winces, falling back, before the transformation jutsu and her chakra begin to flow into those chakra points again. Her hand and leg would de-wrinkle themselves as they go back to their normal look, when she then flexes her hand, realizing the chakra's back. That's not the gentle fist, she'd be thinking. First off, if he actually knew the gentle fist technique, then my chakra points shouldn't regenerate for at least a few minutes. And that sensation. We have a small flashback seeing her hand wrinkle up. It's like a sponge was draining all my chakra. It didn't feel like it was getting a door blocked off like it usually would from a Hyuga's attacks. And also, there's the other problem of him not even having a Byakugan. What the hell is this? I can't sense anything from him. It's like he's a walking corpse. Something Tsunade had not noticed was the seal that Naruto had placed on her leg. Naruto would suddenly raise his right hand. She wonders what he's going to do. Seeing he's about to bite down on it, she'd be ready to use her summoning as well. He's really going to use a summoning here in the city? Just as Tsunade is preparing her own summoning by biting on her thumb, Naruto would go first, as the drop of blood would drop from Naruto's thumb. Suddenly, time would begin to slow down. Tsunade sees it. The red drop of blood falling from Naruto's hand, as the blood would then suddenly begin to turn black as it comes into contact with the chakra in the air. Tsunade's eyes would widen as she realizes what he has. That wasn't the gentle fist technique. That's the rare chakra form of anti-chakra. Just as she's about to say the last word in her mind, suddenly she'd feel something hit her. Naruto disappeared from her vision as she looks down, realizing, he got me. Naruto had used his reverse summoning jutsu to summon himself to where exactly Tsunade was, as he threw a punch at that exact moment, imitating the flying Raijin. Just as Tsunade is prepared to throw another punch down, she feels her chakra beginning to leave her lower torso, as Naruto suddenly teleports above her, a kunai being there. No way. In Naruto's hand, we see a black ball begin to form, a dark energy. Yamianshin, Naruto would say. Just as Naruto is about to hit her full force of his anti-chakra, suddenly something would change. As Tsunade's speed and strength, everything would increase. Just as Naruto slams the Yamianshin into Tsunade's back, it would do nothing. What the hell, Naruto would be thinking? The damage that Tsunade took had healed instantly, as her chakra was being focused into her Byakugo seal, which she had activated. This kid's a genin, huh, Jiraiya? I've never met anyone his age before ever who's so powerful. His speed and technique, it's
she would realize this is Minato's son, the 4th Hokage's. She'd easily dodge out of the way from Naruto's secondary attack. Naruto would be shocked. That should have been the end. I should have won. What the? Just as Naruto's brain's about to catch up with his body, suddenly Tsunade's fist would hit Naruto in the chest, sending him flying as he slams into a building. Tsunade would deactivate her Byakugo seal as Naruto's pretty much passed out, with Tsunade breathing heavily, saying that was actually a really good fight. Jiraiya would laugh, saying that a child got her to get pushed so far to use that technique. Tsunade would tell Jiraiya to shut the hell up. You're the one who brought him here, so you obviously know how powerful he is either way. Anyway, I think I'm pretty sobered up now. What did he want anyway? Jiraiya would then explain to Tsunade what Naruto had come searching for her for, saying that his friend Sasuke had been injured on a mission, Sasuke Uchiha, and that not just for Naruto's sake, but the village had been hoping to bring her back to save him as well, since the deal they had with Itachi. Tsunade would nod understanding, as she says to grab the kid and then they can go. Jiraiya would pick up Naruto, who was already beginning to come back with his anti-chakra refilling. Naruto would begin to rub his head, asking that really hurt, and Tsunade would be kind of shocked, realizing that his stamina and physical strength are also insane. Now you guys might be wondering, why did Naruto's Yamauchi not take Tsunade out in one hit? And that is because the Byakugo seal, which you guys know about, is an incredibly fast recovery jutsu. So you guys, if you don't know what the Byakugo seal is, it's Tsunade's main signature jutsu she uses when she's out of options. So the fact that Naruto at this age is able to push Tsunade that far, to the point where she's actually forced to use that technique, is pretty impressive. So Naruto is very strong in this timeline, and the Yamauchi did damage her. Her chakra took a massive blow. It's just the Byakugo seal can heal so fast that it appears like they have instantaneous recovery. Anyhow, the trip back to the Leaf Village would take almost all the time left that Naruto has before the Chunin exams. So on his way back, he would continue to train with both Jiraiya and Tsunade, mostly working on his anti-chakra control. And now having a good handle on the 2 new techniques that he's learned over the past month with Jiraiya, Naruto would be ready to fight Neji. Half a day before the start of the Chunin exams would begin, they'd arrive early in the morning, as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto would finally make it to the Leaf Village gates, all breathing extremely heavily as they had all ran all the way back to the Leaf Village at top speed. Naruto would immediately take Shizune and Tsunade to the hospital where Sasuke is being kept at, where the 2 of them would begin work on Sasuke. Naruto would go get rest for the next part of the day, with Jiraiya keeping watch to make sure to wake up Naruto before the start of the Chunin exams. Naruto would get a lot of rest and he'd finally be fully recovered, as his stamina and anti-chakra would be at their top form. Jiraiya would wake up Naruto as he tells Naruto to go to the examination site. Naruto would ask Jiraiya if he's going to come watch his fight, with Naruto having a hopeful look in his eyes. Jiraiya would then say he'll try, but he's going to go check on Tsunade first to make sure she's not overworking herself, and also to see if Sasuke is awake yet. Naruto would smile, saying he understands, as he then walk out the door, hoping for the best. As Naruto arrives at the Chunin Exam Stadium, his fight with Neji would be one of the first ones. But he would have a bit of time, with another match happening before his, that being Shikamaru and Tamari's. As Naruto watches the 2 fight of Shikamaru and Tamari, he begins thinking about Neji, his fighting style. He remembers as he closes his eyes all of the moves that Neji had done against Hinata. As Naruto thinks, he then wonders if Hinata is okay, thinking back as he feels a little bit of empathy. Naruto would actually spot Hinata in the stands as he would get up and then go to approach her, before remembering what had happened when he had saved her that one time as a kid, and he would then sit back down, thinking that he doesn't really want to see her anyway. Soon, the time had come to an end, as it was finally time for the matchup. The matchup between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. Naruto would hop into the ring as he slides all the way down the wall, as Neji would then enter as well. The 2 would then meet towards the center of the arena, as Neji would narrow his eyes at Naruto. Naruto's eyes would focus on Neji as he tightens his fist, thinking of all the things Neji had done, watching what Neji had said to Hinata, someone that Naruto wanted to protect. Neji would then say to Naruto, "You still think you can beat me with that pathetic level of chakra? It's like you don't even have any to begin with," he would say. As Neji laughs, activating his Byakugan as the countdown starts. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Naruto would take the offensive as he rushes forward, stepping as his body moves almost like a body flicker. Flashes of black and orange of Naruto's katanas being unsheathed as Naruto moves around the arena walls, bouncing faster and faster. Neji would finally catch up to Naruto with his eyes as he sees Naruto pouncing at him with his katana. Neji would turn around, pulling out 2 kunai and using his arms in X formation, blocking both katana. Naruto wouldn't give up though, as he knows that physically he should be stronger than Neji, as Naruto would tighten his arms as he pushes down with all of his strength. Neji's wrists would begin to crack as he feels his bones almost breaking. This kid's going all out. Neji would drop both kunai as he does a backflip backwards, now moving some distance away from Naruto. Naruto would move his face to look like as if though he was surprised. As Naruto jabs both of his katana deep into the ground, he'd begin pulling on them, acting as if though he couldn't pull them out. They're easy to pull out, Naruto, you thinking. But in order for this to work, this strategy, he needs to think that I can't. Oh? Shove those two deep into the ground, huh, Neji would say? Well, luckily for me, close combat's my whole thing. And you're in range. 32 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji begins to use the attack as Naruto smiles, saying this is what he's been waiting for. Oh no, Neji, you walked into my trap. While Naruto was bouncing around using his body flicker-like technique with his speed, he would not have noticed, Neji wouldn't have noticed, I should say, that Naruto had placed multiple sealing jutsu, summoning seals to be precise, around the stadium, one particularly right where Neji was standing right now. Suddenly Naruto would lift his hand as he bites his thumb, red, then black blood spilling out, as Naruto would teleport right behind Neji. Yamianshin. Suddenly the entire crowd would be shocked as winds begin to spin around, as the dark orb known as the Yamianshin would appear in Naruto's hand, his anti-chakra now outside of his body. The light in the air would actually seem to bend, as Naruto slams it into Neji's back. Neji, unlike Tsunade being able to defend or block against this, Neji's spine and ribs would begin to twist in pain, as Neji would scream as blood begins to spurt from his back. As Neji goes flying forward, his skin already beginning to decay from the death energy. Neji would be on the ground as he begins to pull himself up, saying he's not going to lose to a weakling like him. Naruto, before the announcer can say anything, would help Neji up as he grabs him by the collar and throws him up against the stadium wall. As Neji tries to scream that he gives up, Naruto would take his hand and cover Neji's mouth, making it so Neji can't say a word. Gaara would actually be a bit perturbed by this, as he's watching Naruto's actions. Naruto would turn with cold eyes towards the announcer, before he would ask calmly if the person either has to be knocked out or give up, in order for him to win, right? The shinobi would nod, a bit shocked and disgusted from what Naruto was doing. He now had to be watching, and for some reason she began to cry. She didn't know why. Even the Hyuga family would begin to feel pain for Neji, even though he was just as part of the side branch. Naruto, grabbing Neji by the head, would begin to run across the ground, the sandy ground at top speed, as he drags Neji against the ground, causing a streak of blood across the stadium. Neji would be crying in pain, as his Byakugan had already been deactivated by this point. Neji would be mercilessly clawing at Naruto's arm, it doing nothing. Naruto would say, I guess it's time to end this, as Naruto would throw a kunai high up into the air. As Naruto teleports, bringing Neji with him, high into the air where the kunai was. Naruto would then with his other hand create a shadow clone, which he himself would use to kick off of, as he goes flying towards the ground, Neji's face still in his hand. The entire stadium would gasp, as Naruto rushes down at a sickening speed. Naruto, having already fallen deeper and deeper into the darkness of the anti-chakra, having already lost all sense of himself, given into the fight, given into bloodlust. We hear a sickening splat as Neji is smashed against the ground, completely unconscious as his skull is cracked open. A pool of blood begins to form on the ground, as people in the stands begin to boo. Naruto would stand up saying the fight's over, as he begins to walk away. People in the crowd would be shocked in silence, watching this brutal battle. The Hyuga kid, who was supposed to have the advantage and defeat this kid easily, was destroyed, battered, and bruised, left like a piece of trash along the sidewalk on the ground in a pool of blood. Medical ninja would be sent to the scene immediately, as Naruto would have won his fight. Back at the stands, we see Hinata in tears, as she just watched the person that she had loved brutalize a member of her family. Even though Neji wasn't kind to her, he was still her cousin, and the way Naruto had been was not like what she had thought Naruto was like at all. There was no way that was Naruto. As Naruto walks back to the stadium, Sakura would look scared of him for some reason. Naruto would sit down casually asking what's up, with Sakura saying nothing, as she remembered the time when she had called him a monster, thinking, would he do that to me? Naruto would be silent as he thinks about that fight, with a bit of a smile curling on his face. I hope Jiraiya-sensei saw me. I hope he saw how powerful I was. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Tsunade has finished healing Sasuke, as he recovers immediately, opening his eyes as he regains consciousness. My head. Naruto, where? Sasuke would look around as he's looking for where Naruto was. He was just on the Land of Waves on the bridge. He just got hit by some attack from that guy, but where the... Sasuke would look up as he sees Jiraiya and Tsunade, not knowing who they are. Where's my team? He would say as he begins to pull the blankets off. Tsunade would tell him to calm down, saying that he just got fully recovered. The two would tell Sasuke that he's been out for almost 2 months, and that Naruto had actually fought for him to have a place in the Chunin exams so that he wouldn't be left behind by him and Sakura. Sasuke would understand, as he realizes what's going on, saying that he needs to get to the stadium immediately. He doesn't want to fail Naruto again, and also he needs to talk to him. As Sasuke would then rush out of bed, getting his clothes on and kunai and everything he needs, he'd rush to the stadium as he enters it. Naruto would suddenly turn around as he senses something. As he looks, his eyes locking to Sasuke, Naruto would suddenly have a glimpse of joy, a glimpse of what it had been before. As Naruto stands up, running forward, "Sasuke, you're alive!" Naruto would begin to tear up before Sasuke tells him that he's a big crybaby, pointing at him. Naruto would tell him to shut up as he points back at him, telling him to get in the ring and go fight. He saved the spot for him after all, kept it warm. Naruto would go sit back down, telling Sakura that Sasuke is okay, and the light that was usually in Naruto's face before this point, before Sasuke had been injured, had returned. Naruto was no longer that dark place after seeing Sasuke all fine and well, but something had fundamentally changed inside of him. The trauma that he experienced from seeing Sasuke like that, someone who had risked their life to protect him, had changed something in Naruto that will never go away. Now it was time for Sasuke's fight against Gaara. Everyone would be excited for this, as this one hadn't been even on the match list, and Uchiha versus Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Sand, this is going to be good. Now, some of you might already realize a problem that's going on. Sasuke never unlocked his Sharingan like he did in the original in the Land of Waves, and he also does not have the Chidori or training from Kakashi for the month. So he's going into this completely blind. And soon, everyone will begin to see that this fight is not what they remembered it to be. We see Sasuke getting beaten easily, as sand is rushing against Sasuke's skin. Blood begins to fall out of Sasuke, as Sasuke have no idea what's going on. He's so strong! Sasuke would have no idea about Gaara's abilities, and Naruto would be watching at first with a smile, seeing Sasuke back in a fight, before his smile slowly begins to turn into a look of horror. I did this! He'd be watching as his friend was fighting in the arena for him. Why? Naruto would be thinking in his head as he's watching, his eyes beginning to shake as a dark energy began to pour around Naruto. People in the area around Naruto begin to pass out. Sakura tried to put her hand on Naruto, telling him to stop, but Naruto would be grabbing the bar, tightening his fist around it as the metal began to bend. Suddenly, a spike of sand would go through Sasuke's chest, as Sasuke would cough up blood, just as he awakens the one Tomoe Sharingan. But this emotion that awakened it in this timeline was not that of rage. His Sharingan would be awakened by fear. Naruto would tell Gaara to knock it off, as his rage-filled scream would echo around the entire arena. A black energy would cover the entire stadium, as the Sand Ninja who were about to use the Genjutsu on everyone would be unable to, because just as they dropped the Genjutsu, Naruto's burst of anti-chakra would disable it, allowing everyone to react against the Genjutsu and realizing what happened. As Naruto's wave of anti-chakra hits into Gaara and his sand all deactivates, Gaara would go mad, as the one tails inside of him begin to take over him. Sasuke would be on the ground, bleeding and dying, and this scene that Naruto remembered so well from the Land of Waves was happening before his very eyes. Sasuke! Naruto would think in his mind. Almost without thinking, Naruto would have been on his thumb. As the blood would begin to turn black, he teleporting right above Gaara, on a seal that he had placed on the tree in the stadium. I said, knock it off! Naruto would begin to have an animalistic rage engulf him, as Sasuke would be watching as Naruto pounces from the tree, shattering the wood beneath his feet, as he creates a large Yamianshin, filled to the brim of a humongous amount of anti-chakra. Gaara would dodge out of the way, as the anti-chakra slams into the ground, causing the entire floor of the arena to shatter into dust, as the sand, earth, ground would all crack, almost like an earthquake. Naruto would turn around as his anti-chakra and Kyuubi chakra pools were beginning to fight each other for control. Naruto's eyes would begin to flash between blue, black, and red, as rage would completely overthrow any of Naruto's emotions. These two mad-like animals would begin to fight. Suddenly the Sand and Sound Ninja begin to descend on the crowd, as a huge fight began to break out. Hinata and Sakura would have recovered from Naruto's anti-chakra by this point, now that he's been out of the premises, as Gaara and Naruto begin their fight. Naruto would pick up Gaara as he began swinging him around by his tail, throwing him against the walls. His sandy body would shatter it, sending Gaara into a tree in the forest right behind it. Naruto would spare no time though as he grabs his two katanas, ripping them out of their sheaths like fangs. Naruto would yell in an animalistic scream as he rushes forward, a burst of black beginning to cover his body. But he has no idea what this is, as Naruto begins cutting at a faster rate, faster and faster, disarming Gaara, ripping off his sand armor. Gaara would desperately throw a punch with his sandy hand, the claw scratching Naruto's face, as Naruto would headbutt Gaara. The two would begin to go more and more into their chakra, as the One-Tails Tanuki would begin to form. Naruto, after using that massive Yamianshin as well as the teleportation jutsu he had used, would have already begun to run out of his anti-chakra, as Naruto would then enter the Kyuubi's chakra. Suddenly a burst of energy would rush over the stadium again, this time red, as Naruto's body would begin to be covered with a red-orange chakra. The Two Tails cloak from the Nine Tails would awaken, as Naruto's eyes would turn red, his fangs of his teeth would begin to elongate as his nails would become like claws. Naruto would quickly put his katanas back into his belt before he would succumb to his anger. Suddenly the two-tailed beast Jinchurikis would be fighting, clawing at each other, almost match to match, as Gaara and Naruto's bodies would begin to fight at a much higher level than anyone had ever seen before. The outside of the arena was beginning to look like a wasteland, as Naruto would create for the first time a Rasengan. Using the Kyuubi's chakra, the Vermilion Rasengan would be created as Naruto snarls at the Tanuki. This would be when Gaara would begin to use his own attack, using sand to cover Naruto's body now that he doesn't have anti-chakra to protect himself. Naruto would roar in rage as he bursts out of the chamber of sand using his chakra, rushing at Gaara with the Rasengan. Rasengan! As he slams the Rasengan to Gaara's body, Gaara would cough up blood as the sand around Gaara begins to fall. Naruto would begin to punch Gaara over and over again with his Kyuubi-enhanced power. His fists, which are already superhuman levels from his training, being enhanced by the Kyuubi's raw strength. At this point, the fight between the Leaf, Sand, and Sound Shinobi would begin to wind up, as the Sand and Sound were beginning to lose since the Genjutsu had failed. Many of the Genin were coming out to watch the fight between Naruto and Gaara, as Naruto was pretty much ripping Gaara apart. Kankuro and Temari would try to intervene, with Naruto giving them a look, as Gaara would do the same. The two beasts' eyes looking at the two siblings would cause them to stop in fear, as they then go back to ripping each other apart. Gaara's sand being ripped from his body by Rasengans over and over again, causing him to bleed and lose his stamina. And Naruto's Kyuubi cloak not protecting him in the same way as anti-chakra could, getting attacked by the sand over and over again before regenerating from the Kyuubi's chakra boost. The two beasts would keep fighting for almost an hour, but finally the two would begin to run out of chakra, with the Nine Tails obviously giving more to Naruto to beat the One Tails. Gaara would slump over as he's knocked out, falling to the ground. The battle of endurance having been won, Naruto would begin to steam, as all of his wounds had begun healing faster, as the Kyuubi's chakra was just about to run dry. Naruto and Gaara both pass out as they fall to the ground. Naruto had won. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different plot was taking hold. Due to Naruto's anti-chakra abilities in this timeline, a few events had actually taken place now that were different. Those being that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage would all be in the Leaf Village at the same time. Orochimaru isn't so arrogant to think he can beat the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all in one fight. Even he knows that he can't do that, so instead he'd go for the different target. When the fighting had happened, something would slip into the arena and prey upon Sasuke's wounded body. First, Orochimaru would imprint on Sasuke the curse mark, as he would then grab Sasuke and begin to take him away, back to the Land of Sound. At least one of his targets had finally been secured. He'd have to take down the third Hokage a different day. It's not possible right now, the situation had changed. Naruto, who was knocked out, would have no idea that his friend was being kidnapped, as Naruto had been unconscious, deep inside with darkness within himself. We see a black, dark, and gray water swirling and sloshing around, and as we zoom in, we further see the body of a person. As we go further in deep into the water, we can see that deep inside this darkness, there we see Naruto Uzumaki, his blonde hair now looking darker and grayer from the water coloring over it, giving his entire body the effect that he looks like a piece of gray paper floating down to the bottom of the water before disappearing forever. Naruto, we see a few bubbles rising from his mouth and nose as he would open his eyes and begin to feel it. Now from Naruto's perspective, we begin to feel a great power. What is this? This is... Holy. Naruto would be shocked as he feels more anti-chakra than he's ever felt before. This is crazy. This amount of power, it's so much more. It's almost 10 times more anti-chakra than he's ever seen in his entire life, that he's ever had access to. Naruto can feel this pool of energy, but it's overtaken him. He has no idea what's going on. Suddenly we hear a scream as the water rises again in height. What the? Naruto would begin to try and pull himself up from the water, but almost like his legs had weights on them, he began to sink deeper and deeper as the water became darker and darker. As Naruto began to fall deeper into the water, into the darkness, suddenly a hand would come rushing through the water as it grabs Naruto's, as Naruto sees himself getting pulled out. Just as he's about to see the face of who pulled him out of the water, Naruto would wake up. What was that? Naruto would look around as he has no idea who saved him. As he would see himself laying down in a bed, there would be
an eerie stillness to the air. Naruto looked outside as he sees the village in shambles. What happened? Naruto's eyes would be shaking as he realized, did I do this? All that Naruto remembers was him blacking out as he sees Sasuke's body on the ground and Gaara ripping Sasuke apart. Naruto, after he had blacked out, would have no memory of what he had done to Gaara or what had happened with his anti-chakra. Naruto still remembers the feeling of that dark energy mass surrounding him. Something Naruto hasn't come to learn yet is one of the effects of anti-chakra, as I mentioned before, that being that it converts normal chakra back into nature energy by destroying the spiritual chakra of the person, basically means that Naruto has control over a death energy. So when all these people were dying in the Leaf Village from this attack from the Sand and Sound villages, Naruto was passively absorbing the negative energy of the dying breaths of those souls who were tormented and killed. Naruto would have absorbed much more energy, and thus his anti-chakra pool had grown higher. This basically means that Naruto can feed off of death. Of course, Naruto doesn't know this, thankfully, for now. Naruto would be looking around as he pulled himself up, feeling stronger, as he tightened his fist, realizing that he must have gotten stronger after that fight. I wonder what happened with me and that guy Gaara. Naruto would look around, wondering where Sasuke went, as he would decide to walk out the door. As Naruto slides the door open, looking outside and poking his head out, he would see many medical ninja running around with different patients and trying to get everyone situated after what happened with the attack on the Leaf. We would even see Tsunade running around and helping with the medical ninja, making sure everyone was getting treated properly. Naruto would close the door and go back into his room where he decided to wait, but after 5 minutes, he would be stomping his foot back and forth over and over, thinking, where is he? Where's Sasuke? What happened to Sakura and what happened to all my friends? Naruto would have a nagging feeling in the back of his mind, but he wouldn't know what it is, as Naruto would open the window and jump out himself after putting his clothes, which had been laying aside on the bed by him, were back on. Naruto realizes he pulls his short sleeve jacket over him and then puts all of his clothes in the right way, that his katanas were missing. They're probably at the arena, aren't they? Naruto would then jump out the window as he lands in the street below, seeing all the destruction and chaos that happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, the third Hokage and Jiraiya would be assessing the damage and helping with repairs, as the two would be instructing people and workers on trying to get the village back in shape after the attack. Luckily, the destruction this time would be much less damage than it had been in the original timeline, where Naruto didn't even have anti-chakra, and the third Hokage had been killed by this point by Orochimaru. Naruto would run towards the arena thinking maybe Sasuke would be there too. As Naruto arrives at the broken down arena, he would see a huge crash, a huge gash in the wall, where it looked like claw markings. As Naruto would look past the hole in the wall, he would see the entire forest filled with destruction and dead leaves, plants, with different patches of sand just strewn around. It looked like a battlefield. That must have been where I fought Gaara, Naruto would say, as he then climbs up to the top of the stadium, looking down across the whole arena wondering where they had gone. Naruto would find one of them lodged in the tree when it had been hit against Gaara when Naruto had done that attack earlier, which he didn't remember, of course. Naruto would jump down from the top of the stadium as he lands, grabbing the katana out of midair and then landing to the ground, sheathing it back to his side. Naruto would then walk over to the battlefield where he and Gaara had been fighting, and he'd find his second katana strewn across the ground underneath some sand. Naruto would dust off the katana before sheathing it back, as well now having both of his blades back. Naruto would then look around for Sasuke, seeing the bloodstains from Sasuke on the ground. Naruto would lean down as he touches it, as he then thinks, where did you go, Sasuke? Suddenly, Naruto would be shocked as he sees something. Sasuke's blood wasn't just in a pool. It was trailed across towards the entrance down to the arena's ground floor, underneath the city itself, to where they had storage for different weapons, kunai, and food and entertainment for things like that. Naruto sees the blood trail leads down to that area before it eventually just disappears, with Orochimaru having used his own transportation jutsu by sinking into the ground with Sasuke and escaping. The blood it stops here. Why would medical ninja take Sasuke and... No way. Naruto would then suddenly remember something that strange snake-like guy had said to him back in the Forest of Death. Well, I guess one of my targets are here. And then he would remember that Sakura had told him about those 3 sound ninjas looking for Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto would realize what's going on. They took him. They took Sasuke. Naruto would now have a look of anger on his face as he pulls himself off of the ground and runs up the stairs back to the top of the arena. I'm going to save Sasuke. Naruto's anger and something else would be pushing Naruto to go and find Sasuke immediately, almost like he had to do it by himself. There was no reason he needed any help from anyone else. He could do it all alone. His power was enough. Naruto has a stone-cold look on his face. His mouth now just a bit tilted down to a frown. His eyes, though, were completely different, filled with a fire, as Naruto threw a kunai over the Leaf Village wall, and then used his teleportation jutsu of, well, his reverse summoning anti-chakra style, as he teleported to where the kunai was. There we go. Now I'm gonna go bring Sasuke back, and I'm going to kill that guy. Naruto grit his teeth as he begins running, as you see Naruto using anti-chakra to boost off of trees and using his teleportation reverse style jutsu in order to teleport around faster and faster as he moves further and further away from the Leaf Village. Suddenly back at the hospital we see a door open, as we see someone walking in with a basket. It would be revealed to see Hinata walking in with a basket of fruit that she had brought for Naruto. It was Hinata and Sakura who had saved Naruto and brought them into the hospital after he and Gaara had fought each other back during the Leaf Strike, which had happened only hours ago at this point. Hinata would have her eyes closed, smiling, and she's thinking, "This is the perfect opportunity. I can finally ask Naruto what's been bothering him and why he's so different. Something definitely has to be going on. Now I actually have a chance to talk to him without him running away." As Hinata would then open her eyes, saying, "Good morning, Naruto." She would see the blankets having been thrown off and the window open, with a burst of wind pushing Hinata's hair around. Hinata would drop the basket as she realizes what happened, and she then runs out asking one of the medical ninja if Naruto is discharged. "Oh, the blondie? No, he's still in. Last time we checked on him, he was still sleeping." Hinata would be shocked, saying she knows what's happening, as she and Sakura had actually gone looking for where Sasuke had gone after Gaara had pelted him down, with Sakura being especially worried, and Sasuke had been gone. They would have thought that Sasuke would have been attended to by medical ninja or having been taken in already due to his injuries, but they weren't. They had no sign of Sasuke. That means Hinata to be thinking that Naruto must have gone after him himself, but how would he know that Sasuke was missing? I have to tell Sakura. Hinata would then run out of the door as she then looks for the rest of the group that had been watching Naruto and Gaara's fight beforehand. She'd find Sakura first, and she would tell her what happened and where Naruto was, asking if she'd seen him. Sakura would shake her head, saying she hasn't seen Naruto at all, actually, after those few hours before when they had watched that fight. She was asking how Naruto was doing, with Hinata now shocked and telling Sakura everything, thinking that Naruto must be going after Sasuke, and they have to go and help him, or at least stop him. Sakura would be shocked, thinking that would Naruto really go so far? And how would Naruto even know where Sasuke would be? Sakura would think for a moment, then she'd remember, realizing what that guy had said in the Forest of Death, and those three shinobi, those sound ninja, having been looking for Sasuke. Sasuke was taken by the Sound Village, Sakura would realize. As Sakura, Hinata would then begin to develop their team for who was going to go and save Naruto, as well as Sasuke. That idiot, Sakura would be thinking. He knows better than anyone that he can't fight all alone. If he runs out of power, then he'll be having to fight someone as strong as the legendary Sannin by himself. Is he crazy? Hinata to be shaking her head, thinking that Naruto probably thinks he can do it. They have to get there fast and soon. They begin finding people who they could trust to go with them, with Neji obviously not being a factor, since at this point in time, Neji's kind of crippled from Naruto's fight against him hours ago beforehand. Hinata would ask Kiba and Shino just like what would have happened in the original, with all of the team agreeing to go and help Hinata find Naruto. Sakura would have then found Rock Lee and asked him to go along with as well. Just before they're about to head out, they would then see Shikamaru and grab him, telling him that he's coming with and they'll need a plan. Shikamaru, getting dragged behind by Sakura, would ask what's going on. They said they'd explain the way. So the team this time is Shikamaru, Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and Rock Lee. Before they leave, they would tell the third Hokage what they're doing, saying that Naruto had gone after Sasuke, thinking that Sasuke got captured by Orochimaru, who Jiraiya and Tsunade had told them probably was in the forest was Orochimaru to Sakura. Jiraiya would be worried knowing how strong Naruto is, but he doesn't even think himself that Naruto could beat Orochimaru. The team would head out with the third Hokage telling them to go and hurry, to bring the two back, as they would all nod. Hinata would be taking Neji's position in this version of the timeline, using her Byakugan, and she would have courage in her now, knowing that she can save Naruto. This time, Naruto, I'll be the one saving you. As we see the memory from Hinata's perspective of Naruto taking down the bullies who were going after Hinata. As the group are running outside the Leaf Village, we then see Jirobo come out from the forest. Seeing all of the group together, now they'd have to split up, with Shikamaru having explained this was most likely what Orochimaru would have done. Leave behind the Sound Four having instructed them not to attack Naruto if he came, saying that Orochimaru was probably trying to get both Naruto and Sasuke, for Naruto's weird ability and for Sasuke's Sharingan. As Jirobo appears, Rock Lee would jump out from the group, as Rock Lee would be the one to take Jirobo out this time. Jirobo, before the group can run away, would then use his jutsu, where he surrounds the group with that mud that continues to regenerate no matter how many times you break it. Hinata would use her Byakugan as she finds the weakest point, before using Gentle Fist and shattering it, telling Rock Lee to go. Sakura, Hinata, and the rest would then continue running, as Rock Lee would be left behind to fight Jirobo, saying he can do this, as Lee and Jirobo's fight would then begin. For the rest of the group, they then run into the rest of the Sound 4, with Shikamaru then fighting the Genjutsu Flute user, the Spider Guy fighting Shino, and then Akamaru and Kiba would then fight the one with two heads as the 2 versus 2 combo, while Sakura and Hinata would be the last to keep moving forward. This would be when the 2 girls would then run into the final boss, Kimimaru, who had been let out by Kabuto in order to hold back any intruders to give enough time for Orochimaru to fight Naruto. Kimimaru would turn around as the 2 girls would see him standing there. He would look sickly and ill, as it looked as if though he hadn't been moving around in weeks. Kimimaru would say, "Let's get this over with," and he won't be allowing them to take any of their friends back, with Hinata and Sakura both showing resolve as the fight would begin. Suddenly, bones begin to grow from the ground as they begin to attack Hinata and Sakura. Sakura pull a kunai out as she blocks the attack from the bones, stopping from moving further any longer. Hinata would then use Gentle Fist style, finding the weakest point in the bone and shattering it, as the bone would fall to the ground away from Kimimaru's control. The 2 girls would then take their chance to attack. Hinata would jump up into the air as Sakura would then hit Hinata's feet with a palm strike, sending Hinata flying forward at a fast speed towards Kimimaru. Kimimaru wouldn't have been anticipating this, having thought that these 2 wouldn't be able to take him on, as Hinata came crashing towards Kimimaru, throwing a punch with the Gentle Fist style. Kimimaru would barely be able to block the attack, but one of his chakra points would be sealed in doing so. Damn, Kimimaru would be thinking. As Kimimaru would then use his bones trying to strike, shooting bones out of his back, Hinata would quickly use that defensive style as she uses the 32 trigrams, blocking all the bones and sending them flying away using her Byakugan's abilities. Sakura then coming from behind with a kick, striking at Kimimaru's arm and kicking it. But just as she would do this attack, Kimimaru would shoot a bone out, sending it directly into Sakura's foot. Sakura would feel pain as blood begins to fall down her foot, as the bone's now stuck in there. Sakura would pull her foot off the bone, she begins bleeding, falling to the ground, and Hinata would ask, "Sakura, are you okay?" Sakura would give her the thumbs up, saying that she's fine. Let's do this. Before the fight can continue any longer, suddenly someone put a hand on Hinata's shoulder as she turned around startled, with Hinata having deactivated her Byakugan at that time. As Hinata turns around, we see Ino, as Ino tells Hinata to get on out of there, saying that her and Sakura will take care of this one, telling Hinata to go and save Naruto and Sasuke and bring them back. Hinata would nod, saying and asking if she's really sure if they can do this, saying that this guy's really strong. Ino would give her a thumbs up, saying that the 2 of them are some of the strongest kunoichi in the village after all. Sakura would look over to see Ino, as the 2 girls would give each other a thumbs up, as the 2's fight would begin. "I won't allow you to get away that easily," Kimimaru would say as Hinata begins running off towards the direction further behind Kimimaru. Kimimaru would attempt to use Bone Force to block Hinata's path. Ino would explode the bones using her Explosion Flower attack by sending the Fire style attack towards it, shattering the bones and allowing Hinata to get away. Ino and Sakura then fight against Kimimaru, doing their best, mostly having just to wait him out until he dies from his disease, which they wouldn't even know about, but he would slowly be running out of chakra, using techniques and killing himself slowly. Hinata would keep running and running through the forest, using her chakra and jumping off of trees. She would then see patches of dead wood, which was how they'd been tracking Naruto this far either way, using Naruto's anti-chakra trail that he leaves behind, since when Naruto bounces off the tree using that explosive force, Naruto leaves a trail from the dead energy left behind where the chakra used to be. Now we see a flashback to around 30 minutes ago, before the group from Hinata and everyone had run out of the Leaf Village to go after where Naruto had gone off to. We see Naruto back just as he left the Leaf Village, jumping through the forest as he'd see the Sound Form members, as he'd wonder why they weren't attacking him. Naruto would keep going anyway, deciding that's not worth wasting his energy, and if they're not going to attack him then that's fine. That just means that I can get closer to Sasuke and save him. Naruto would be bounding through the forest at a faster rate, using his anti-chakra to give him that boost speed by repulsing the chakra in the tree. As Naruto gets towards the final valley at the end, he would finally catch up with Orochimaru as he's about to cross the other side towards the Land of Rice, where the Sound Village was located at. "You!" Naruto would be pissed as he sees Orochimaru carrying Sasuke over his shoulder. Sasuke would be knocked out and tied up, in case he woke up. Sasuke, hearing Naruto's voice, would barely open his eyes a little, as blood would still be coming from the wounds that Gaara had given him. "Put Sasuke down! Now!" Naruto would say this as darkness began to cover his body, his eyes now taking on a darker tint of blue, as he's ready to kill this man. Orochimaru would laugh, as his tongue would flick in and out, telling Naruto that he's finally arrived, his second target. Second target? Me? Oh, I'm not trapped here with you, Orochimaru. You're trapped here with me. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru would cackle, saying that if Naruto really is that confident, then show him what he's got. Orochimaru would toss Sasuke over to the ground, over by the grass, as Naruto would tell him, "Hey, be careful! He's injured, you know." Orochimaru would laugh, saying he can do whatever he wants with his future body. Naruto would grit his teeth, telling him that Sasuke is not some skin suit for him to wear. As the black energy began to cover Naruto, Naruto would walk forward as he pulls his two katanas out, not having to worry about injuring or even killing this bastard. "Let's do this," Naruto would say, as the battle between Naruto and Orochimaru would begin. Naruto burst forward with speed, jumping off of Hashirama's head statue and almost shattering the stone behind it from the force, as he makes a wild slash towards Orochimaru, barely cutting him as Orochimaru moves out of the way. "Ooh, you're fast," Orochimaru would say, as he turns around, extending his neck and hitting against Naruto, causing him to get sent backwards towards where Sasuke is. "Sasuke! No, I gotta beat this guy first. If I try to run with Sasuke now, then he'll definitely come after me, and those guys from before will attack me too." Naruto would turn around towards Orochimaru, saying he's gonna go all out, as Naruto throws a kunai towards Orochimaru. "I'll use that move then." Naruto would bite his finger, as blood would begin to fall from his thumb, with Orochimaru thinking that Naruto's going to be using a summoning jutsu, getting ready to use his own. Suddenly, Naruto would disappear, as Orochimaru turns around in time just to see what happened. Naruto has the one kunai in his hand grasped, as in his other hand he has it. Yami-Hanshin! Naruto would thrust the dark aura of anti-chakra into Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru would use his snake jutsu just in time to rip out of his own mouth and just jump out of the way of the anti-chakra, as his former body or skin would have shattered into pieces and turned to dust from the deathly energy of anti-chakra. "I truly wasn't expecting that," Orochimaru would say. "How interesting. With this power, you can use entirely different hand seals to make different jutsu." "No. You're using the same jutsu, but they're having reverse effects. That's why you're actually reverse summoning yourself to that kunai. I'm assuming you made a summoning seal contract on that kunai and printed it, and that's how you're teleporting around, or seemingly teleporting around, when actually you're just summoning yourself. That's pretty clever." "I don't want compliments from some scumbag like you," Naruto would say, as he runs forward, slashing at Orochimaru with his katana. Orochimaru pulled out a kunai, blocking the attack of the anti-chakra, as Naruto tries spreading his anti-chakra into the kunai and into Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru would drop the kunai as he sees the black spreading over the metal, saying that he's not going to get him that easily, saying he's too slow. Orochimaru then uses his own jutsu, summoning Mamba, the huge snake, as it rushes towards Naruto. This was only a distraction, of course, since Orochimaru had to have time for another jutsu he was planning. Naruto would slash with his anti-chakra katana, cutting Mamba in half and slashing, his body falling to the ground from the valley below. Orochimaru would come from behind as he then throws his chakra into a kick, sending extra strength into it. As he hits Naruto down, Naruto would be sent shocked, flying into the cold water of the waterfall below, landing in the bottom of the valley. "Get back down here," Naruto would say. Orochimaru would laugh as he says he was planning to, jumping to the valley below himself. After fighting Naruto in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru, being the genius that he is, has come up with a way to combat against Naruto's anti-chakra, as he realized how it works. Naruto's anti-chakra acts as a negative towards chakra's positive, so there are two options. Either have no chakra and allow the attack to hit your body, doing more damage but you won't lose any chakra, or going the second route, which is using more chakra than Naruto's using anti-chakra, and negating each other. By having more chakra than anti-chakra, you can overpower Naruto's anti-chakra, forcing him to use more of his. Something Orochimaru also noticed is that Naruto's control over anti-chakra is still lacking. If Naruto has more control over it, he could use less and probably use more effectivity against it. As Orochimaru throws a punch to Naruto, Naruto puts some anti-chakra in his fist as he hits his fist directly against Orochimaru's. Suddenly a burst of air would happen, as if almost like a magnetic force between the two would cause them to clash together. As Orochimaru would push suddenly more chakra into his fist, trying to direct it at Naruto's body. Naruto's anti-chakra and Orochimaru's chakra would negate each other, as Naruto gets sent flying backwards, taking some damage and feeling his arm numb. Damn! How did he damage me? He was using chakra, there's no way! Naruto would realize what Orochimaru was doing, saying that's not going to work forever, as Naruto can keep going all day. I'll keep fighting until you run out of chakra, and then I'll take Sasuke back and kill you. Something Naruto's also not taking into account as he's running through the bottom of the valley is the river that he's walking in. Naruto has no speed advantage here since he can't really walk on water, since he has no chakra to act as a buoyancy effect. Naruto's anti-chakra doesn't work on water since water doesn't have life energy like trees do, so there's nothing to drain off of it to give him that boost. So Naruto is basically wading through the water and jumping through the air using teleportation jutsu. This still would be slowing him down though, and Orochimaru would be taking advantage of that, knowing that Naruto's speed would have been problematic to deal with. Suddenly Orochimaru began climbing the stone wall, using chakra as he pulled himself up, jumping to the very top, back to where Sasuke was. Hey, wait! Naruto would then jump up into the air as he uses anti-chakra, using his katanas and stabbing them into the side of the wall and pulling himself up right after Orochimaru, before using his pure physical strength and hopping all the way into the air, sheathing his katanas as he lands to the ground. Hey, get back here, Naruto would say as he climbs up. As he reaches the top, jumping and sheathing his katanas, he would be shocked as he sees something. Back to Hinata, we finally see her arriving at the final valley of the end. As she arrives looking across the valley, she would see someone. She would see Sasuke lying on the ground with the ropes cut, as he's laying there alone, by the side where Hinata had come from. Across the valley on the other side, she would then see Orochimaru and Naruto walking away together. Naruto! Hinata would shout. Naruto would turn around for a split second, as Orochimaru would turn looking back to him. As Naruto turns around meeting Hinata's gaze, he would give her a soft smile and wave, with Hinata telling him to stop, asking where is he going. Why are you going with him? He took Sasuke, didn't he? Aren't you going to? Naruto would look towards Hinata as Hinata would realize something. Naruto was sacrificing himself to save Sasuke. As Naruto turns around for the last time, Hinata would say, "No!" As Naruto and Orochimaru disappear, Naruto using his teleportation jutsu. Back to a few minutes before Hinata had arrived, we see Naruto as he just climbed that side of the valley, now arriving ready to fight Orochimaru and kill him. As he lands back to the ground, pulling his katanas out, Naruto would see to his horror Orochimaru with a kunai to Sasuke's throat, with Orochimaru telling Naruto not to make any move. What are you doing, Naruto would say. Fight me, fair and square! Orochimaru would laugh, saying that's not gonna happen, and even if it did, Naruto saw what happened. I could easily beat you if I wanted to, but I'd run out of my chakra and pass out here, right? So this is the only option that I really have left. We're going to be making a deal, Naruto Uzumaki. A deal? Naruto would say, as Naruto's focused solely on the tunnel vision ahead of him, tunnel vision on his friends, his oath to protect them. Naruto would look up as he gulps, with Orochimaru smiling, realizing he's got him. He's figured Naruto all out. Naruto's a desperate fool to protect his friends. That's why when he saw Sasuke getting hurt in the arena, he went mad and went after Gaara relentlessly. Naruto clinging on to people, someone to not abandon him, because Naruto himself has always felt alone. That's not true, Naruto would say, as Orochimaru would then tell Naruto to listen up. This is the deal I'm offering you, Naruto Uzumaki. A trade. You or Sasuke, one of you will be coming with me, one way or the other. You want me to? Naruto would be shocked as Orochimaru would nod. Naruto would think about it for only a split second before he realizes the choice. Take me instead, he would say. Naruto would have a plan in his mind as he realizes what Orochimaru is trying to do. He wants to take me or Sasuke's body, but he can't do that with mine, since he needs to use chakra in order to take it. Mine can resist, I know I can, and by the time I'm strong enough if I'm fighting against Orochimaru, and I don't have to worry about Sasuke, then I can kill him. Orochimaru would smile as he says, "Good boy." Orochimaru would then take a kunai as he slashes the ropes cutting Sasuke. Naruto wouldn't move a muscle, as Orochimaru would tell Naruto that he's going to put Sasuke on the other side, so that when the Leaf Village arrives they can take him back with them. Orochimaru would have a deep smile on his face, as he had already imprinted the curse mark on Sasuke. When Sasuke arrives back at the Leaf Village, he'll want to come to me fully of his free will. Orochimaru would be laughing. Sasuke would be put down by Orochimaru on the ground, as Orochimaru would then come back, telling Naruto that they can go now. This would be when Naruto began picking his katanas up and sheathing them, telling him asking where they're going. Why? To our new base, of course, where your training is going to begin. Naruto would nod as he turns one last time to look back at Sasuke. He turns back and begins walking away. I don't think I'm going to be seeing you for a while, Sasuke, so this is the last thing I can do for you. Suddenly we see an anti-chakra shadow clone appear, as Naruto had left a single kunai left over to the other side in case he needed to escape or could grab Sasuke and run while Orochimaru was distracted or something during their fight. Naruto would have reverse summoned a shadow clone, as Naruto would use the anti-chakra, all of it in the shadow clone, to take out the curse mark that Orochimaru had left implanted on Sasuke. Naruto uses anti-chakra to sense the difference in chakra that was on Sasuke now, this malicious chakra that reminded him of Orochimaru. As the clone disappears, sending all of its anti-chakra into it, the curse inside would break as Sasuke's dark chakra that had been implanted on him from Orochimaru would have been destroyed. As Naruto says goodbye to Sasuke for the last time, he would say that Sasuke might want to fight him someday. He might go after him, and that's fine. Naruto would look forward, as suddenly he'd hear a scream from behind, hearing Hinata. Naruto! As Naruto turns around, seeing Hinata standing there by Sasuke's side, he'd be happy as he smiles, thinking that someone's finally going to save Sasuke, and that his friends will be safe, now that this menace is gone. In Naruto's mind, he'd be thinking goodbye, Hinata, as Hinata tells him to wait. As Naruto turns around waving, he would then walk away from Orochimaru, as the two head off towards the Sound Village for the next 3 years to begin, as Naruto's experiments on anti-chakra of Orochimaru would begin. Back to the very beginning, we see the hand reaching into the water, as we can now clearly see the person behind it, Hinata. Hinata reaching her hand into the dark water trying to grab Naruto and pull him out of it. However, just as at the end, we see an image of Naruto walking with Orochimaru, and instead of grabbing that hand, he lets it go, as he sinks further and further into the darkness. We start this part off a little bit after the ending of the last part, with Hinata carrying Sasuke and bringing him back to the Leaf Village, with meeting up with the other members who had gone on the rescue mission to save Sasuke, and also bring back Naruto. With everyone wondering where Naruto is, Hinata would be solemn and silent, as she would just remember Naruto waving as he walked off with that strange man. The group would have made it back to the village by now, and Sasuke would be back in the hospital, safe, with Jiraiya and Tsunade both watching, as Sasuke would be unconscious still for a little while. Sasuke at this point is much weaker than Naruto, and that's because Naruto himself had the whole month of training with Jiraiya, as well as mastering his anti-chakra abilities during that time before the Chunin exams. So Sasuke is a much weaker shinobi at this point in time, but that would change pretty soon. After a few days, Sasuke would eventually begin to wake up, and Sasuke would remember nothing. He just remembers his fight with Gaara and suddenly a burst of black energy, and then he was gone. Then he had felt some weird energy wrapping around it himself like tendrils, and then they were killed, slashed, as if though they were ripped apart. Sasuke would hold his head as he has a headache, with Jiraiya standing there as he would then say good morning. Sasuke would ask what's going on and where's Naruto. Sasuke would be shocked as Jiraiya would explain everything. That idiot, Sasuke would think. Why would he do that? Sasuke would be holding his hand on his chin thinking about it for a while. Why would he take my place? Sasuke would be wondering. Jiraiya would then answer the question for Sasuke, saying that you're too weak. Sasuke would look down at the hospital bed he's sitting in before grabbing and tightening his fist around the blanket covering him as he throws it off. I know that, Sasuke would say. Jiraiya would simply be watching him, as Sasuke began to walk out of the room as he tries to slam open the door. You really think you can save him by yourself? Jiraiya would ask. Did you see what happened with your fight with Gaara? You were ripped apart, Sasuke. Sasuke would stop still, as Jiraiya would then say, you haven't even unlocked your Sharingan. Compared to Itachi, you're pathetic. Sasuke would tell him to shut up, as he slams the door shut, asking what he would know about it. As Jiraiya would look solemnly towards Sasuke, seeing inside of him the younger version of Orochimaru, his friend who had abandoned the village. If Naruto hadn't intervened and tried to save you, Jiraiya would be thinking, I bet you willingly have gone to that side, stepped into the darkness, because that's the kind of person you are, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke would be staring Jiraiya in the eyes, and Jiraiya would have a little staring contest with Sasuke for a while, before he would eventually smile, closing them and saying, Alright, I got an idea. Sasuke would be confused for a second, asking what he means, with Kakashi then walking into the room. Kakashi would have 2 bags, as he has one for himself and Sasuke, as Jiraiya would then explain to Sasuke what they're going to be doing. Sasuke would be shocked, asking Jiraiya if he really thinks that's a good idea. Is it really okay for 2 high-level shinobi like both of you to be away from the village? What about the missions? We're having way more come in now after the sand attack, especially with all the havoc that had been reaped across the Land of Fire. Are you sure it's... Yes, Sasuke, it's okay, Kakashi would say. Kakashi would explain to Sasuke as he reveals his Sharingan, saying that it's necessary for me and Jiraiya to both come with you, Sasuke. Kakashi would reveal his headband as he pulls it up, showing his Sharingan, as he would explain to Sasuke that he would be training Sasuke in how to unlock and master his dojutsu, the Sharingan. If we're going to bring back Naruto and defeat Orochimaru, we're going to need someone who's equally strong to Naruto. And right now, Sasuke, we're thinking our best bet is you. Me? Sasuke would think, but Jiraiya, you just said that I was weak. How do you think I could take down Naruto if not even... Come on, Sasuke. Just get your stuff and we're going, Jiraiya would say. Sasuke would be flabbergasted as Jiraiya would then grab his stuff as Kakashi grabs his, saying to meet them by the gate in half an hour. Sasuke would be a bit shocked as he would then begin gathering his things, as he grabs the bag Kakashi had gotten for him, as he's ready to leave the Leaf Village and begin his training. Sakura, as well as the other Genin, would see Sasuke off, and Hinata would be there as well. Before Sasuke leaves, Hinata would then tell Sasuke something. I know why you're leaving, Sasuke, she would say. Sasuke would turn around, wondering what she was about to say. It's to save him, isn't it? Sasuke would have an image of Naruto in his mind back during the Land of Waves, as he was fighting against Haku. Sasuke looked down as he has a bit of a soft smile. The training is going to be a waste, Hinata would say. As Sasuke was just about to be angry, Hinata would then say, because I'm going to be the one to save him. A brush of wind would sweep through both of their hair as Sasuke would lock eyes with Hinata, the two of them both mutually understanding each other, as they were both trying to save Naruto. Sasuke would wave goodbye to the Leaf and his comrades, as he would then leave with Jiraiya and Kakashi, as they begin to head towards Mount Miyaboku to train for the next 3 years. We see 1 year after Sasuke, Kakashi, and Jiraiya have left the Leaf Village. The trio are all at Mount Miyaboku, as Jiraiya watches Kakashi and Sasuke sparring. By this point, Sasuke would have unlocked his Sharingan, as they didn't know it, but he had unlocked his Sharingan against Gaara, like I mentioned in the previous part. So to all three of their pleasant surprises, they were able to actually begin coaching Sasuke on how to use his Sharingan, and by this point Sasuke would already have mastered all 3 Tomoe Sharingan, so he was already at that point training with Kakashi. Sasuke would have learned the Chidori by now, as Jiraiya and Kakashi would have both agreed that in order to defeat the Yamianshin, or the Dark Rasengan that Naruto can use, Sasuke would need some kind of piercing attack that could actually pierce through the anti-chakra, something with enough straightforward attack power, and it was also something that only someone with a Sharingan could use to avoid tunnel vision, so it would be a perfect weapon for Sasuke, who had lightning release. Around another half a year later, Sasuke would have now completely mastered the Chidori and the Sharingan, and Sasuke is now just about as strong as he would be after the 3 years in the original Shippuden, when he had been training for Orochimaru, and had faced against Sakura and Naruto in the original timeline. Sasuke is around that point now, and he still has a year and a half left to go. This would be when the last year and a half would be used to teach Sasuke something else. Remember how Naruto had tried to make the summoning contract on the Toad summoning of Jiraiya and how it failed? So that spot is still open, since Naruto actually doesn't have Toad summoning, due to his anti-chakra. And so Jiraiya would have chosen Sasuke to be the next Toad Sage, as Sasuke would have signed the contract and would have begun practicing the summoning jutsu, having fully mastered it in only about a month, which was pretty impressive at the time. After mastering the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya would think it was finally time, the last phase of the training that would probably take Sasuke the longest, as Jiraiya and Kakashi would both leave Mount Miyaboku, entrusting Fukasaku, the old toad, to give Sasuke the rest of the training properly, as Jiraiya and Kakashi would then await in nearby towns, just drinking and having fun for the next year. During this last year would be the most difficult part of Sasuke's training, as he'd be focusing day and night on trying to master it. Sage-style jutsu. It would take Sasuke half a year to gain access to imperfect Sage mode, and finally another half a year to finally master perfect Sage mode, as Sasuke would then finally become a perfect Toad Sage, as one day he would open his eyes underneath the waterfall, his hands cupped together as his Sharingan are activated, and now, pairing with his red, on each side of Sasuke's eyes a new pigment would change, as we would see Sage mode activate with the red pigment surrounding Sasuke. As Sasuke's chakra would shoot up, since he's now completely able to use Sage mode and access nature energy to use in his attacks. This was the most key part in Jiraiya's plan, since Jiraiya is a pretty smart guy, and Kakashi is as well,
The two of them together would have deduced around that first year and a half on how Orochimaru could have been able to match with Naruto, considering that if Naruto was able to take out Tsunade with one hit using the Yamianshin, as long as he could have landed one single attack like that on Orochimaru, he should have gone down, but he didn't. So that means that Jiraiya thinks that Orochimaru must have come up with a way in order to counteract Naruto's ability. And so that's when they had begun brainstorming the idea on how they could counteract the nature release known as Anti-Chakra. Back at the Leaf Village, both Tsunade and Hinata would have actually approached Tsunade about learning medical-style ninjutsu. For Hinata, this was to perfect her technique, since Hyuga are naturally talented at using their taijutsu ability and the gentle fist. And since she can see chakra points, if she could learn medical ninjutsu to increase her precision, as well as her scale and abilities, then Hinata could get strong enough maybe to even save Naruto. Hinata would have also continued training by going on missions with her team as a shinobi, so that would also have been going for her. We have to remember as well that at the Leaf Village, the third Hokage is still alive, so Tsunade and the third Hokage would both be in the Leaf Village at the same time, meaning that the Leaf Village isn't as weak or defenseless as it would have been if the Nine Tails had gone missing originally. Behind the scenes though, Danzo would have already begun planning to retake the Nine Tails. Since he'd been trying to get Naruto and his special ability for years, he'd been trying to get him into the Root Anbu, but the third Hokage had been blocking that effort for many years now. Now that he was finally out of the reach of the Leaf, he would finally be able to attain Naruto and begin mastering his power for himself. Danzo at this point after the 3 years had sent multiple teams of Anbu to go towards the land of rice paddies to where they know that the location of the Sound Village is to try and find Naruto. But every time they had done so, no one had ever come back. The time had finally come. Now that Sasuke had mastered Sage-style jutsu, he was now able to charge nature energy into his Chidori, meaning that, theoretically, they'd be able to counter Naruto's anti-chakra. Since, as I said before, the way that anti-chakra works is that it's designed in order to replenish nature energy and heal the worlds that the Otsutsuki clans had destroyed and ravaged using the chakra fruits and draining the land's natural energy. This is basically the opposite of the chakra tree, the divine tree, in which Naruto's ability of anti-chakra takes spiritual and physical taijutsu, ninjutsu, takes that chakra and turns it back into nature energy. So if someone uses an attack using nature energy, the anti-chakra will just act as normal chakra and it wouldn't be able to drain the other person's chakra so long as they can avoid having a direct contact of an attack, or as long as they can maintain a distance using nature energy and keeping that barrier between the two. A major disadvantage that Sage Mode has against Anti-Chakra is that while Anti-Chakra has an entire pool of energy that it can tap into, that grows the more people that die around the person who wields it, Sage energy can only be concentrated for so many minutes at a time, and its stamina and cooldown are much longer, meaning that for someone like Sasuke who doesn't use Shadow Clones as efficiently as Naruto can, he won't be able to use his hacks tactics where he can have charged clones full of nature energy, meaning he'll only have around 5 or 6 minutes to where he can actually fight against the anti-chakra abilities of Naruto using Sage Mode. But I'll digress, as the three would begin to head back to the Leaf Village now that 3 years had passed. Suddenly the gatekeepers would be shocked and smile as they begin waving saying, "You guys are back," as we see Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sasuke walking back into the village. Sasuke's attire would be different now, as he still has a long collared blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back, but this time he now has a long dark blue cloak over it, similar to what Jiraiya wears, and more like the Sage Mode cloak that Naruto had, but in blue and black. Like the original, Sakura would be the first to actually run into them, as she turns around seeing Sasuke, as she sees Sasuke climbing onto the roof, now looking over the Leaf Village as he stretches himself out. "So, it's been 3 years, huh? I wonder what you're doing now, Naruto." "Hey, Sasuke!" Sakura would say as Sasuke would look down saying, "Hey Sakura," as he would climb down, jumping off the building and landing to the street below. Jiraiya would whisper to Kakashi, the two would laugh and giggle, saying that they're going to go report to Lord Third, as they would then use the transformation jutsu behind a building, as they begin to walk out as Sasuke and Sakura, and the two begin to make kissy faces from behind Sakura's back, as Sasuke would then get angry, telling the two of them to buzz off. Sakura turn around as we see Jiraiya and Kakashi whistling as they're walking away, wondering what that was all about. Sasuke would sigh, saying they're always doing stupid things like that. "But it's good to see you, Sakura." Sakura would blush as he says that Sasuke looks so much taller now. Sasuke would nod, saying, "Yeah," and he would then tell Sakura everything that had happened during the 3 years and how his training had been really hard. But look, he would have to activate his Sharingan as he shows Sakura. "See, look, I can use my dojutsu now. Pretty neat, huh?"
Sasuke in his mind be thinking that he still can't access the power that Itachi has, but that's fine for now. As long as he's strong enough, he'll focus on what he can do. Suddenly, a hand would appear on Sakura's shoulder. As we would see Hinata around the corner, she then tells Sakura, "If we're late again today, Lady Tsunade is going to be..." "Oh, you're back." Sasuke would nod, saying that his training went well, asking how hers had gone, asking if she really thinks that she can defeat Naruto at this point, if she had to. Defeat Naruto? Hinata hadn't really thought about that, as she had thought that she'd be fighting other people to rescue Naruto. She hadn't thought that maybe Naruto wouldn't want to leave. "No, I'll make him if I have to," Hinata be thinking. Because that smile, she remembered the smile that Naruto had as he had turned around and waved to her before walking away. That smile wasn't someone who was having fun. It was the smile of someone who was hurt very badly inside. Hinata would harden her stare at Sasuke, saying maybe she will be the one to save Naruto. He doesn't know. Sasuke would laugh, saying, "Alright, if you say so," as Sasuke would be a much lighter person now than he had been before. Jiraiya and Kakashi together had raised Sasuke's spirits and had changed him as a person now. Sasuke was a much brighter and more optimistic person than he had been, while still easily quick to anger and also calculating at times. Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura then head towards the Hokage's office, deciding to report to Lord Third, as well as to tell Tsunade that where they were being, since Hinata and Sakura had a training session. As Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke would all arrive inside the room, they would see Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage all talking and bustling about, as they would then be silent as the three enter. "We were just talking about you," Lord Third would say, as the third Hokage had been arguing with Tsunade and Jiraiya on who would be taking his place, saying that he was going to retire from Hokage as soon as possible, saying that it was his time to leave, as they would all have been arguing, saying that he could go for another few years. With Jiraiya and Tsunade coughing as they would say it's good to see them, Tsunade would see Sasuke as she analyzes him, thinking that he does look much stronger than when she had previously last seen him. Tsunade would turn to Jiraiya asking, Did he master the... Jiraiya would nod, as having confirmed to Tsunade that Sasuke had indeed mastered Sage Mode. Tsunade would then nod, saying that's good, saying that hers was still in the works, as Hinata would look away. The third Hokage would cough and speak up, saying that he actually had a plan for them today, as he would announce that Kakashi would be hosting a new bell test, with Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke as the new temporary Team 7 to verse against him and try and capture the bells. "Me? Alright, if you say so," Kakashi would say. Kakashi had been doing some training by himself as well when he had been with them for 3 years, and that would have been when he had figured out about the Mangekyo Sharingan, which Sasuke could have given him info about when he had found that he could use it. Anyhow, the three young shinobi would then head towards the forest, as Kakashi would then head into it, saying that the third Hokage would count them down, as he would do so. 3, 2, 1, fight! Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata would immediately split up, as the three would decide they'd have to use teamwork. Hinata would immediately use her Byakugan as she began scanning the forest, finding Kakashi's chakra, signaling to Sasuke's direction, as the two would then head towards it. Sakura would play Vanguard as the two head forward, with Hinata and Sasuke being the front runners in the front lines. There he is. Sasuke, using his Sharingan, could see, even in the dark, as he sees under the shadows of the trees, Kakashi's faded green jacket from his Jonin jacket. As Sasuke would then begin to form the Jutsu hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Flame Jutsu. As Sasuke would then breathe out the jutsu, suddenly a roar of different petals of flame would come shooting out from Sasuke's chakra pool as it begins flying towards Kakashi at massive speeds. Hinata then prepare her second attack as Kakashi would dodge the flames, but now that it was illuminated, it was an open shot. Degeneration style. Gentle step twin lion fists. Hinata, using her medical ninjutsu, would have perfected the gentle fist style, and using the twin lion fists, it would appear as though her hands had grown 2 heads of snarling chakra beasts, as she would lunge forward prepared to attack Kakashi. Degeneration style is a style that Hinata had actually created herself, combining both Gentle Fist's ability to cancel chakra points and medical ninjutsu to reactivate and open them. By using them at the same time, Hinata can achieve the ability to do massive damage using medical ninjutsu, along with the added side effect of delaying their chakra points, meaning they're unable to actually use any jutsu. It was a pretty deadly combo, as she would actually land one of her twin lion fists on Kakashi's shoulder, sending him flying as it dislocates his entire shoulder, and he feels his bones having been shattered, almost disintegrated underneath. "Oh, that hurts," Kakashi be thinking. I'll have to take this more seriously, as he begins cracking his neck as he uses his other hand to use one-handed style jutsu. Kakashi would then reveal as he uses his hand to pull up his Sharingan, as he then uses Mangekyo's Sharingan using Kamui, as Sasuke sends another barrage, but this time a fireball jutsu. Sasuke hasn't really used any of his main jutsu or techniques yet, and Kakashi knows about them, so he doesn't want to risk it, as the two would then continue with the bell test. Sakura would slowly be sneaking around, as the plan they'd come up with before the bell test was about to begin. Sakura would continue to go in a circular motion around the two, as well as Kakashi-sensei, as Sakura would be rotating around the group in order to not be seen or sensed by Kakashi's Sharingan. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata would be playing bait, as Sakura's vanguard would be part of the key of their plan actually. Sasuke would hint to Hinata that the plan's about to start, as Sasuke would suddenly hold out his hand. Here we go, Kakashi would be thinking as he begins to use his own, as the two Chidoris would be formed. In Sasuke's left hand, the blade of electricity would cover it, as he prepares himself, as well as telling Kakashi to get ready for this if he doesn't want to die. Kakashi would smile under his mask, as he would then tell Sasuke to come at him, as the two begin charging towards each other, using their massive speed to power up the Chidori even further, as the two are about to pierce each other. Now! Hinata and Sakura would both do their portion of the plan immediately, as Sasuke would stand the Chidori into the ground, causing Kakashi to get thrown up into the air. What? Kakashi would look down as he's looking around, analyzing his Sharingan, wondering what's happening, thinking he was going to go into a Chidori clash with Sasuke. Suddenly, two trees, which were being held up by wire from kunai, which Sakura had set up while Hinata and Sasuke were distracting Kakashi. The two trees on either side would then be cut, as Hinata would take the left side while Sakura would take the right, slashing the wire itself, as the tree would then be let go as it uses momentum. The two trees will begin to fall at equal speed, as at the very end, just as they're about to hit Kakashi, he's trying to use a substitution jutsu midair. I don't think so. Sakura as well as Hinata would jump in from both sides as they punch the tree with full strength, using the strength that they learned from Tsunade. Both of the trees would then come crashing together, as Kakashi would be pinned between them. Sasuke, do it now, Hinata would say, as Sasuke would be ready. What? Kakashi would have been distracted having to use Kamui as he was trying to delete one of the trees so he could get out. But during that time while he was using Kamui at this point, Kakashi still hasn't mastered Kamui to the degree that Obito or, well, Madara has, so he can't do it instantaneously. Sasuke would have taken the opportunity in order to take the bells as he leaps using his speed, entering Sage mode momentarily to boost his strength in his legs as he kicks forward, shattering the ground, grabbing the bells from Kakashi as he lands on the other side. As Team 7, the newly formed Team 7, has succeeded in taking the bells from Kakashi. Kakashi would sigh as he falls to the ground, saying that was intense, and thinking how they could have come up with a plan in such a short amount of time. Sasuke would have told the two girls earlier on about Kakashi's Mangekyo and his ability, as well as how long approximately it takes for him to do so. So he would have given Sakura the task of setting up the trees using her strength and then setting them up so they'd be out of view, while he and Hinata could distract Kakashi by using their dojutsu, as well as trying to make it seem that they were fighting a head-on fight. Both the third Hokage and Kakashi would congratulate the trio on their success in the bell test, and they would let them rest as they would all go off and do their own thing for a while. Sasuke would go back to his house where he sees the picture of Team 7 of him, Naruto, and Sakura with Kakashi, as he and Naruto are staring at each other in anger. Sasuke would smile as he then places the photo, dusting it off since he hasn't been back in 3 years. Time's flown, he'd think. As he looks up at his ceiling, he'd be wondering what was going on with Naruto, and he wondered about Itachi. 1 week later, we would see a bird flying into the Leaf Village, and it was on its last legs. It was flying about as hard as it could, and one of its wings was damaged, and there was soot and ash covering its feathers. As the bird landed with its dying breath, it would die right next to the other birds in the messenger area for the Hokage, with a note tied to its leg. This would be a rather fast scripted note, with blood actually on the paper, droplets of it. By now the blood had dried, but it was unsettling to say the least. As Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage would analyze this, it would say one word: help. From the paper used on the bird that was sent, they could tell this was sent from the Sand Village. But why did they rush so much? What happened? They had not received any notification from the Sand Village earlier, and there's no way this is some sort of prank or anything. So they'd need to send some people out there now. Most of the Jonin and higher level shinobi were out on missions, and so they decided that they were going to test the strength they had saw the other night. And so Team 7 along with Kakashi would be assigned to go on this mission to find what's happened to the Sand Village, and what this message was all about. Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Kakashi would all be sent, with Sai actually replacing Hinata on Team 8 for the foreseeable future, or at least until Naruto came back, if that was ever the case. The group would then leave to head towards the Sand Village from the directions they had followed, knowing that it was going to be a 3 or 4 day trek, and that there would be some sandstorms along the way as well, and other paths they need to worry about. After 1 day of having to hide in a cave throughout a sandstorm, the group would finally arrive, and they would be horrified to say the least. Just for the sake of comparison of what the Leaf Village looked like after the pain attack in the original timeline, the Sand Village is gone. The entire area is just completely ripped apart. If Pain's was a 10, then the Sand Village at this point in time is a 12. That's how much destruction has taken place in this village. A person couldn't really call it a village anymore, and it looked more like ancient ruins of a civilization from thousands of years ago. The only thing we had disproving it was the shattered sign of the actual sand itself, as well as the numerous thousands and thousands of corpses laying around. Who could have done this? Sakura would say in horror. In fact, all of Team 7 would be shocked. Kakashi not having seen such a level of ruin and destruction in so many years, not since the Third Great Shinobi War. Sasuke would be having flashbacks of the Uchiha Massacre, as he had no idea what to think, as his mind would just be blank, seeing the decay and the rotting corpses with blood filling out the streets, having already then turned to a darker red from the sands pushing over it, making it now mix into the dirt as it was slowly fading away. The entire Sand Village was gone. The group would begin to approach the village to see if they could find any clues of what had happened, and they'd get a clue alright. As the group enters within a certain radius of the entrance of the village, suddenly, black sparks would begin to surround the group. Sasuke, who would be in Sage mode as he had already seen the amount of destruction, in case there were any intruders so he could sense their energy, the exact moment that he enters the field, he pushes the rest of Team 7 out of the field as he stands in it, with black sparks just about to cover their bodies. A huge amount of this black electricity would be covering Sasuke now, but in between it would be a gap of air. This would be the nature energy that Sasuke had absorbed before he had decided to enter the Sand Village in case there was any enemies, and it was protecting him. Sasuke would step out of the radius, and as he's back to normal, he deactivates Sage mode. All 4 of the people there know exactly what this is. This energy is anti-chakra, and it's on a scale that they had never seen before. The amount of death, the smell of the rotting corpses burning under the hot sun. There was only one person who would have the ability and the power to do this, to completely eradicate an entire village with one attack. There's no way, he would never do this, Hinata would say, and she can't believe it herself, as there's no doubt that the only person, the only human capable of this power, is Naruto. Naruto, he destroyed the hidden Sand Village. Sakura and Hinata would be crying, and Kakashi and Sasuke would be shocked, aghast at what he had done. There's no way, Naruto was never like that. Sasuke remembers seeing Naruto against Haku and Zabuza, the look in his eyes as he took their lives and killed them using his anti-chakra. Sasuke had inadvertently activated his Sharingan at this point from both fear, rage, and the combination of all of the emotions he was feeling swirling around inside of him. Both Sakura and Hinata would be having flashbacks of seeing Naruto fighting Neji, the way he had brutalized him, crippling him. Neji in fact was still incapable of walking, and Gaara, the way he had fought him like an animal. Do you think Hinata would say? Sakura would be nodding slowly. He took revenge on the Sand Village for attacking the Leaf from all those years ago. You can't call this revenge. This is a massacre, Kakashi would finish as he watches, now looking as he would then take his hand, gently brushing over the field to find the distance exactly. His finger would have electrical burns all over it, as Kakashi would quickly ask Sakura and Hinata to heal them for him. Kakashi would have identified where this anti-chakra field was, and this would mean that Sasuke would be the only one to enter. He would only have 5 minutes that his Sage mode would last, and thus he could protect himself with nature energy from the effects of this death area. And so Sasuke would charge some nature energy for the next 5 or 10 minutes while the others watched, as he would then wave to them as he would then enter into the field, the place where Naruto had been, where he had annihilated all of the Sand Villagers. In Sasuke's head, he could imagine it, seeing every corpse how Naruto had done it. First, he used some kind of barrier anti-chakra jutsu using his reversed hand seal style. Once he had done that, he created this barrier of anti-chakra around the entire Sand Village. And once he had that, all of the villagers and all of the shinobi inside who had chakra
would have lost it, as the anti-chakra absorbs it, since no one here has any sage jutsu, so they couldn't defend against it. Once they were drained on chakra and about to pass out, Naruto came in and killed all of them. There wasn't even a fight, and then afterwards, he would see the huge crater that used to be the building where the Kazekage would reside. He must have used a massive amount of anti-chakra and a Yamayanshin in order to destroy a crater of that size. Sasuke would be watching in horror, as he's been around him for 3 minutes now. Suddenly something would catch his eye. A piece of red and black cloth. As he moves over, he would see a blade, a bit of a katana blade, still a bit of black energy covering it, as it was pierced into the ground and blood on the cloth. This is an Akatsuki robe. The Akatsuki must have attacked the Sand Village at the same time, and there was a struggle. Sasuke would gulp, thinking, which member of the Akatsuki was it? No, there's no way Itachi would get caught in a trap like this, right? Wait, why? Sasuke would be thinking, why is he even worried about Itachi? That bastard should die anyway, but not by Naruto. I can't bear to see him go any further down the darkness. That was the path I was supposed to take. That he took for me. I should have been the one doing this, Sasuke would think, as he feels tears now coming to his eyes. Sasuke would rub them away as he then walks back out of the field, feeling the air actually become lighter as soon as he exits it, just then exiting out of sage mode, as he takes a breath of air. He would then explain to Kakashi, Hinata, and Sakura what had happened in the Sand Village from what he could tell. Naruto didn't fight any of them. What? They'd ask. He would then explain that he thinks Naruto used some sort of anti-chakra barrier jutsu over the entire village. And then, once everyone had drained their chakra and couldn't move, or were on the verge of passing out, he had come in using his blades and then had finished them all off, saying that most of the dead had wounds from stab wounds, and those who had been blown apart were probably from the main attack. The main attack, they'd ask? As Sasuke would nod. He would then say that Naruto probably used a Yamayanshin, a huge one, because the entire building where the Kazekage's office would be is completely destroyed with a crater around it for about 30 to 40 meters. That's not all I found, Sasuke would say, as he holds up a piece of cloth. The cloth, in fact, that actually had the Akatsuki cloud on it. That's the robe that the Akatsuki wear. Do you think Naruto took one of them down? At least one. But from what we've gathered, the Akatsuki work in pairs of 2, so there might be another one still around here. If we could find them, then that means that they probably would have some info about the attack, and if the One-Tailed Jinchuriki Gaara, who's the new Kazekage, had actually gone away or not. I didn't see him in any of the rubble or any corpses of him, so I think he might still be alive, Sasuke would say. Now that Sasuke had explained the situation to the team, they had all decided they need to go and search around, splitting up. Sasuke would have the highest advantage in this since he has both the Sharingan and Sage mode, so he would scan for miles around using both, and eventually he would find a blood trail, a very small one but still. That means that someone got away, and it's most likely an Akatsuki member. Sasuke would then signal back to the group, as he would then tell them that he's found something, as he would then head towards the path. This would be leading towards that cave where in the original timeline Gaara had been abducted and taken. As Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata would all head towards the blood trail, which would then lead to this massive stone against a mountainside. That's probably an Akatsuki hideout, Kakashi would say, as the rest of them would nod. I'll take care of this one, Sakura would say, as she jumps down to the valley below, landing on both feet. She would walk towards the boulder, she then charges chakra into her fist, pounding the attack directly into the rock, shattering the boulder as she moves it directly out of the way, opening the cave's entrance, as the rest of the team would then drop before they begin to head inside. The one who had survived had been Deidara, and the reason the blood trail had been so slow was because he had been using his clay to ride on. That's how he had escaped, actually, by using his clay to carry him out of the anti-chakra field. The group, just like in Kanon, would have arrived too late, as Gaara would already have been killed, but this time Deidara would have been extremely weakened as he's laying on the ground, with the Akatsuki having already done the ceremony to retrieve the One-Tails. Gaara would be dead. Sasori would have been killed during the anti-chakra attack by Naruto's Yamayanshin blast, and so Deidara was the only one left, as Deidara was on the ground weak and dying, as he was coughing, trying to figure out a way how he can save himself and escape. As the boulder cracks behind him and opens up into the light, Deidara would turn around as he sees a girl with pink hair. Suddenly, 4 more would enter, as Sasuke would still have Sage Mode activated with his Sharingan. As Deidara sees the leaf headband on Sasuke and Kakashi's foreheads, he would know it'd be over. And so, just like art, he will go out as an explosion.
Deidara would activate his final attack, as Deidara uses the rest of his chakra remaining to create a massive explosion. Suddenly, Sasuke would scream to Sakura to get down, as Sakura would turn around with one last look. Sasuke! As the explosion's about to go off, Sasuke would reach out to Sakura, and as he sees the explosion about to reach her, he would see flashbacks, memories of Sakura telling him that she had loved him, but he had ignored it. He had ignored her feelings for him, and now he was never going to see her again, as they were all going to be enveloped in the explosion. Suddenly, a blast of dark energy would cover the entrance of the cave like a wall, as the explosion would be contained within the mountainside, as rocks shattered and the earth shakes. Deidara's life would be wasted. He sees one last look into the eyes of dark blue, mixed with a black pupil in the middle staring down at him. As there we see Naruto Uzumaki, having arrived just in time. Sorry I'm late, he would say. It just took me a while to take care of that Sasori, that puppet user. He was annoying. Naruto would laugh, as he would then use his katana, slicing off Deidara's head before stepping on it and crushing it into the ground. Sakura would be shocked as she falls backward, landing in Sasuke's arms, as Naruto would turn around. Naruto looks different now. Naruto would have a long scar going down across his eye from when Gaara had scratched him back during the Chunin exams, as well as his hair having grown out and looking more gray. As Naruto would turn around, his dark blue eyes having darkened now more after the 3 years that they've been apart. Hinata would be shocked, and Kakashi would be as well, as we would see Orochimaru then appear, wondering what was going on. As Orochimaru would be watching from a distance, wondering what Naruto would do, he would begin to snicker and laugh, thinking about the pained look he'll see on Sasuke's face, as he thought that Sasuke had betrayed him, wondering where his curse mark had gone. As Naruto turns, Naruto would lock eyes, making eye contact with Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, and Kakashi, he began to have a smile on his face, and his eyes would look almost insane. Naruto began laughing. He says, "It's so good to see you, Sasuke. You're alive. I protected you again. With this power. Power." Naruto would be lost on his words as he looks down at the ground before kicking back at Deidara's corpse. Naruto then sheathes his katana back into its black case, as Naruto's outfit looks different too. Naruto would be wearing an open shirt, similar to what Sasuke was wearing when he was at Orochimaru's. Naruto's outfit would be slightly different, as it was all black, with light gray for the rope and pants, as well as him having a hoodie on the back of his actual open shirt rather than just a collar. Naruto's tan skin and muscles would be rippling over his body, and he would look even stronger and buffer than he had before, showing off that he had still continued with his physical training even after he had gone to Orochimaru's. Sasuke would then begin to talk to Naruto as he asks, Naruto? Naruto would have his focus lost for a moment, but then he would look back to Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke? Naruto would be looking desperately, as he wants to listen to Sasuke's words. Sasuke would ask Naruto if he can come back to the village, telling Naruto it's okay, as he tells Naruto that everyone's safe. Suddenly, Naruto would hear a whisper in the back of his mind. This would be the whisper of Sasuke's voice, and it would say, "He's lying. It's a fake. It's one of the Akatsuki trying to trick you and take the Nine Tails." "You're all fakes," Naruto would say, as Naruto's body began to emit a dark energy. Naruto would turn around again, quickly grabbing his face as he begins shaking and contorting. His muscles would begin to buff up as his shirt would begin to rip. Underneath Naruto's shirt, Sasuke could see something. Sasuke would begin coughing before he begins to throw up, as he sees one thing underneath Naruto's shirt. Naruto's back would have thousands of scars, and over those scars would be a massive seal. A sealing symbol so powerful that it must have taken years to create. This is the work of Orochimaru. The seal itself would be pitch black, and inside of it would be blood transfused from Naruto to harness his own anti-chakra power to restrain him. Orochimaru, during the 3 years, had figured out how Minato, the 4th Hokage, had created the seal in order to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto, and he had successfully replicated it in order to create his own cursed seal on Naruto, using anti-chakra, as he would have created an anti-chakra curse mark. Opposite to the heavenly curse mark or the earthly curse mark, this curse mark would be that of a star. It would be the curse mark of the underworld. As Orochimaru, after having completed it, would have complete control to mess with Naruto's mind. 3 years ago, after Naruto had arrived at Orochimaru's place, he had tried to escape multiple times, but Orochimaru, as long as his men would have kept Naruto there, and had continued to do experiments on him.
Naruto has scars all over his body, testing his healing ability, along with his Uzumaki powers, seeing if Naruto could unlock the chakra chains using his anti-chakra. Naruto would be screaming in pain as electricity would be covering his body. Naruto would be looking up at the ceiling, thinking of only one thing. Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke, Sasuke. He would see images of everyone. Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi. Naruto would only be focusing to keep the burden of the pain off of his mind. Suddenly he'd get a punch in the gut with someone covered in gloves, as Naruto would vomit, blood covering his mouth and his body, as tears begin to fill his eyes. No, I can do this. I will protect them. This drive to protect the ones he loves would be Naruto's greatest weakness. It would be the thing keeping Naruto going, and also the thing chaining him to his suffering. As Orochimaru day after day would force Naruto to fight for hours at a time using anti-chakra. And the more that Naruto used anti-chakra, the more powerful he became, and the less of himself there was. Naruto receded slowly back into himself as he became darker and darker. More hatred, anger, and menace, as the Nine Tails' rage would have now merged into Naruto's soul itself, as Naruto had become insane. Naruto would still have one goal that he never let go, never would let go, and no matter how hard Orochimaru would try, he couldn't break it. He would be willing to protect Sasuke, no matter what. Orochimaru would have tried this many times after he had emplaced the curse seal around year 2. And by this point, Naruto had created multiple techniques that Orochimaru had helped develop by testing his anti-chakra for him. Naruto would now be able to create massive versions of the Yamayanshin. He'd be able to teleport, use barrier by using reverse hand seal jutsu to create anti-chakra barriers, negating chakra within it, as well as a few other things. We would see suddenly to Sasuke's horror, as a black energy would begin to thicken around Naruto. Now back at the present, we can see inside of Naruto the seal, where we normally would have found Kurama the orange fox, the nine-tailed fox. Instead we find something else. We find a rotting corpse, its fur having already decayed and gone black. Half of its skull was revealed, of its eye a pitch black, with only a pupil of red remaining. It had turned into a monster. Orochimaru had successfully figured out how to deactivate the seal now that he had Naruto for such a long period of time. Using anti-chakra, he would have erased Minato's trace of chakra, as well as the seal binding within it, by removing the chakra part of the seal and then reverting it back to anti-chakra. Naruto has killed and tamed the Nine Tails, creating the Black Nine Tails, filled with anti-chakra, having converted the Nine Tails' power into anti-chakra. Naruto would now have a massive pool of power. As Sasuke would now be turning face on towards Naruto at this point, his eyes would be hollow, as Orochimaru would continue to use the seal's power from afar, as he whispers into Naruto's ears, "Kill them all. I said, kill them all." Orochimaru would say, "Yes, kill. You're not Sasuke, Kakashi, Hinata, or Sakura. You're using the transformation jutsu," Naruto would say, his eyes looking dead, as Naruto begins loosening the seal on the anti-chakra corpse of Kurama. As anti-chakra began to rush over Naruto's body, he'd be far stronger now than he would have been just a few days ago before he had killed the entire Sand Village. With all that death energy, Naruto was at a skyrocketed level, with having mastery over the complete power of the inverse of what the Kyuubi had in terms of anti-chakra, along with the souls of the screams of cries of all those dying, ripped away from their bodies as their soul left this world, returning back into nature energy. Naruto would have access to this power, as thunder roars as the clouds overhead begin to shake, the heavens above even rumbling with knowing what was going to be happening in the bloody battle that was about to be partaken. As Naruto begins to take one step forward, the moment his foot leaves the ground, and it's about to land back down the dirt, everyone's watching. As time slows down, Sasuke would look up at Naruto for 1 second, as he barely is able to enter it in time. He would turn, using his Sharingan, as he uses all 3 Tomoe, barely even able to see what happened, as Naruto with his speed of using black KCM would be almost faster than light, as Naruto seemingly teleports, his hand reaching for Kakashi's throat. As he grips around it, Kakashi would begin to die, as he feels his throat getting crushed and his jugular now beginning to fill with blood, as his lungs are beginning to fill with water, blood, and saliva. Kakashi would be gagging for air as he grabs at Naruto's arm, ripping and pulling at Naruto's clothes, as he begins kicking, trying to activate Kamui and teleport either him and Naruto away, or teleport Naruto's arm off of himself. Immediately as the Kamui begins to take effect on Naruto, Naruto would focus as he would then glare at the point where Kakashi's Kamui was starting. Suddenly a wave of dark energy of anti-chakra, the same dark hands that would have been golden in the original timeline of Kurama, would begin to spread out as they grab the air. The chakra that was beginning to siphon would then be stopped, as the Kamui would be silenced. Naruto, with that split second, would have already begun pushing anti-chakra into Kakashi. Kakashi would be screaming inside as he can't speak. His voice is gone. All he can think is, "Obito, Rain, I'm so sorry. I'll be there soon." The moment he thinks this, as his Sharingan begins to fade, as Kakashi's life would begin to dim out, like a fading ember of the last of a flame. The final member of Team Minato, about to pass on to the next life. Suddenly from two sides, Naruto's arm would snap in two directions, as you see both Sasuke and Hinata entering Sage mode. Hinata's barely able to, with this emotional boost of seeing Kakashi, their team leader, die, would be able to access Imperfect Lion Sage mode. The Sage mode she'd been training after she'd mastered the Twin Lion Fists for as long as Tsunade had told her about how they think anti-chakra might work. Jiraiya and Tsunade had both begun training one student in order to learn how to master Sage Jutsu in order to fight Naruto. Sasuke and Hinata's blows would strike Naruto's body. As Naruto's forced to let go of Kakashi, he falls to the ground. Kakashi's neck and all of his nerve endings would have been fried, as he can't feel anything from the neck down. Hinata immediately falls out of Lion Sage when she falls to the ground, barely being able to control the nature energy and not transform into the beast itself. Sasuke would tell Hinata to stay down, that he's got this, as Naruto would snicker. "You idiots. You think you can really trick me into thinking you're my friends? They're safe. I left them back in Konoha. They wouldn't be here," Naruto would say as he's looking at them, now beginning to get confused as he saw that moment. "And they would never hurt me. You're fakes," Naruto would say. Naruto's arm began to heal as Kurama's anti-chakra begins to snap the bones back into place, as Naruto would tighten his fist as power begins to circulate into the area. "Yamianshin!" "I don't think so," Sasuke would say. "Sage Art, Frog Kumite, Chidori Slash." As Sasuke would then create the Sage Mode empowered Chidori, the two attacks would clash for the first time. "Your chakra won't be able to do anything to me," Naruto would say, laughing. But what Naruto doesn't know is what's about to hit him right now. The nature energy of life and the death energy of anti-chakra would be clashing, as the two would actually get into a jutsu battle. "What?" Naruto would say. Why isn't it nullifying? Damn it! More! He would charge Kurama's energy into his fist as he creates to make the Yamianshin bigger. As it grows in size, the ball of dark orbs begin to become unstable, as Naruto's losing control over the dark power. Naruto would say, "Take this!" as he covers his entire body with Kurama's anti-chakra, slamming the Chidori and Sasuke back. Sasuke wouldn't be able to handle it as Naruto's power is too strong. Sasuke, as long as Hinata, Sakura, and Kakashi would get hit by the Yamianshin. With Sasuke acting as a shield for the rest, he'd block the most of the blow, hoping that they don't die. Please, Sasuke would say, as he sees images of his mind of his family, Itachi murdering them, and then behind Itachi's eyes, he would see a flash of Naruto. Not the Naruto he had known, his friend. This monster, this tormented beast. Naruto would roar one more time, "Yamianshin!" as he slams the attack even harder into Sasuke. Sasuke would be seeing the darkness surrounding him, as if he thinks, "This is the path that I wanted to walk down? Why? Why would anyone ever?" Then he'd remember exactly what Hinata had told him. He made a trade. It should have been me. Sasuke would then be blown away, as both Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata would get sent flying miles from the attack, as a huge crater would be pushed into the ground. Orochimaru would laugh, saying, "Yes, good. Very good." As he would then appear, Naruto would turn towards his master as he asks, "What? Did you not see those imposters? Was that your doing, Orochimaru?" Naruto would say with hostility, as Naruto still doesn't like Orochimaru. Orochimaru then with his tongue as he calms down Naruto, saying, "Shh, they're dead now. They're long gone, those traitors, those imposters. No, I didn't send them. It must have been the Leaf, or maybe some other village trying to get your power, Naruto." Naruto would then think, My power? Yes, power. I was powerful," Naruto would say, as he has small flashbacks and memories inside of him, seeing little flicks and images, almost like a gray picture of him training with Jiraiya and him fighting Tsunade along with everything that happened during the Chunin exams. Now, another thing I'll elaborate on, since I didn't explain this too well the last time, I didn't really say who was doing it, but remember I said there was someone who was holding Naruto down and keeping him so that he wouldn't be able to move during the experiments, as well as when the sealing jutsu was taking place? This would be Jugo. Jugo would be near the scene, as Orochimaru would always have him around, and just in case Naruto went berserk or somehow broke out of the seal under his control. Since Jugo could also use nature energy, that being his clan's ability, he was almost a natural, perfect counter to Naruto's strength with his own monstrous power. As Orochimaru would laugh at the comparison. "Come, let's return. We have much more to do," Orochimaru would say. "Jugo," he would say. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Finish off the scum," Orochimaru would say as he would direct Jugo towards the direction where they were blasted, knowing full well that Naruto had not killed them. "Damn, the seals must not be perfect," he would say. "We must perfect them." Deep inside of Naruto, he was restraining with all of his strength, refraining from trying to kill his friends, but it was too strong. He was far too gone to the darkness to completely hold back, as we would then see. Miles away, we would see in the sand, the entire group would be in complete tatters as their clothing would have been ripped and shredded. Kakashi would be in the worst condition as several of his bones were broken, blocking using his own body as he turned with all of his strength using his head to protect Hinata and Sakura, with Sasuke protecting all of them. Sasuke would have all of his clothes completely destroyed, but physically he'd be fine, as he was using Sage Mode covering his entire body with nature energy, acting like a shield to the anti-chakra. But I can't say the same for the others. Both of Hinata's legs would be broken, and Sakura's arm would be almost ripped off. There would be blood everywhere, as the two would be screaming in pain, with Hinata crying as she can feel the burn, the breaking of her bones. Sakura would be doing her best trying to close the wound on her arm, but it was just more blood coming out. Sasuke would stand up looking around the dusty wasteland. "Is everyone alright?" Sakura and Hinata would nod, as Sasuke would then look over to Kakashi. Kakashi would barely be breathing, as we see him breathing lightly, his lungs barely able to move at all after the anti-chakra. Kakashi's Sharingan would have been deleted and destroyed after it had been completely covered with anti-chakra when Naruto grabbed his neck and filled his body with it, and so Kakashi couldn't even see out of that eye anymore. Kakashi was losing vision fast, and he felt something warm in his chest. He thinks it was blood. He broke 4 ribs, and he can't feel his right arm. Sasuke would be horrified as he would see the lower half of Kakashi's arm completely blown off. "Kakashi," Sasuke would say as he walks over. As Sasuke would fall to his knees, looking at Kakashi, he would turn him over, as Kakashi would be in horrible shape. His organs would have been completely busted up after his ribs were shattered, his arms and legs were mangled, his face was barely recognizable, and his mask was pulled down, but his jaw was almost ripped off. You couldn't even see anything but blood. Kakashi would look to Sasuke, his eye matching into Sasuke's eye, as with the rest of his strength, before he passes, Kakashi would be able to lift up his right arm, as with the last of his strength, his cold fingers dying, he would touch Sasuke's face as a tear comes down it. And then, Kakashi Hatake would die, passing on to the other world where he would greet his father, the White Fang, and they would have a long, long chat. Sasuke would be silent for a long time, as he just sits there feeling like time itself has stopped, paused. He never thought this would happen. "Kakashi," Sasuke would say. In our mind, we can see inside of Sasuke's heart the missions that they'd went on together for Team 7, Naruto protecting him during the Land of Waves, and everything that happened after that with Kakashi fighting Zabuza, Kakashi guiding them and teaching them how to tree walk, and Naruto complaining how he couldn't do it as he would run off and go complain as he would practice with the katana Kakashi gave him. We would see Kakashi smiling and laughing, as for the first time in so many years, he'd finally found a group of people, someone that reminded him of his team, his friends, Minato, Rin, Obito. They're waiting for him. As Kakashi would pass on to the other world, something would awaken within Sasuke. "No, I won't let his death be in vain." as we see a pan up on the camera up towards Sasuke's face. His 3 Tomoe Sharingan be flickering as he watched the death of his master and friend right before his very eyes, and he could do nothing. He couldn't have protected him. He failed. He failed. Naruto killed Kakashi. A burst of energy would rush forward from Sasuke as he punches his fist into the sand, causing the entire earth to shake, as his eyes begin to change as they transform into 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, as tears would be flowing out of them. The emotions he felt, the pure sadness and rage from seeing his master and close friend Kakashi after training so long with him, Master Jiraiya, and together, he had died. Sasuke would stand up as he begins walking towards the direction of where they had been blasted from, with the crater of sand already beginning to fill up after the winds from the land of wind already begin to re-sift the sand. Hinata would be shocked, broken, as the pain in her legs would completely feel numb compared to what she just saw. Kakashi! Hinata would be in tears, as all she could think about is, no, I didn't want to believe it was... She would see the images of the villagers in the sand village, the entire village sent to ruins, the entire city having been destroyed. There's no way Naruto would never... She'd see the image of Naruto when they were kids, Naruto running in and punching the bullies as they were then running away, saying that he's scary, as Naruto would tell him to screw off, as he would then offer his hand to Hinata, and the moment she would take it, she would pass out. Was it my fault? Hinata would think. Did I push him away? She would see Naruto during the Chunin exams being shy and avoiding talking to her. Naruto felt guilty for everything he had done. He should have left her alone. He really did this, Hinata would say, as she reaches her hand for Kakashi. His own master. Naruto, he killed him. He killed all of them. Hinata began to break down to tears as she wails, feeling as if though the person she had loved, the boy who she had known, the boy who had saved her all those years ago, and the one who was so kind and had always been there and had been mistreated, but he had been a good person. He was dead. Hinata would fall to the ground as she has nothing to say, as she feels empty. Sakura would say something. She cries out, telling Sasuke, "No, you can't go back there. He'll kill you. He'll kill you like he killed Kakashi-sensei." Sakura would say, We need to tell the Hokage. We need to send the Anbu after him. He's gone rogue, Sasuke," she would say, as she's already almost done healing her arm. "Sasuke, please. Please, Sasuke, I can't lose you too. Not you and Naruto," Sakura would say, as she cries out to him. Sasuke would simply turn his head towards her, as she would see, but being shocked, gasping, as she sees the darkness in his eyes, and the hope he has, as tears run down Sasuke's face with the Mangekyo Sharingan activated. In Sasuke's hand would be the headband that Kakashi had worn, as he walks out into the sand. Sakura would help Hinata as she begins healing her legs, as Hinata is just an empty shell, not knowing what to do or think or what she should do. She wanted to save Naruto, but how do you save that? How do you save something so horrible? Hinata loved Naruto, and seeing what he had done, had broke her heart. She was shattered. Sakura knew the feeling of seeing someone you love almost die. She would have seen Sasuke falling to the ground back during the Land of Waves, and the emotions that had overcome her heart. She would be feeling this sympathy for Hinata as the two would sit in the sand, the winds furling their hair as the empty desert would call back to them. We would hear every echo of Sasuke's footstep, and Sasuke was pissed. He gripped Kakashi's headband as he ties it over his own head. "I will avenge you, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke would say, as he begins his trek back. Suddenly we would hear a blast. As Chakra began moving at fast speeds, Sasuke would already sense it. With him accessing Stage Mode and his Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time, Jugo would come blasting out, saying, "Time to die!" Sasuke would look up, his eyes locking with Jugo's as he's approaching him. Sasuke wouldn't move. The moment that Jugo was about to touch Sasuke, Sasuke would raise his fist directly under his chin, using full power Sage Mode. He didn't care anymore. After seeing what happened to Kakashi, death was the only thing he had on his mind. Jugo gets sent flying into the air, his jaw almost shattering as his teeth would have fallen out. "Damn it," he would say. "I'll kill you. he would say, as he would then access his cursed energy, as well as his nature energy. So you can use nature energy too, huh? Sasuke would say. Well, it's not like that's any use against him, now is it? Otherwise he wouldn't have. Jugo would then tell him, stop talking to yourself and fight me. I said, shut up. Sasuke would look upwards as he would activate the Amaterasu, covering Jugo. What's happening? Jugo would say, as Sasuke would begin to crush the Amaterasu, controlling the flame control around Jugo's body. As Jugo's body began to burn away. Burn out, Sasuke would say. Jugo would scream as he disappears, Orochimaru's curse mark disappearing with him, and all that'd be left of Jugo would be the little ashes of his clothes, his hair, and skin, flowing as they disappear, crackles of dust into the land of sand, the land of wind, an empty, barren wasteland now, which once had been lived in by thousands of people. Their lives ended instantly. Sasuke would then deactivate the Amaterasu. The only feeling that Sasuke could feel inside of his chest, his heart, was sorrow. Sorrow for his friend, sorrow for what he had failed to do. I should never have been taken so easily. I'm so weak, Sasuke would say. Sasuke would look at the ground. If I hadn't done that back then, he would see himself failing during the Land of Waves, almost dying, and Naruto having to run in and save him. If I didn't rely on him to do everything, Sasuke would say, as we then see the Chunin exams with Sasuke getting brutalized by Gaara, and Naruto swooping in and saving the day, taking down Gaara. We would see a flashback to the Uchiha Massacre, Itachi telling Sasuke that he's too weak, and he needs hatred in order to grow strong. If I only... Sasuke would pound his fist into the ground. Damn it. Damn it.
Last time Kakashi died, after Kakashi, and Sasuke unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan. With the newfound skills that Sasuke has attained, as well as the emotional development that's happened for all of our characters, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke, what's to become of the future of this world in which Naruto has anti-chakra? Well, let's get into it right now. Naruto, as I mentioned before, was heading somewhere with Orochimaru. We can see from Naruto's perspective as he and Orochimaru are running at a rather fast pace, as they're heading towards an undesignated location that Orochimaru has specified, telling Naruto that there's something that he needs to get done before they can act further. Orochimaru's eyes would be set on the next target, that of attaining the Rinnegan. During the 3 years that Orochimaru had Naruto been training underneath him, Orochimaru would have been taking his efforts into analyzing and figuring out the moves of the Akatsuki. It was by no random chance that Naruto had been sent to the Sand Village to eradicate the Akatsuki there, as well as take out the Kazekage. For you see, Orochimaru has a new plan forming after his last plan to eradicate the leaf had failed. Now that he has Naruto, he wanted to test something, to see if Naruto's attack on a village would be successful. Using Naruto's border jutsu that he created for himself, Naruto is easily able to wipe out all of the shinobi there, with none of them even being able to stand a chance to Naruto's might. That's when the two Akatsuki members had showed up just as planned, and Naruto had taken them out. The next step to Orochimaru's plan was to obtain the Rinnegan, and so they'd be heading out to meet up with Kabuto to see if he has any news of what he had sent him off to do. For you see, Orochimaru had sent Kabuto off in order to obtain information for him about the whereabouts of the Akatsuki and their recent movements. Kabuto would have went towards the Land of Rain, where it had been said recently that a large rainstorm had passed over the village and just hadn't moved. Seemingly an endless rain spout, Kabuto had used his previous endeavors of espionage in order to enter the city and, well, blend in with the civilians as well as other shinobi there. Kabuto had obtained precious information about Nagato and Konan and their abilities. As he'd be leaving the Rain Village, this would be when the two, both Konan and Nagato, would decide to strike. Naruto and Orochimaru would be on their way, as this event would be happening shortly after Naruto's fight against Sasuke and the rest of Team 7.
Now, Kabuto would try his best, but let's be honest, it's Kabuto versus Nagato and Konan, so he's about to get slaughtered. Now, this is where a rare opportunity change happens. For you see, Jiraiya was also in the Rain Village at the same time, also analyzing who these two people's movements were and trying to find information on them. Now seeing Kabuto getting slaughtered up close, Jiraiya could sit back and do nothing and watch, while seeing what their abilities were as well as what they were doing. This would be how he would find the 6 paths of pain as well as Konan and begin to understand what was really going on, which gives Jiraiya the opportunity to actually make it back to the Leaf Village with that information that he still had from the original. Kabuto would die, as Konan and Naruto would pretty much slaughter him in a matter of minutes, but it was enough time. As Kabuto would be on the brink of death, just about to accept fate, he finally be close enough. There. As Kabuto would then reach into his back pocket, grabbing an anti-chakra covered seal, kunai. Naruto would look up as he feels the connection. Orochimaru would grab onto Naruto, saying, "Do it," as Naruto would then bite his thumb using the reverse summoning technique. Just as the final blow was about to strike Kabuto down, suddenly a hand would block it, as one of the 6 paths of pain's used corpses would suddenly have their wrists shattered. As they couldn't even feel their arm, Nagato would be shocked. We would see Naruto standing there as he looks up, covered in the black KCM cloak. "Naruto, you made it in time," Kabuto would smile. He'd fall back down to the ground as Orochimaru began taking care of his injuries. "Go, Naruto. Kill them all." Naruto would nod, as Naruto would still be lower on anti-chakra from using that massive amount against the Sand Village and Team 7, but Naruto at this point is so powerful it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, one of the 6 visions from Nagato's view would disappear, as Naruto floods the corpse with anti-chakra, killing all the chakra rods and completely disabling the puppet in a matter of seconds. Now, Naruto would think, as he turns around towards the other paths, now charging at him along with Konan from the back, using support. Naruto would suddenly throw a kunai, as he would then bite his thumb, as blood would then turn red then black, as he teleports directly behind Konan. Yamianchin. As Naruto activates the Yamianchin, he would only need a small one, as Konan's body would already begin to be made out of paper to begin with, chakra paper. Naruto would push the Yamianchin directly through Konan, but Konan would already know this was bad news after seeing Nagato's puppet taken out in a matter of seconds. Naruto would disperse her body as the paper avoids the attack, as Naruto comes crashing to the ground. Naruto would disable the Yamianchin just as he's about to land, planting his feet against the stone ground, as a loud crash can be heard from Naruto's force. Suddenly, the Tendo Path of Pain would appear. Almighty push. Naruto would turn around as he flashes anti-chakra, slicing his katana throughout the air, as a black wave would combat the mighty push, deactivating it as it slashes the Tendo Pain, slicing off one of its arms. Nagato would be shocked. How can you disable my Rinnegan abilities so easily? Who is this kid? Naruto, Orochimaru would say. Finish them off in one blow means to get Kabuto back to a hideout immediately. His injuries are very dangerous and we need his information and we have to keep him alive. Finish them now. Naruto would nod as he understands, as Naruto would then begin to power up. I will protect them, Naruto thinks. In Naruto's mind we see images of Sasuke and Team 7. I'll protect them all, Naruto would think. As Naruto accesses the abilities of KCM from the now killed off Chakra Beast turned into an anti-chakra corpse Kurama, Naruto can now create multiple anti-chakra arms of darkness. As Naruto creates 6 arms, now having 3 on each side, Naruto uses physical raw strength, finishing off all of the 6 paths of pain in a single shot. Naruto with 2 katanas in his real arms, and the rest of his hands now flying out and punching them at rapid speeds. Naruto would slash the katana, ripping the corpses to pieces, as he would take them all down in a matter of seconds. Bring me his head, Orochimaru would say. Naruto would have been able to sense the chakra lines through the chakra roots that led straight back to Nagato. And so, as Naruto would pull one of the chakra rods out of the corpses, we'd see Konan watching from afar. What is he? Wait. She would see him holding the chakra rod. No, I can't. As Konan would rush back to where Nagato was, it'd be too late. Naruto using the similar technique of what he had done in the original Naruto, but instead of using nature energy to sense where the chakra is coming from, Naruto abused that connection in this timeline to force anti-chakra through that pathway and completely kill Nagato. Konan would arrive back to find Nagato's dead body, slumped over. I know where it is too, let's get going. Orochimaru would nod, saying he'll be heading back to the hideout. Bring me the Rinnegan and then head home. head home? Naruto would be confused, as Orochimaru would snicker and smile, his plan now going into its third stage. Konomi in tears sobbing, shocked that Nagato would die in such a pathetic way, that Nagato, the savior of this world, would be killed so brutally, so easily. Konan could only think these seconds for a few longer, as Naruto would use an anti-chakra flame jutsu. Mimicking the properties of fire, he would engulf Nagato and Konan's body completely in the anti-chakra flame, controlling it so that Nagato would be avoided from the spread. As Konan's body would burn up in anti-chakra, she would see an image of Jiraiya, her master, Nagato, and Yahiko, as she passes on to the next world. Naruto has another kill yet under his belt with the Akatsuki. So Naruto would walk forward, firing the corpse, as he pulls out his katana, slashing off Nagato's head and grabbing it by the hair. I get to go home. I get to see them again, Naruto would be thinking. I get to go back to the Leaf Village. Naruto would be shocked, happy more than anything he'd ever felt during that time period, but it'd be twisted and warped from the things Orochimaru had done to him, the seal causing this corruption throughout him, and the anti-chakra that boils through him all the time now. Orochimaru would laugh as he takes the Rinnegan and rips them out of Yahiko's head. Perfect. Orochimaru would now contain the Rinnegan to make sure that they would be kept in top condition until he decided to transplant them into his new body. Orochimaru would tell Naruto he's done well today, patting him on the head, as Naruto would be happy as someone praises him. Orochimaru would then order Naruto to go to bed, to sleep and rest. Tomorrow you'll have a big day coming up since you'll be seeing your friends again, Orochimaru would snicker. Yes, I have a big day coming up, right? Naruto would head to his room, or where he'd be sleeping, as he lays down on the cold floor with a blanket and falls back to sleep almost immediately. Naruto in his dreams would only see images of his time back on Team 7 and the other pleasant times that he had had with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. Naruto would have warped memories after that point of good times with Orochimaru and everyone in the Sound Village, making it seem like he was happy where he was, that this was a good thing that happened to him. Naruto would be in a peaceful sleep, while Orochimaru would be busy working, fixing Kabuto, as Kabuto's left arm and right leg would have been completely ripped off, making him almost on the brink of death. Kabuto would be able to speak now, and that's all that mattered to Orochimaru, as Kabuto began to explain to Orochimaru all of the information that he had desired about Nagato, Konan, and the information he could gather on the Akatsuki and their goals while he was in the Rain Village. And so, the day would pass. Now we get back to the other side of the coin. Our characters Sakura, Hinata, and Sasuke. As Sasuke had been walking along, Sasuke would realize after walking for over an hour that there's no way he could catch up with Naruto at this point. Damn it. Suddenly we would see Hinata and Sakura behind, as the two catch Sasuke as he falls backwards, now finally having given into the strain of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hinata and Sakura would carry Sasuke most of the way back, as for the next day, Sasuke would be unconscious, while Hinata and Sakura would care for him on the trek home back to the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Obito would be extremely stressed out, not having predicted this outcome. How did this happen? I'm supposed to be Madara. How can I? Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to awaken the 10 tails without the Rinnegan? I need the Rinnegan in order to completely have power over the statue, so I can completely control the 10 tails once it awakens. Otherwise I won't be able to inflict the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is bad. I'll have to send Kakuzu and Hidan after it. If they can intercept Orochimaru and his forces, then we can reclaim the Rinnegan. Plans seem to be speeding up faster than I had anticipated. Obito, Tobi, or well, Madara would call a meeting with the Akatsuki, with notably 4 of the members not showing up, that being Konan, Pain, Sasori, as well as Deidara. These members being missing would cause a lot of problems in his plan. In this timeline, Kabuto would not be assisting Obito by helping him with the reanimation jutsu, meaning that Obito in this timeline is planning to have to fight all by himself and with the Zetsu that he has created and cultivated. Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata would arrive back at the Leaf Village, battered and torn, with much of their clothing having been destroyed and their bodies having been broken, with Sakura and Hinata's medical ninjutsu having saved them. As they arrived back, they collapsed into the Leaf Village, exhausted from walking 2 whole days. By that point, Sasuke had already recovered and had been awake from Sakura and Hinata's care, but the other 2 were completely wiped out after having to carry him most of the way. Sasuke would make sure the 2 were given proper medical treatment, as he would then begin to talk to Master Jiraiya, who had just gone back to the Leaf himself, along with Tsunade. "Where's Kakashi?" Jiraiya would ask, with Kakashi usually being the one to report mission statuses. Sasuke would look down as he holds up a headband and places it down on the desk, it being Kakashi's. Kakashi Hatake is down for good. What? How can this be? Tsunade and Jiraiya would be shocked, not realizing what kind of foe could take down Kakashi, unless he fought Orochimaru head on, but Sasuke and Sakura and Hinata had been there. What happened? Sasuke would look up, sad, and a sorrow would be filling throughout his eyes, as he tells Jiraiya and Tsunade what exactly happened. Naruto is not who we thought he was anymore. Naruto's changed. He's been affected by Orochimaru's curse, and he's not there anymore. Naruto's the one who killed Kakashi. That can't be. Jiraiya would be shocked, falling over, as he thinks that his godson, the son of Minato, he was supposed to protect him. He was supposed to train him to become a great shinobi. He was supposed to be the child of prophecy. What? How can this be? Jiraiya would be shocked, holding his face as he has no idea what to do. As Sasuke tightens his fist, he then delivers more bad news to the 2 Sannin. That's not the worst of it though. There's a reason that the Sand Village never responded to your messages. It's because there is no Sand Village anymore. What? Tsunade would ask, puzzled by what he means. You can't mean... No way. Naruto. When we arrived, there was an anti-chakra field around the entire village. The Sand Village was filled with corpses. No one survived. No one. If there's only one benefit from this sick situation, it's that Naruto took out 2 Akatsuki members in the Sand Village when he dropped that attack. Master Jiraiya, it was horrible. Sasuke would say this, and as he says so, suddenly a rumbling could be heard outside the village, as Naruto would come into contact with Kakuzu and Hidan. A rumbling would shake the village, as we can hear Naruto's frustration against Hidan increasing. Why won't it die? We see Naruto pulsating with anti-chakra, hitting Hidan over and over again, ripping him limb from limb. With Hidan laughing as he put himself back together, Naruto would be frustrated. Naruto by this point had already easily taken out Kakuzu with a simple attack, as he had added and used mimicry natures of anti-chakra in order to burn Kakuzu away, simply deleting all of his hearts in a single attack. But Hidan was causing him some problems. This is the first enemy Naruto's faced that can't be killed using normal means, which is Naruto's only means, to be exact. Hidan in his hubris would then explain to Naruto his idiocy, explaining how he worships the god Jashin, a god who only asks his followers to bring one thing to him: death, as he asks for destruction of others and the sacrifices of lives in order to appease him. And that is how I can maintain my immortality forever. Even if my chakra is completely drained, my jutsu ingrained deep in my body, in my very soul from Jashin, will keep me sustained. Nothing can kill me, you idiot! So, you think simply because I can't kill you doesn't mean I can't make you die? Naruto would say, his eyes now lighting up as he begins to charge more anti-chakra from both himself and the Black Ninetales power. If you're immortal, this is gonna hurt like hell, Naruto would say. What are you doing? Hidan would say, his arm now recovering as he begins to attach it back to his body. Naruto would grab Hidan in one arm as he begins to buff it up, enhancing it using his synchronization, turning half of his arm into the Ninetales black arm, now larger and larger. He begins to spin Hidan around as he then throws him into the air. Naruto would use a Bijou Bomb as he blasted towards the ground, sending himself flying into the air. Naruto would then use his anti-chakra to repel himself from the ground, as he reverses its polarity, similar to what he does against nature energy inside of a tree.
Naruto, using this property of anti-chakra, would send him flying up into the air as he then punches Hidan in the gut as he goes flying higher and higher. "What are you doing?" Hidan would say. Hidan would begin to try and scratch at Naruto's back with his scythe, but it would do nothing. The calluses, scratches, and scarred over tissue was already so damaged and hardened together that from all those hours of torture Naruto had endured that he didn't feel a thing. As Naruto climbed higher and higher into the sky, Naruto then used one final attack. Yamianshin! Naruto would pull his arm back as he creates a massive Yamianshin. Huge. So big, in fact, that the entire light in the sky over the leaf village becomes dark for a split second, like an eclipse. Sasuke would look outside as he sees a massive ball of anti-chakra. Naruto would thrust his hand upward and a palm strike directly into Hidan's chest, as Hidan's completely engulfed in the anti-chakra. Naruto would then add some fire release mimicry as well as some wind release mimicry of anti-chakra into the ball, as he then lets it go as the Yamianshin flies higher and higher into the sky, almost disappearing. As Hidan's about to fall back to the ground, he says, "This won't kill me, you know." Naruto says, "I'm not planning on killing you," as he then squeezes fists together. Suddenly, an explosion can be heard, as Hidan would get blasted out of the atmosphere and into space. Sent out of the planet's gravitational range, Hidan could only do one thing: slowly freeze over and over again, as his body couldn't move. The gravitational forces of space being too strong, Hidan would only die over and over again before coming back to life from Jashin's power, suffocating without air. He would live in eternal torture until he would die eventually from starvation, similar to what Shikamaru had done in the original. As Naruto begins to land back towards the ground, he would throw a kunai and then bite his thumb, using the reversal technique of summoning as he lands back to the ground completely unharmed. Sasuke would be shocked that Naruto had arrived so quickly. If Orochimaru's here too, then... He would be worried, thinking that Naruto might have already set up that border jutsu, not realizing that the Akatsuki had inadvertently protected the leaf long enough for the threat to be averted. Sasuke would tell Jiraiya and Tsunade they need to get everyone out of the leaf immediately. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would all agree, as they would then begin to prepare evacuations, as the entire leaf village would begin to move out. Sasuke would say he'll handle Naruto. Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder, saying he'll come with him, as he can use Sage Mode too. We can talk to Naruto together and figure this out. Sasuke would be thinking in his head, I don't know if we'll be doing much talking, but I want to try. Sasuke would tell Jiraiya this, and the two would head out. Tsunade and Hiruzen would then escort the rest of the villagers out, as Hiruzen would then trail behind, slowly beginning to follow after Jiraiya and Sasuke. Jiraiya would tell Sasuke to let him go first, telling him that he'll talk to Naruto alone, seeing if maybe he can bring Naruto back to his senses. Be careful, Jiraiya-sensei. Orochimaru, he did something to Naruto. There's a seal implanted on him somehow. He must have figured out how to use reversal-type sealing like the 4th Hokage was able to. Jiraiya would give Sasuke a thumbs up, saying he'll do his best, as he pats Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, wait for him here, as Sasuke would watch from afar. Naruto would be walking towards the Leaf Village, thinking about seeing his friends again, as suddenly Master Jiraiya would walk in front of him. Naruto! Naruto would look up now, breaking out of his daydreaming. Pervy Sage? Is that you? Naruto would say, laughing. Jiraiya would be shocked seeing Naruto, and after hearing what he had done, this is not the voice of someone who killed an entire village and killed Kakashi. Naruto. Naruto! Jiraiya would clap his hands together as Naruto would then refocus back on him, his eyes having gone hollow for a second, almost staring off into some other plane. Huh? What is it, Pervy Sage? Jiraiya would then talk in a calm voice. Where do you think Kakashi Hatake is? Naruto would be puzzled, not realizing what he might mean, as he asked Jiraiya what exactly he means. He's in the Leaf Village, right? Or probably on some mission somewhere with the rest of everyone. How's Sasuke and Sakura doing? And is everyone okay? Naruto would ask in a lighthearted tone. No, Jiraiya would say. Naruto. Naruto would look up to Jiraiya, wondering what's going on. Jiraiya would gulp, as he prepares to say the words, catching them in his throat. Naruto, You killed Kakashi. The beating in Naruto's chest would stop as his heart stopped, skipping a beat, then another one, and then a third, before it begins pulsing again, faster. What do you mean? Jiraiya, I haven't seen Kakashi since I left 3 years ago, Naruto would say, clenching his fists together. You're wrong. You're lying. I would never do that to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto would see images of Kakashi in his mind, training at the bell tests, everything that happened during the Land of Waves, the Chunin exams, and so on. No, you're You're lying. No, I know. Naruto's eyes would begin to turn black as the seal from Orochimaru began to react against Naruto's panic, as Naruto's heart began to calm back down again. You're not Jiraiya. You're another one of those fakes, Naruto would say. Jiraiya would be shocked seeing his godson turned out like this. Minato, Kushina, I'm so sorry, Jiraiya would say. I failed. Naruto would move forward at blinding speed, Jiraiya barely able to enter imperfect sage mode as he had already luckily summoned the two toads beforehand. Naruto would then create a Yamayanshin, as Jiraiya would create a Rasengan, the two clashing as an explosion can be heard. Jiraiya would get blasted back, his Sage Jutsu not being perfected, meaning that Naruto's anti-chakra has a slight edge over it. Naruto would laugh, saying that Jiraiya was always stronger than him, even back then. We can see images of young Naruto and Jiraiya training back before the Chunin exams. I'll have to kill you and then find the real Jiraiya, Naruto would say. Naruto would suddenly teleport, using the same technique that Jiraiya had taught him, as he's about to pierce the Yamayanshin directly into the frogs and Jiraiya's back. For Jiraiya, seemingly time would stop, as Jiraiya would then begin to have a flashback of his life, laughing at how ironic it was that he would see all of it before it ended. Jiraiya would see images of Nagato, Konan, the Great Wars, him and the Sannin, him training as a young child with the third Hokage. He would see him training Minato, him with Naruto, him with everyone. Jiraiya would begin to close his eyes, accepting his fate, as a scroll in his mind began to close on his story. I won't lose you too, Sasuke would say. Before Naruto's Yamayanshin can make impact, Jiraiya would be moved out of the way by black flames, pushing Jiraiya out of the way, as they then deactivate, with Sasuke using the black flames of the Amaterasu, controlling them to push Jiraiya out of the way, faster than Naruto could react. You, Naruto would turn. Sasuke would have tears in his eyes, the last final hope that Naruto could have been brought back having been completely shattered. He would then tell Naruto, I'm not going to become the hero of the village. I never wanted to be to begin with. I was supposed to be the Avenger. I was going to kill Itachi, avenge my clan. I was going to save myself. But you, Naruto, you changed all that. Shut up, Naruto would say. Jiraiya, get out of here, Sasuke would say. Naruto, you know where we're going, right? Naruto's eyes begin to twitch as he tells Sasuke he has no idea what he's talking about. Sasuke would activate Sage Mode as he begins running through the forest. Get back here! Naruto began chasing after Sasuke using KCM and catching up to Sasuke in terms of speed as the two begin fighting in the forest. We're not there just yet, Sasuke would say. As Sasuke would dodge, evade, and with him and Naruto moving at such fast speeds would eventually arrive. You already know where this is, the place where it begins and where it ends. The final valley. Sasuke would land on the side of Hashirama Senju as Naruto come charging at him. Sasuke would kick Naruto in the gut using a bicycle kick as he then launches Naruto all the way over to the other side, Naruto clawing as he lands on top of Madara Uchiha's head. The two face each other as we see something that happened in another world.
One bad move, and I could have been like you and devised some terrible plan. I used to think that I didn't have any bonds with anyone either, till I met you. You know, Sasuke, there's a chance. Our roles could have been reversed.
Naruto, I said I'm going to not become the hero of the village. As Sasuke squeezes his fist. And you're not going to be the villain either. I'm not going to let it happen. Not after everything you've done. Your kindness. I won't let them see you like that. You are both going to go down. Together. What are you saying? Naruto would say. The only one here is going to die is you. Naruto would be in an immense rage as the stone atop Madara Uchiha's head would crack. Sasuke would look up as he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then we'll die together. I could have ended up just like you, Sasuke would say. In Sasuke's hand, the Chidori. In Naruto's hand, the Rasengan. In Naruto's hand, the Chidori. In Sasuke's hand, the Rasengan. The two weapons interchanging, two fates intertwining. As Sasuke and Naruto's fates were about to clash for one last time. Sage Mode style. Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, who hasn't overused his Mangekyo Sharingan yet, is able to use Susanoo along with Amaterasu, and though it will cause blinding, Sasuke will be able to manage it one last time. In Sasuke's head we can hear, "Itachi, sorry, but you're not my goal anymore. I'm not gonna be the one to see you for your last time. Someone else will have the honor of taking you down. My fight ends here." Sasuke would smile as he closes his eyes, a genuine smile. Naruto would be shocked and take a step back. What are you smiling for?" he would say. "Because," Sasuke would say, "you're my friend." Something would resonate between Naruto and Sasuke. As Naruto would only hear pain, he could feel himself. The urge that he's had for so long to protect Sasuke would disappear. The last thing driving him, the last thing keeping him sane. Sasuke doesn't need my protection anymore. Naruto would go all out, accessing KCM2 as he goes into his full speed anti-chakra mode, throwing the kunai and teleporting directly in front of Sasuke. Sasuke would block the blow using Sage Jutsu inverted inside of his Susanoo. This powerful armor being against Naruto's speed would be a fair match. Naruto would be pounding on the Susanoo's ribs as cracks would begin to appear. Sasuke would then create a Sage-enhanced Chidori as he slashes at Naruto's arm, causing a cut on it. "That's nothing," Naruto would say, as Naruto heals himself with KCM. Naruto and Sasuke's clash would begin to cause earthquakes and rumblings across the mountainside. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we can see on both halves of the side, we see Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen, wondering what could be going on. Naruto and Sasuke would continue their battle, communicating for the first time as equals, through their fists. Sasuke would be able to talk to Naruto through this way. "It's been so many years," Sasuke would think, "and I finally caught up to you." As Sasuke would then create the Amaterasu, he would cover his blade, a sword, as he creates one out of Susanoo's ribs, creating a bone sword. Covering with the Amaterasu, he'd slash at Naruto, who'd block with his own katana, as the two blades clash, causing sparks to fly. Suddenly, Naruto would create an anti-chakra shadow clone, and Sasuke would have to block with his other arm, feeling the impact on the blow as he was focusing most of his Susanoo into his attack. "Damn," Sasuke would say. Sasuke would then use Amaterasu Flame Control, as he uses an attack shooting flames towards the shadow clone and causing it to burst, causing anti-chakra to spew everywhere, as plants and trees would die. Sasuke and Naruto would be fighting each other at full power at this point, not any of them pulling their punches, as Naruto and Sasuke would be getting bloodied up. Sasuke would throw a punch as its impact hits Naruto's elbow. Naruto would feel a crunch in his bones from Sasuke's pure Sage Mode enhanced strength. Naruto would extend hands from the Dark Nine-Tails cloak as they grab at Sasuke's throat. Sasuke would take his blade as he slices them in half using the Susanoo's blade, as he then began to actually perfect the Susanoo mid-battle. Flesh and muscles begin to form over the Susanoo, as Sasuke and Naruto enter into their larger beast state, as Naruto transformed into the dark nine-tailed fox. A menacing roar could be heard over the land. Meanwhile, elsewhere, as the battle intensifies at the final battle at the end, the Akatsuki, more specifically Madara, are talking what their plan is from going forward. Orochimaru would have notified them already, telling them that their little plan to revive the Ten Tails wasn't going to be happening anytime ever, since the Nine Tails chakra that was now all inside of Naruto had been completely converted into something much harder to deal with. And Orochimaru would be correct, with the Ten Tails reviving with only Kinkaku and Ginkaku's power being nowhere near as strong as it would need to be in order to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi. Itachi would be wondering where this was going, as Orochimaru would then convey through his message to the Akatsuki, saying he had a little deal in mind. "I will revive the Nine Tails," Orochimaru would say. "However, in exchange, I will be taking Itachi, and his body will become my vessel. Immediately." Itachi would already know what this means. If exchange for the Nine Tails could be made that easily with just sacrificing one of their last three members, well, aside from Zetsu, Madara was definitely going to make that deal. Kisame and the rest of the Akatsuki that was left would turn towards Itachi, as Itachi would already know his fate, as both Zetsu, White and Black Zetsu, and Obito and Kisame would all attack Itachi at the same time. "Be sure not to spoil the goods," Obito would tell Kisame and Black Zetsu, as the Zetsus would attack Itachi. Itachi would easily burn them away using Amaterasu, as he would activate his Susanoo, blocking most of the attacks. Obito would then come in using Kamui, as he would then warp away himself from existence as he returns behind Itachi's back, using a Phoenix Flower Flame jutsu and burning the Susanoo from the back, while Kisame would use Water Jutsu from the front. Meanwhile, away from the filler fight, we can see Sasuke and Naruto battling, now in the sky. Sasuke having access to his perfect Susanoo, and his eyes having started to bleed. Sasuke could feel himself getting higher and higher, his chakra rising and rising, his power growing and growing, while Naruto's would be doing the same. Naruto's KCM would have access to his no Sync Kurama mode, as he accesses the Nine Tails form and is now in the air, floating using anti-chakra and pushing off of the nature energy, while Sasuke's wings would hold him in flight, as the two clash through the air. Sasuke would move forward at blinding speed, slashing with his Susanoo blade, anti-chakra and chakra meeting. Naruto! Sasuke! As Naruto and Sasuke charge each other, Naruto and Sasuke both have things they're fighting for. Naruto, a beast wounded, kept in a cage. Someone who had the hope of the village on him, the hope of his friends. Someone who would follow his ninja to the very end. Someone broken. Then there was Sasuke, an anti-hero who had been forced to make the main hero. Naruto had left a burden, an empty hole for Sasuke to fill, and Sasuke had been training to fill that hole, protect everyone in the Leaf Village, and get stronger. Kakashi. Sasuke would see Kakashi in his mind. I'll be seeing you really soon. As Sasuke closes his eyes and Naruto does the same, the two would now be holding hands, inside the light, as we see the two of them back when they were children, making the sign of friendship, the sign of unity, from back during the academy. Chidori! Yamianchin! As the two clash for one final last time, they see this image in their mind, as the two would then faint from their consciousness. A massive explosion from both anti-chakra and chakra, sage chakra colliding, would cause the entire Valley of the End to break apart, be deatomized and destroyed. There wouldn't be anything left, as both Naruto and Sasuke's energies would have completely disappeared. Just before the explosion had destroyed the entire final valley, the final Valley of the End, we would see one last thing. Sasuke, his eyes hollow, the Mangekyo Sharingan faded, as his hand would be pierced through Naruto's heart, covered with the Chidori, and the last of his Sage Mode energy. And through Naruto's hand we would see anti-chakra pulsing, the Yamianchin like a heartbeat, rip through Sasuke's internal organs, as the light leaves both of their eyes, and the two completely disappear. Suddenly Hinata and Sakura would look up from where they were, having thought that they just felt something weird. Sakura and Hinata would feel a hand on their shoulders as they turn around, both at the same time, and just a brush of wind, and the smell of lightning, the smell of rain, would pass them, as wind would brush through their hair. Hinata and Sakura would realize something happened, as they run over to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage, asking where Naruto and Sasuke were, what happened. Little did they know that the Fox Boy and the one who had wanted to become an Avenger so long ago had both vanished, their memories and their paths having been erased. No Kurama reviving Naruto, no Sage's Six Paths saving either of them, just gone. Erased. The way that anti-chakra erases chakra, and Sage Mode returns to the land. Returned to dust. Itachi would feel something in his chest as Sasuke's soul would pass on, away from this world. Itachi would be shocked to see he lose his composure, and at that very moment would be when Obito and the rest of the Akatsuki would strike, finishing off Itachi and knocking him out. Itachi had been caught off guard from this sensation, not knowing what happened, as his younger brother had moved on. Itachi would have been taken to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru would have immediately begun to take over his body, now having taken Itachi's body and used the sealing jutsu in order to now make it his vessel. Orochimaru would have access to the Sharingan now, just as he promised. He would give half of the Nine Tails, completely untainted by anti-chakra, to Obito. During the 3 years, Orochimaru had taken half of the Nine Tails using the Reaper Death Seal jutsu on someone else's body. By using this jutsu, he was able to remove half the Nine Tails from Naruto while he was unconscious, which would mean that if Naruto's anti-chakra ever did take over, with Orochimaru obviously seeing the signs of the two vessels fighting, that meant that the Nine Tails' power would not be lost in case it was necessary for the future. What Obito does not know is that the Rinnegan is also in the possession of Orochimaru, and now that Orochimaru has Itachi's body, a wielder of the Mangekyo, he can now have both the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan at will. Obito would leave, Itachi's corpse now filled with Orochimaru, Orochimaru was already taken over his vessel and was now trying it out. The Akatsuki wouldn't dare to attack Orochimaru's forces, with Naruto, the anti-chakra beast, having been known on their side, and none of them being able to use Sage Jutsu, meaning that they were pretty much helpless against him at that point. What they didn't know is that Naruto was gone. What Orochimaru didn't know is that Naruto was gone. And so, Orochimaru would head over to the Final Valley, expecting that to be the place where Sasuke would have fought Naruto, expecting to find Naruto laughing over Sasuke's corpse. But as Orochimaru approaches the Final Valley, he would hear nothing. He would see nothing. All he would find would be death and destruction, as half of the valley would be covered in dark, dead pine needles, trees, and grass from Naruto's anti-chakra, and the other half flourishing with life from sage energy. Completely two opposites. The quite literal river of death, as you would say, passing to the other side. Orochimaru would concentrate, calling out to the seal to try and talk to Naruto. "Come back," he would whisper. There'd be no response. It was like talking into a void. "There's no way." Orochimaru would be shocked, not realizing. How did he... Orochimaru would fall to his knees, not having expected this outcome to happen. They killed each other. Not even a trace left. That's the only explanation. Orochimaru would be shocked, his plan having now been practically ruined, with him having planned on using Naruto to completely kill off the Nine Tails, as well as the Ten Tails, and finish off the Akatsuki for him. Now, there's only one way. I'll have to use the Rinne Rebirth. As Orochimaru would attempt this, he would attempt to use the Rinne Rebirth on the area, before realizing, as he does so, their souls, they were completely entrapped in anti-chakra. I can't... The Rinnegan, which uses chakra, would have been tainted, as Orochimaru would grab his eye, feeling a burning sensation. I can't reclaim them! They're gone! As all that Orochimaru's response would be the wind howling. The world would fall into disarray. Orochimaru's plan having failed, the Akatsuki would have successfully revived the Ten Tails. It would have been too late, since Obito himself would have gone after Killer Bee in this timeline, taking the Eight Tails by force of his power. With the Ten Tails having been revived, the great nations wouldn't have had enough time to come together to create an alliance and fight and defeat the Ten Tails, and thus the infinite Tsukuyomi would have been affected, covering the entire world, and the Akatsuki would have won, with Madara's plan being successful, as Kaguya and Totsuki would have been revived. Without Naruto and Sasuke, the two saviors of the world, the ones who would have saved the planet and could have stopped this destruction, both gone, the world would fall into darkness, as everyone would close their eyes and fall into eternal sleep. Naruto would open his eyes as he would lift himself up from the ground, looking around. He would be in a dark room, seeing nothing but bubbles. He'd look up as he sees the ceiling wobbling and waving, like water, a dark ocean. As Naruto pulled himself to his feet, he would see his clothes having been ripped right where Sasuke had pierced him with the Chidori. Naruto would look around, checking his back. He was fully healed and... Wait! Naruto would grab his head as he realizes, I'm back! The seal, it's... As he looks at his back, all the scratches, scars, and marks have been completely healed, gone. Not even Orochimaru's medical ninjutsu or medical ninja could have treated me. Kabuto said it was impossible. What happened? Is this hell? Naruto would immediately realize all the things he'd done as he falls over and begins to puke, as he feels himself vomiting, his guts feeling like they're on fire. I killed Kakashi! I almost killed Jiraiya! Gaara! Everyone! Naruto would be disgusted with himself, as he has no idea how could I do those things? There's no way. No, this won't do. My new toy needs to be in perfect condition in order for me to use it right. Come on, Naruto, stand back up. Suddenly, Naruto would look up as he sees a strange figure. They'd have blonde hair, and one of their eyes would be dark red. The other one would be golden, almost shimmering in the darkness. As Naruto looks up and finally fully sees the man talking to him, he would see that this guy can't be much older than him, and he's only a few inches taller than him too. Who are you, Naruto would say. Naruto would see the man wearing a frayed purple shirt with a long dark overcoat, and a red scarf frayed and clearly used through wearing over his shoulder and wrapped around his neck, his red eye glowing through the darkness like a beacon. Naruto would attempt to tap into his anti-chakra, but as he attempts to do so to create the Yamayanshin, he couldn't feel anything. What? It's gone! Naruto couldn't feel anything. Anti-chakra, chakra, nothing. Oh, come on, don't be like that. We're gonna have so much fun together, you and me. I need you to do a little job for me. A job? For you? I don't even know who you are. Why should I do anything to help you? Well, for one, I guess I healed you. And also, I think you'll want to. The figure would step into the light as you see his long, tangled hair moving over his face under the water as bubbles continue to rise to the surface. Suddenly, a red symbol would appear under the water. As it moves up, materialization begins to move underneath it. A tube. A glass tube with metal on the sides would... Sasuke! Naruto would see Sasuke's body, with no signs of life, no breathing, nothing, and still the hole in his guts from Naruto's Yamayanshin struck through him. Fix him! You can fix him, right? Naruto would ask. Well, yes, I can, I would say. As I walk forward and greet Naruto, I would then offer him something. Naruto Uzumaki, if you want me to heal your friend and bring him back to life, I'll do that. But I'm going to need you to do a little favor for me. A favor? Naruto would ask me. I then smirk as I look at him into the eyes and tell him, I need you to kill a certain demigod. A god, an angel, and a devil. All the pieces are on the board, so let's play.